Homage to the lineage masters and the triple gems. I'm Babita. Let's start the 8th chapter of the conduct of aspiring bodhisattvas. The name of the chapter is original, originally in Sanskrit language, it is called Dhyana Paramita. Paramita means the perfection, and Dhyan means meditative absorption or called samadhi also. Okay, which I have translated as perfection of meditative absorption. Buddhist teaching are about suffering, how to how to eliminate or remove that suffering permanently. Okay, we all know the Four Noble Truths given by or said by or taught by Buddha, which is the noble truth, the first noble truth of suffering, the second noble truth of cause of suffering, um, the third noble truth of cessation of suffering, and the fourth noble truth is the path of cessation of suffering. Okay, so we mostly we deal with the suffering. In Buddhism, we try to understand what is the cause of suffering, what are the different types of suffering, and how what are ways taught by Buddha to eliminate those suffering. Okay, before you remove your suffering, you need to understand what is suffering. Okay, so we all know the physical and mental pain. We all ordinary beings who are not exposed to the Buddhist teaching. We know, we don't need to tell, I mean, no one need to tell us what is meant by suffering. We know it's a physical pain and the mental pain, but according to Buddhism, only that physical and mental pain is not the only suffering we experience. There are other sufferings also, which the beings in this realm of existence um, has to bear. Okay, there are other types of suffering also. Broadly, Buddha has um, taught about three different types of sufferings. One is we all are familiar with, is the suffering of suffering, or it is the suffering of physical and mental pain. And the remaining two are the suffering of impermanent or impermanence and suffering of conditioning. Okay, um, so in order to remove the suffering, you need to know about these remaining two, or yeah, remaining two suffering also. Okay, so in order to understand these three different types of suffering, you need to understand what do you mean by realms of existence. Okay, so realms of existence means broadly we can say that the where the beings thinks that they exist, they really exist. Okay, and this realm of existence is further can be divided into desire being realms, form realms, and formless realms. We human beings, animal beings, uh, as well as other beings, other realms which we cannot see, such as hell realm, hungry ghost realm, animal realm we see, of course, and not all type of animals we see. Um, we are able to see, our eye or our sense faculties are able to catch certain types of animals only, not every types of animal we can see or experience. Human realms, and then demigod realms, god realms. These all six realms come under desire being realm. And the other two realms of existence are form realms and formless realms. Okay, mostly these form realms and formless realms are the higher realms, um, in which the beings who have achieved certain level of meditative equipoise get born there. Okay, when they die from here, if they have if beings have achieved certain level of meditative, you know, um, states, then their mind get born in this realm. Okay, um, desire being realms. Let's talk more about desire being realms, because this is the realm we exist. So if we want to be free of suffering, it's really important to know the nature of these realms, these desire being realm especially. So mind of this desire being realms. um, Okay, suffering. What is suffering? How do you define the suffering? Based on this six realm. Okay, let's try to define the suffering. The three types of suffering we were talking about: the suffering of physical and mental pain, suffering of impermanence, um, and suffering of conditioning. Okay, let's write impermanence here. Okay, so the hell realm, all the realms, the beings who are born in any of these realms has body, five aggregates. Okay, the form means body, consciousness means mind, which is able to experience the thing, and the another aspect of that mind is when something come in contact with the sense faculty, some vibration occurs, um, which is feeling, which can be defined as feeling, um, and then the object is experienced by the mind. Okay, when the for example, if you see the form, or if you see the beautiful, say, dog. Okay, so your mind will see that dog through the faculty of eye, um, and then and then your mind will perceive that dog as a um, loving thing, or if you don't like dog, then you had hate that thing, that animal. um, or let's try to explain, like, let's try to understand different way. For example, I'm Bobita here, and in front of me, there are three different type of beings. One is, let's see, there is a tiger there in front of me, and there's my parents who love me, and there's someone who doesn't like me, who hate me. Okay, so all of these three beings, they have consciousness. That's why they can see me. Okay, so no doubt all of these three beings, different types of beings, tiger, my parents, my the someone who doesn't like me, they have consciousness. um, they have eye faculty. That's why my form and color is captured by their eye faculty, and some sensation happens there. That's how my I become conscious to their mind. And now, among these three categories, tiger will perceive me as a delicious food, if they are hungry. um, and my parents will be happy seeing me, um, they will perceive me as their daughter, and they will feel very happy. And there is another person who doesn't like me, will perceive me as the enemy. And a sense of anger arises in his or her mind. Okay, so these all, there is one object who is me, is appearing in different ways to three different types of people. Okay, and this has happened because of volition. We call, in Sanskrit, it's called sanskara skandha. because you are conditioned to see the things in certain way, experience the same things in certain way. That's why same thing is appearing as a delicious food for someone, so one consciousness, and a beautiful daughter as another consciousness, and the enemy as a another consciousness. Okay, this all happens because of um, the conditioning or volition or your sanskara skandha. Okay, so these are the according to Buddhism or Buddha, every beings have um, five aggregates, which is called form aggregates, which has the something which has color and shape, feeling aggregates, perception aggregates, volition aggregates, and the conscious is the consciousness. You are alive if you are conscious. It's consciousness. Otherwise, if consciousness, mind, we can say mind also. Mind, if mind and body separates, you are dead. If your mind is within your body or are not separated, then you will experience the thing. And how you experience the thing depends upon your conditioning. Okay, and depending that conditioning, same object will appear as a delicious food or happy person, someone who generates the happiness in you, someone who generates anger on you. Okay, so these are the concepts of five aggregates in any beings in according to the Buddha. Okay, now come back to the beings of six realms. Hell realm, the being in hell realms also have five aggregates, as I said before. A hungry ghost also have um, five aggregates. Animals also have five aggregate. Human, demigod, god realm all have five aggregates. Now, in the animals of or beings in hell realm experience extreme pain, physical pain, and mental pain. And the severity of the pain is so extreme, and the duration of the pain is also so long. It feels like this pain will never finish. Okay, so intense pain is there, and so long, so much longer time or length of the time is also large in hell realm. So mostly this realm and hungry ghost realm, animal realm, so and some human beings also, they experience physical and mental pain. Okay, so that is the definition of the first type of suffering I have written here, suffering of physical and mental pain. Okay, but certain beings, especially in god realms, and demigod realms, and certain human beings also, okay, um, they experience extreme pleasure. Okay, physical yes, physical pleasure, and mental pleasure. Okay, the pleasure is, if you compare pain in the hell, how intense it is, similarly that how intense the pleasure will be in the god realm. um, and then the duration of the pleasure will also be so long that they don't know, what is mean by physical and mental pain. Okay, but that pleasure is also not permanent. Okay, they will experience, especially in god realms, um, they will experience the pleasure um, for the length of time or duration of time, when depending upon the causes and condition. If how much virtuous deed they have done in the past, we call it karma also. So depending on the karma, past karma, the beings in the god realms will experience, um, the pleasure of body and mind, such a intense pleasure, and duration of the pleasure will be also very long, so long that sometimes it feels like there's no end of this pleasure. Okay, you will never suffer. That's how you experience. That's how lengthy um, duration of pleasure is. That's how long. Okay, however, that pleasure is also not permanent, and when the causes and condition to experience that pleasure finishes, then the beings from that god realms can die, and then um, can get reborn in any of the lower realms. In these realms, the from hell realms to higher, the higher you go, the suffering, the mental and physical suffering goes on decreasing, and the pleasure goes on increasing. Okay, that is why they are put in this what you call, that is why god realm is in the highest, in on the top, and the hell realm is on the bottom. Okay, so but god realms also, the experience is not permanent, the pleasure experience is not permanent. It will finish one day, and then they also have to um, fall down to any of the lower realms. So that is why um, this is called the suffering of impermanence. While you are experiencing that pleasure, you don't understand that because it is impermanent, it will lead to the this stage, this extreme blissful stage also will end one day. You forget about that. You keep on enjoying your pleasurable stage. You can see the human being also in this life also. If you don't believe in god, they experience so much pleasure in this life. They are rich, they are healthy, they are beautiful. They think that they won't, in their mind they don't understand that this stage is because of my causes and condition of because of the virtuous deed I did in the past. But that virtuous karma will also finish one day, and then you never know where you end up. But when you end up, then when the karma finishes, or the causes and condition finishes, then all of a sudden, the unfortunate, if you when you see the unfortunate things happening to you, then you start feeling suffering. Okay, so this type of suffering which which will be experienced only, the suffering of impermanence is mostly experienced by the god realms at the time of death. Okay, because in that realm of existence, there is no physical pain and mental pain. Okay, only hell realm, hungry ghost realm, animal realm, certain human beings, they experience um, the first type of suffering of physical and mental pain. However, the god realms and demigod realms and certain human beings, they experience the suffering of impermanence. Okay, only during the end of their life. Okay, the whole life they will be spending their life in pleasure and happiness, but all of a sudden the time comes when they have to die from there, and they know now their condition, now they are going to die. And in that, you can imagine in that what can be their mental state. They won't be able to accept that one, that their pleasurable stage is finishing. So they will experience intense pain during their end of their life. So this is called suffering of impermanence. Okay, this is the second type of suffering, is mostly experienced by the beings who are in pleasurable states. Okay, not hell being. Hell being are already in physical and mental pain. um, if that physical and mental pain is impermanence, that means they are going towards the higher realm. So we can't say that they will experience suffering of impermanence if they are going from low realm to the higher realm. Okay, so suffering of impermanence is experienced by the beings or gods who are in the higher realm, and then they have to, they are just falling down to the lower realms. So, and then there is another suffering which is called suffering of conditioning. I think I have read somewhere, people defining this, or labeling or naming this suffering as all pervasive suffering also, um, which means in this six or three realms of existence, okay, desire being realm, form realm, and formless realm. Okay, god realm, demigod realm, human realm, animal realm, hungry realm. This whole realm of existence itself is suffering. Okay, suffering is pervasive in no matter where are you born. Okay, you might not experience it, but um, because of your inclination, because of your conditioning, you take the body, and because of that body you will experience, because of the mind which is trapped in that body, you will experience certain things in certain way. For example, um, my the person who doesn't like me will experience me as a, you know ugly person, detestable person. Okay, they don't like me, and that dislike creates the anger in them. And similarly, my mom and dad, my loved one, when they see me, they become happy, and they experience me, um, as a pleasurable or loving person. So depending on the conditioning of your mind, okay, if you are animal, you will experience same thing in different way. Okay, if you are human being, you experience same thing in different way. So no matter where you are born in this three realms of existence, um, you will be suffering, because your mind will be conditioned, and based on that conditioning you will be suffering. Okay, if you are born as a boy, you will have, your mind is never boy or girl, but if you take the body of boy, then you will definitely have the physical and mental pain of boy. If you are born as a girl, in a girl body, the mind is never woman or girl, but because your mind took the body of girl, based on that body you identify, your mind will identify. That's not the real nature of your mind, but your mind will identify according to the body it has taken, and experience that pain. So no matter where in this three realm of existence you are born, you will be experiencing pain. It's because of your mind's conditioning. Okay, now in order to face, in order to remove that conditioning, your way of thinking, or remove the way, your pattern um, in your mind, which is made because of you doing repeatedly same thing, makes you born in certain realms. Okay, and where you will be experiencing the pain. So in order to, if you don't like that pain, doesn't matter is it physical or mental pain, or suffering of impermanence or suffering of conditioning, in order to get rid of this suffering, you need to change the pattern in your mind, which you have created um, due to doing certain things repeatedly again and again. So in order to get rid of things, you have to undo those patterns. Okay, so in order to undo those patterns, you need to achieve certain level of meditative equipoise, meditative absorption. We call first level of dhyana, second dhyana, fourth third dhyana, fourth dhyana or meditative absorption. stage. So you need to acquire certain level of meditative absorption, and then where and then you have to do in that stage you have to do the insight meditation, so that you can um, start um, eliminating the previous conditioning, previous pattern which has left the imprint in your mind, and start creating new imprints which will lead you toward the cessation of the suffering, away from the suffering. So in order to achieve that, you need to have certain level of meditative equipoise. Okay, so um, in order to, like, if the mind which is very stable, which has achieved certain level of meditative equipoise, is like a still water. Okay, but currently the mind of us, desire being realms, are always distracted by the object of sense pleasure. Okay, not only the object of sense pleasure, we are always running behind you know mm, fame, name, reputations, wealth, all those things. So these all those things are making our uh, churning our mind. So our mind is currently like the water, very rough water with lots of wave going on. First you need to settle those waves, and then only once your mind is still, stand still, very still, then only you can work on it through the insight meditation, and try to erase all those patterns, all those habitual patterns you learn from you don't know how many lifetimes, and then you start imprinting the new patterns on the mind. But it is possible only once the mind is stable like a still water. Okay, so in this chapter, which is called perfection of meditative absorption, Acharya Santideva will be um, talking about the various things that are capable of distracting us, and how to deal with those type of distractions. um, yeah, okay, so let's go to the stanza, and we will see how he's teaching us to deal with those things. Okay, वर्धयितैव उत्साहं समाधौ स्थापयेत् मनः विक्षिप्तचित्तस्तु नरः क्लेशदंष्ट्रान्ते तरे स्थितः कायचित्तविवेकेन विक्षेपस्य न सम्भवः तस्मात् लोकं परित्यज्य वितर्कान् परिवर्जयेत् स्नेहात् न त्यज्यते लोको लाभादिषु च तृष्णया तस्माद् एतत् परित्यागे विद्वान् एवं विभावयेत् विभावयेत् समर्थेन विपश्यना सुयुक्ता कुरुते क्लेशविनाशमित्यवेत्य समथ प्रथमं गवेषणीय स च लोके निरपेक्षया विरत्या. Okay, so in this stanzas, Acharya Santideva is saying, in the first stanza, is saying in this way, evam. Okay, in this way means he is referring to the previous chapter, where he in the chapter named as Birya Paramita, which I translated as the perfection of enthusiasm, um, where he talk about how to um, generate the energy to walk in the path of or practice the teaching given by the Buddha. So he's referring to that chapter. Um, in this way, as I told in the previous chapter, it's a continuous chapter. Okay, this slow sorry stanzas are continuously recited by Acharya Santideva from first chapter to the end of the 10th chapter. So and later these were divided into different chapters based on the things or the practices he is talking about. So in this chapter, having completed talking about development of enthusiasm in the previous chapter, he's now talking about the perfection of meditation of meditative absorption. Okay, so he's saying in this way, Vardhayitva utsaham, in this way, having developed enthusiasm or by developing enthusiasm, samadhav means um, meditative absorption. Okay, samadhi means the state of mind which is not distracted, which is standing still like a still water. Okay, so he's saying establish the mind in the meditative equipoise or meditative absorption state. Okay, vichipta narasu chitta narasu chitta tu narasa vichipta chittastu naraha, the being whose mind is always distracted, that mind always klesa dramstrantare strita, that means it stays within the fang of afflictions. Okay, so fangs, we understand fangs of the dangerous animal. What happens if you go inside the fang of the dangerous animals? Similarly, if someone's mind is distracted by so many things in the society, then their mind is always it's staying within the fangs of affliction. Okay, the affliction will eat it, bite it. That means the affliction will pull it towards the lower suffering realms or lead to the suffering. This affliction will pull us towards the suffering. It will eat us, it will bite us. What happens if some dangerous animal bites you? You will suffer, isn't it? So in this way, the mind which is mind of the person, a person whose mind is distracted, remains within the fangs of afflictions. That means he will be always suffering, although for some time he might think that he is in really blissful states, but as the causes and condition arises or changes, he might fall from that blissful state and experience suffering. And he might experience the suffering of impermanence that will lead to the suffering of experience of suffering of physical pain and mental pain wherever he gets born in the three realms of existence, which I talked about in previous earlier. Okay, kaya chitta vivekena vichepasena sambhava. So he says in this stanza 2, he says if someone is mindful of body and mind, then distraction is not possible. Vichepasena sambhava tasmat. That is why lokam parityajye. That is by forsaking this lok. This lok means the world, and world means world means he is referring. Lok means it referring. The word is referring to the beings of beings, society. The beings around us. Our world is like who our world consists of our parents, okay, our children's, our spouse, our brothers, siblings, okay, friends, society is our lok. So he's saying by forsaking those that world, um, then you can by forsaking that world, you should forsake, okay, overthinking. Overthinking. So if you are more if you are more socializing type of person, if you require the gathering, if you require another person always to accompany you, you can't survive without another other peoples around you. If you love the drama of life, then you will be over. There is something happening in your mind, like who love the drama. Okay, so he's saying that by forsaking the world, this overthinking or these dramas, this distraction of the mind can be ab- avoided. Okay, snehat न त्यज्यते logo. That means the world, the society, the people around us, our friends, our relatives, our loved one cannot be renounced, or the world which consists of this type of relationship cannot be renounced by affection. Okay, snehat, by affection, nathejete loko, lava disucha trisraya. And also, if you have, craving, towards eight worldly, things. For example, if you have craving for the gain, if you have craving to not if you have craving for the fame, okay, if you have craving for the money, beautiful body, a status in the society, then you cannot uh, renounce this world. Okay, because of the affection as well as craving towards the name, fame, um, happiness, pleasure, sense pleasures, then you cannot um, renounce the this world. That is why, in order to renounce the world, in the first line of the stanza 3, he was saying, um, no, in the second stanza of second line of the second stanza, he was saying you need to renounce the world, and then in this third stanza, he's saying um, how you it is, what are the causes, or what are the things which will not allow you to renounce the this world, and then in the second line of the third stanza, he says that is why, in order to renounce the world, bidwan means the wise person um, should vidwan evam vivayat. So the wise person should contemplate in this way. Now, after this, he will talk about the ways to contemplate in order to renounce the world. Why we renounce the world? Because we want to achieve the certain meditative absorptive absorption state, so that our habitual patterns, we recognize our habitual patterns, and then we erase those habitual patterns which was developed, which was imprinted in our mind through continuously doing same thing again and again in since our incountable previous life. So that is why we want to achieve the meditative absorption state. For that, these walls, the affections towards the world, affection toward the name and fame and money and wealth and another body, sensual pleasures, and it's not possible to renounce the world. That is why, in order to renounce the world, um, wise person should, contemplate in this way. So that's what he's saying in stanza 3. Samathena vipassana sayukta kurute klesa vinasa mityaveta. Okay, with the calm abiding, meditation, consisting of insight meditation. Insight meditation means the where you are doing your mind is doing contemplation, or your mind is researching about something. Okay, and then that mind should be that contemplation should be done while your mind is in the state of meditative absorption. Only then kurute klesa vinasa mityavya, by understanding that only this way is possible, only this way is through this way it is possible to destroy the afflictions, your habitual patterns. Samatha prathamam gameshriya, it is wise to achieve the state of meditative absorption first, or it is important to do the calm abiding meditation first. Okay, once your mind is settled, then you use that mind to do the insight meditation. Then only the afflictions, your habitual patterns, which is always dragging you towards the suffering, will be destroyed. That is why samatha prasamam gavesaniya sacha loke nirapechaya viratya. For that, you have to, remain in this world. You can't physically renounce the world, but mentally, in order to renounce the world, in order to achieve the, calm mind, which is not distracted by all the distractions, you have to learn how to remain happy in the world without any expectation. Our expectation, our, craving, um, of the of return, of favor, or whatever you do for the world, you always want something in the return, gain, fame. So Acharya Shantideva in stanza 4, he is saying that by remaining in this world without expectation, you will be able to achieve the um, state of meditative absorption, and then you can do the insight meditation in that equipoise, meditative equipoise, different dhyana stage we say, you know. So in that, once you have that dhyana, concentrated mind, if you have concentrated mind, then you can do the insight meditation in that stage, and then slowly all your afflictions, imprints of your afflictions or your habitual patterns, your inclinations, your those things we call sanskara in Sanskrit, will be removed, and the new sanskara will be imprinted in your mind. And in this way, you change the cause of your suffering. Because why are you suffering? Because in the past you haven't done the right thing. So unless you start doing the right thing, you'll be suffering. So because you are not free of suffering, that means you need to change your habitual pattern. Okay, so in order to change the habitual pattern, your mind should have certain level of stillness, certain level of calmness, and then only you can do the insight meditation, and then you can remove that your pattern, or you can alter that pattern and develop new pattern, and um, get out of the suffering. Okay, that's what is saying in this fourth stanza. कस्य नित्यस्वनित्यस्य स्नेहो भवितुमर्हति येन जन्म सहस्राणि द्रष्टव्यो न पुनः प्रिय अपश्यन् रतिं याति समाधौ न च तिष्ठति न च तृप्यति दृष्ट्वापि पूर्ववद् बाध्यते तृषा न पश्यति यथा भूतं संवेगात् अवहीयते दह्यते तेन शोकेन प्रियसङ्गम काङ्क्षया तच्चिन्तया मुदा याति ह्रस्वमायुर्मुहुर्मुहुः अश्वास्वतेन मित्रेण धर्मो पश्यति शाश्वत. Okay, in the stanza 5, kasya. Okay, let's divide this. I mean, let's break this word here. This kasya anityesu anityasya. Okay, sniho bhavitu marhati. Okay, so in this stanza is saying that the beings we are in love are impermanent, and I myself is impermanent. Okay, I'm not permanent. So how can someone who himself or herself is impermanent can love another person who is impermanent? Okay, how is it possible that that love of someone, this type of relationship, will um, possibly bring the happiness in beings. Because of this impermanence, um, we cannot see each other after we die. We cannot see even each other again, even in thousand lives, in future. Possible that we'll not never see each other. Then how is it, arhati means worthy, means is how come the love of one impermanent being is with another impermanent being um, can bring bhavitum arhati. So okay, sneha bhavitum arhati. How can love between these two impermanent entities or beings is worthy of being or bringing the pleasure? Because due to this impermanence, yena janma sahasrani, due to this impermanence, drastabhyo na puna priya, the loved one won't be able to, we won't be able to even see that loved one, the so-called loved one, for even in thousand births, even in thousand, after thousand lives. So how is it logical to love, the love between these two entities to occur? Okay, so we love each other because we don't understand we are impermanent, we are not permanent, because we think we are permanent. That's why we entangle in all type of relationship, which we name as love. Okay, so once you understand everything is impermanent, once you die, you will not be able to see each other, then you don't get entangled with any type of relationship. That's what he's saying. That's what this stanza is implying actually. Okay, apasyanna ratim yati. Now what is the disadvantage of getting attached to another person? That's what he's saying in stanza 6. Apasyan ratim yati. If you don't see that loved being, you cannot be happy. Okay, happiness cannot be achieved, nor uh, samadho nata tishtati. The mind cannot stay in the meditative absorption state. Okay, you cannot achieve the meditative equipoise, or you cannot concentrate your mind, because your mind is always missing someone. Okay, so you are not happy inside, and that is why, that because of that unhappiness, you cannot concentrate your focus your mind. Okay, your mind is always like distracted. Okay, as if there is some wave of wave going on the surface of sea. Similar is the state of your mind. Always it is moving here and there. Now, so tripyati disturbs you, and if you, even if you see that person, you don't get satisfied. It's like drinking salt water. The more you drink, the more you thirsty. The more you see that person, the more you become, the more you crave from them. Carve, I mean, what you call craving, yeah. The more you crave for them. Dystopy, purvavad badyasita, and like before, even you see them, even though um, you are affected by as before. Even though without seeing them, you cannot have you are not happy until you see them, and once you see them, still you are not satisfied. You know the wish to see them again and again keeps on affecting you. Okay, now pasyati yatha bhutam samvegat avahiyate. Okay, so when you are in love with someone, when you fall in love with someone, you don't see the situation as it is. You don't see the things objectively. Everything, everything looks beautiful, even when you are in love with someone, you know and the due to force of this attachment of samvegat avahiyate, you get carried away. Okay, you don't see what type of negative, non-virtuous deeds you are doing for this person, the so-called lovable person, and then you get carried away, um, and you daihate tena sokena, and then um, Priya Sangama Kansaya. So in order to meet that loved person, you get bound by the sorrow of desire. If you don't see them, you are inside, burning, like missing someone. And because of this force of attachment, you don't hesitate to do any type of non-virtuous deed also. So due to which you gather the causes of suffering, and then avahiyate means you keep on uh, going towards falling down towards the more suffering. Okay. Tatchintaya mudayati raswa mayur muhurmur. And your life goes in vain repeatedly due to obsession of um, chintaya by you continuously remember about that another person in this way, your energy is all focused on that person, and your life goes in vain. Muhur means again and again, repeatedly, because you have developed that habit. Okay, and that habitual pattern um, goes wherever you get, even if you die, that habitual pattern creates the conditioning in your mind, and then you repeatedly get a similar type of situation in the future lives also, and then your life um, you know goes in vain, because you are not able to practice the Buddha's teaching. You are just thinking about the person you love, and even though if you see your mind doesn't get satisfied, you're always thinking about them, and you're wasting your life. You keep on wasting the life again and again. Okay. Asaswatena mitrena. So due to friendship, or due to relationship, or due to um, clinging to the impermanent relationship or companionship, dharma bhasyati saswatat. Your you know the life gets destroyed permanently, or you destroy your karma. I would say here karma. um okay, let's put it. It's saying, okay, the life gets destroyed permanently, or karma, let's say karma gets destroyed. Okay, karma should be right word here. So you destroy your karma. You This, this human life is a very good opportunity to practice Buddha's teaching and get out of the suffering realms of existence. But because you are attached to someone here who is impermanent, that person will also will not stay with you for permanently. You never know, once you die, even thousands years, a thousand lives will pass, you won't even be able to see that person. But because, I mean, for the sake of such type of clinging or impermanent relationship, you destroy your karma, or destroy your potential to get away from the suffering permanently. Okay, I'm thinking what will be the right word for dharma brasiti saswataha. um Karma gets destroyed permanently. Okay, let's put the karma. The karma gets this karma. Um, okay, how about we put the potential to get potential? Oh, what happened? Potential of liberation gets destroyed permanently. I think that makes the gives the close sense of, it's translating this English. Even translating in Nepali, I find really difficult. Translating, these stanzas, I find more difficult. You in certain words, don't give exact meaning that the Sanskrit words are trying to convey. So, this life is has the potential. If you practice the dharma, then you can liberate out of suffering. But because of the impermanent companionship, you destroy that potential, that opportunity, or opportunity of liberation gets destroyed. Okay. Okay, let's go to next stanza. Opportunity of liberation gets destroyed permanently. Okay. बालैः सभागचरितो नियतं याति दुर्गतिम् निश्चयस्ते विषभागश्च किं प्राप्तं बालसङ्गमात् क्षणात् भवन्ति सुहृदो भवन्ति रिपवः क्षणात् तोषस्थाने प्रकुप्यन्ति दुराराधा पृथग्जना इदमुक्ता प्रकुप्यन्ति वारयन्ति च मां हितात् अथ न श्रूयते तेषां कुपिता यान्ति दुर्गतिम् ईष्योत्कृष्टात् समाद्वन्द्वो हीनात्मानस्तुते मद अवर्णात् प्रतिघश्चेति कदा बालात् हितं भवेत्. Okay, in this stanza, he is illustrating how the ordinary beings are. Okay, here Bal means ordinary beings who are not enlightened. Okay, like us. So Balai Savagacharita, okay, with the childish behaviors, Niyatam Yati Durgati. So whoever saw the childish behavior, it is definite that they will go to the um, Durgati means suffering realms, okay, lower suffering realms. Neither do Nesyate Bisabhagasa. Bisabhagasa. Sabhaga means same, Bisabhaga means different, okay. They don't want to act differently to Bisabhagasa. So so what will we get? What will be achieved um, from the association with the ignorant childish being, okay. Chhadat bhavanti surito. Okay, in one moment they become friends. Bhavanti ripava chhadat. In next moment they become like an enemy. Tosa sthane prakupyanti. When you give good suggestion, when you tell them, you need to do virtuous thing, virtuous deeds. You need to, no, you should not do the non-virtuous deed. No, they should be happy because we are teaching the causes, what will lead to the happiness out of the suffering. Rather than being happy, they get angry. They think that we are giving lecture to them. Prakupyanti. So toso sthane prakupyanti. So they get angry when they should be where they should be happy. Durarada prithakjana means the childish beings are very difficult to make happy. Okay, that's what he's saying in stanza 10. Hitamukta prakupyanti. If I give advice, good advice, they become angry. Barayanti samam hitan, and they stop me also, me as well, from doing good. Hitamukta prakupyanti barayanti samam hitat. Atha na sruyate tesam. And if you don't listen to them, kupita yanti durgatim. They get angry, and the result of getting angry is going to our suffering realms. So this he's talking about how ordinary beings or childish beings, immature beings, um, unwise beings are. Okay, he's saying his the patterns or habit of the unwise beings. Isya Irsya utkristat. They get angry. I mean, jealous with superior. Samad dondo, and when there is someone who is equal status, who has the equal status regard to you, I mean, like you, then they become competitive. Hinat manner. When they see someone inferior, they become intoxicated. Sorry, they become arrogant. Stute mother. Okay, and when you praise them, they become very like intoxicated, excited. Avarnat pratika, and if you blame them, then they become angry. So see how their emotions are changing depending on the external factor. Like 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 if someone is comparative, if someone is superior, they become jealous. If there is someone who is of equal status, they become competitive. If there is someone inferior, then they become arrogant. If someone praise them, they become excited. um, and if someone blame, they become angry. So their mind is never in the calm state. It is always distracted by this type of churned by this type of emotions. External factors can easily churn this mind. Kada balat hitam bay. So from how is it possible to the such type of association with such type of childish being become beneficial? So he is saying that by keeping companionship with or friendship or with by keeping relationship with this type of um, beings, immature beings who become happy one moment and become unhappy in another moment, rather than becoming happy on the good advice, rather than thanking you, they become angry. So how is this possible, that this relationship will be beneficial for someone? So we have seen this type of thing in the society. So he is depicting now this. He is trying to illustrate the how different type of people in the society are and how can they affect our peace also. How their behavior can affect us, and stop us achieving the um, or practicing the teaching taught by the Buddha. Okay, Buddha has taught three different type of teaching: Seal, Samadhi, and Pragya. So Seal means ethical or moral conduct, a virtuous deed. Um, Samadhi means how to achieve the meditative equipoise or calm mind, and the wisdom is the wisdom. Okay, it's a light which will lead you to out of the suffering, towards the nirvana. But for that you need to have calm mind, have certain level of absorption, meditative absorption, and the relationship with the ordinary beings, unwise beings in the world, in the society, in our world, in the society, will stop us from acquiring that meditative absorption state. That is why he is saying renounce this world, so that you can achieve certain level of absorption, meditative absorption, so that you can calm the mind and you can use the insight meditation with that calm mind and um, understand the suffering, understand the cause of suffering, understand the nirvana, and understand what is the path, what is the realize the teachings that will become the cause of nirvana. Currently, the ordinary being, or the relationship with ordinary being and your way of life is creating the cause of suffering. Now you want to create the cause of nirvana. For that you need to have meditative absorption. So in order to obtain that, renounce the world. That's what he's saying. Okay, that is the um, meaning of overall meaning of stanza up to now, up to from 1 to 12. Okay. आत्मोकर्ष परावर्ण संसार रतिसङ्कथा इत्याद्यवस्यामशुभम् किंचित बालस्य बालत एवं तस्यापि तत्संगात् तेनानर्थ समागम एकाकी विहरिष्यामि सुखमक्लिष्ट मानस बालात् दूरं पलायेत प्राप्तमाराधयेत् प्रियै न संस्तवानुबन्धेन किन्तु उदासीन साधुवत् धर्मार्थमात्रमादाय भृङ्गवत् कुसुमात् मधु अपूर्व इव सर्वत्र विहरिष्याम्यहं संस्तुता. Okay, in this stanza, um, especially 13 and 14, he's still continuing talking about how what is the nature, how the ordinary beings who do not have wisdom um, behave. Okay, atmo karsa paravarna. So whenever there is gathering, whenever two ignorant beings, unwise beings, you know, gather in one place, there is always either there is, they're talking about their own qualities, they exaggerating about oneself, or they criticizing about other people, um, and the conversation between these two ignorant beings are like sansara rati sankata, means the conversation is about how to find pleasure in the world. Okay, how to close the eye uh, towards the fact or the reality, or how to find out the pleasure in the world. They just try to ignore the suffering. They will just try to talk about the pleasure. Ittadaya vasya masubham. Ityadi means this type of, in such type of gatherings, only this type of um, demerits or non-virtues are received by one ordinary beings from another ordinary beings. That's what we're saying. Whenever there is gathering, whenever two peoples are involved, we just do um, lots of gossiping, lots of exaggeration about own quality, and lots of things which will keep on entangling in our in this world, which will bar us or stop us seeing the reality, and due to which lots of unvirtues are created, non-virtuous deed are committed, and the result of the non-virtuous deed is suffering. So Acharya Santideva is saying, uh, by keeping company with the childish being, only this type of non-virtues are given and taken. Evam tasyapi tasanga tenartha samagama. If I get involved in this type of relationship and just waste my energy in talking, in conversating about pleasure of the world, exaggerating my own good quality, criticizing other people, then this type of relationship, in such due to I know that another person will also not benefit from this type of relationship, because we are giving um, you know only affliction is getting more stronger and stronger. Okay, we are making our habitual pattern more deeper and more stronger, due to which that person will also have to face misfortune in the future. Ekaki biharisyami, that is why I will I will live happily. I will live my life alone. Sukha makista manasa. happily without any afflicted mind. Because whenever you have company with, whenever you keep relationship with the ordinary beings, there's always talk about, either oneself, other or other people, um, due to which, the affliction will keep on growing more and more, becoming more stronger and stronger, due to which both of us, will will meet with the misfortune, will have to face the misfortune in the future. That is why I will live um, alone, happily, without non-afflicted mind. Okay. So cause of affliction is the ignorance in human, I mean childish beings. And the more you become friend with such type of ignorant people, the more affliction will develop, the more suffering you will have to face. That's the gist of these stanzas. Bala duram palayeta. So that is why you should keep distance with childish beings. Okay, you should not keep involving with those type of company. But praptam aradayet priya. It does. But if you see them, if you encounter them, you should praise them like you are seeing a loved one, your own loved one. Na samstavanubandena. Samstava means intimacy, not for the intimacy, to make the intimate relationship with them. Na samstavanubandena. You should meet them. If you encounter, or if you see the childish being, you should praise them like loved one. Okay, you should not let them that, oh, you are the ignorant being, you are creating lots of misfortune, so I don't want to be your friend. You should not insult or offend them like that. If you see them, you just meet them, praise them like you are seeing your loved one after a long time, but not with the intention. No samstavanubandena kintu, but um, like a says, like a sadhu, like a says who is free of affections. Okay, udasina sadhuvat, like who is not interested in, all these worldly dramas. Okay, like that. You have to meet them, praise them, show the love to them, show your kindness to them, but as much as possible, mentally stay away from them. Balat duram palayeta praptam maradayet priyay na samstavanubandena kintu udasina sadhuvat. That's what the stanza 15 is saying. Dharmartha matramadaya bringavat kusumat madhu. We all have seen that how, um, bees take sweet from honey. I'm sorry, flower, to make honey. In this way, similarly, just like a bee taking honey from a flower, or sweet nectar from the flower to make honey, dharmartha matramadai. In this way, bringavat kusumadmanu. In like a bee taking honey from a flower, by taking only necessary things which are necessary for you to have to walk in the path of dharma, or to practice the dharma. You take necessary thing from them, and then apurva iva sarvatra biharisyami asamstuta. So in this way, you should dwell in the world or live in the world like a unique, unacquainted person. Okay, who is not familiar with anyone. Okay, who is not attracted to anyone, who is not angry with another one, um, other people. In this way, you have to, like a sadhu, like a says, you need to live in the world by taking only the things which are necessary for your dharma practice, like a bee taking honey from a flower. You have to live in the world like that. He's saying in stanza 16. लाभि च सत्कृतश्चाहम् इच्छन्ति बहवः च माम् इति मर्त्यस्य सम्प्राप्तात् मरणात् जायते भयम् यत्र यत्र रतिं याति मनः सुखविमोहितं तत्तत् सहस्रगुणितं दुःखं भूत्वा उपतिष्ठति तस्मात् प्राज्ञो न ताम् इच्छेत् इच्छादो जायते भयम् स्वयमेव च यात्येतत् धैर्यं कृत्वा प्रतिष्ठताम् बहवः लाभिनो भुवन् बहवश्च यशस्विनः सः लाभ यशोभिस्ते न ज्ञाता क्व गता इति लाभि च सत्कृत चाहम् so if you think that I am rich, okay, I'm affluent, इच्छन्ति बहवश्च माम्, okay, satkrita satkritaश्च, I am rich and people honor me and many people likes me. Iti martasya. With this way of thinking, iti martasya sampraptat maranat. The death which is coming near to you, approaching death. In this way, if you think like this, if you entangle, if you are in society, you if you are affluent and everyone is respecting you, then you forget about the death. And if many people likes you, then you forget about the death. And with this type of lifestyle, when the death come to you, a kind of fear is is produced in human beings. Etra etra ratim yati sukha vimohitam manah sukha vimohitam. Wherever sukha vimohitam means manah sukha vimohitam means the mind which is confused by the pleasure, like everyone likes me, everyone respect me, I'm affluent, I'm rich, those type of way of thinking confuses, those type of pleasure confuses the mind of beings. So whose mind, whoever's mind is confused by this type of pleasures, so wherever their mind get attached, okay, in the name, in the fame, in the happiness of sense pleasures, those objects of attachment stands in front of you having become thousandfolds of suffering. For a moment they might think that you know those objects, external objects, are the cause of happiness. They might be experiencing the happiness for the moment, but because everything is impermanent, as soon as those objects of attachments are taken away from you due to causes and conditions, then same object, same detachment from the object, or same object becomes suffering, cause of sufferings thousandfold times. Tasmat pragyo natam iche. That is why the wise people should not desire for those external objects, or those name, fame, happiness, money, all those status, goody things. Wise person should not desire those things. Ichet it's tastam ichet icha do chayate bhayam. Whenever you desire those things, fear will arise. Swayameva cha yate tat. It will go. This desire, or this attachment, this attraction towards the eight worldly things will go itself. It's a momentary. Thinking such, you should you should rather wait with patience. You should have patience. Okay, don't get attracted toward the things, thinking that they are pleasurable. No, momentarily they might give you pleasure, but in long run the same things can become the cause of suffering or fear. Bahaba Lavino Bhuvan. In the history, if you look back the history, look back the time, okay, you will find that there were many people who were very rich, who were Bhavastayasavin. There were many people who were famous. Bahava Lavino Bhuvan. Bhavastayasasvina. There were many people who were rich. There were many people who were famous in the past. Saha Lava Esobiste with their money and with their prosperity, with their fame. No one knows. No gyata ko gata iti. No one knows that where they went. They are dead now. They are not here. Once upon a time they might be very popular, they might be very rich, but these things are not permanent. Right now we don't know where are they now. Where is their fame? Where is their money? We don't know. Sa lava yeso bhiste, along with their money and fame. No gyata ko gata iti. We don't know where are they now. So it's useless to run behind all these worldly things. That's what he is saying. मामे वान्ये जुगुप्सन्ति किं प्रहस्याम्यहं स्तुता प्रहृष्याम्यहं स्तुता मामे वान्ये प्रशंसन्ति किं visidami nindita. So in the society, all sorts of people exist. Okay, some of the people like me, some of the people don't like me. Okay, why should I get happy when someone praise me? Why should I? Because there are some people also, there are also some people who don't like me. And why should I get depressed if someone blames me? But there are other peoples who praise me. So he's saying that don't get influenced by this praise and dislikes. Nanadhi muktika satwa jinairapi natosita. The people in the society, okay, they have different propensities. Okay, their likes and dislikes are different types. So because of their habitual pattern, because of their habits, some people like me, some people don't like me. So why should I be happy if someone is praising me? Why should I be sad when someone is blaming me? Is their own habit, is their own inclination, is their own propensity. And these people cannot be pleased even by Buddha. Okay, Buddha is the enlightened being. His teachings has capacity to um, eliminate the suffering from the world, but still the Buddha cannot you know make these all peoples happy or satisfy all these people who have different types of propensities or inclinations. Kim punarma disair aggai tasmat kim loka chintaya. So he said even Buddha cannot satisfy this type of people who have different type of inclinations. What to speak about me, ignorant being? I'm the ignorant being. That is why should I worry about this world? Why should I worry about pleasing someone? I'm just an ignorant being. Even a wise, um, beings like Buddhas, Bodhisattvas can't make these people, this type of peoples happy. Nindantya labinam sattvam. Okay, how are the ordinary beings? He's again talking about them. The ordinary beings condemn the destitute beings. If someone is poorer than me, then I will condemn them. Okay, nindantya labinam sattva. I will just talk bad thing about them. Sattvam avadhyayanti labinam. And I disregard the rich also. Okay, I condemn the destitute beings. I disregard the don't respect the talk bad about even or think bad about rich people. Prakrityas dukha samvadai. I'm never happy with the world. Okay, I'm jealous of rich people. I'm arrogant in front of destitute poor beings. So my nature, the nature of ordinary beings like me, they they by natures are miserable. They are never happy. Prakriti dukha sambasai, relationship with this some type of ordinary beings or association with this type of nature ordinary beings, childish beings who are not wise, are by nature miserable. Katham tai jayate rati. How can happiness arises? By their association with the relationship, with such relationship with the childish beings or the beings who are not wise, who do not have wisdoms. न बाल कस्यचित mitram iti choktam tathagata. Even Buddha has said that the childish beings, the love cannot be generated in the childish being. न बाल कस्यचित mitram iti choktam tathagata. The childish being cannot be friend with anyone. This has been told by Buddha. No swarte bina priti yasmad, because without any self-interest, love cannot arise. Balasya jayate, in the childish being. Okay? So there is always, if someone says, I love you, I like you, then there is something self-interest, because you are giving happiness to them. That is why they like you. And the moment you stop giving that happiness to them, the moment you stop doing the way um, you know moving the way they want, then that love disappears. That love turns into anger, okay, hatred. So there's always self-interest in the child beings who say that they love you, because um, that is why there's always self-interest. That is why Buddha has also said that um, the childish being cannot be anyone's friend. स्वार्थद्वारेण या प्रीतिरात्मार्थं प्रीतिरेव रेव सा द्रव्यनाशे यथोद्वेग सुखहानिकृतो हि सा. So whichever love, any love which is generated due to swartha due to self-interest, okay, that love is in fact the love for oneself. Okay, because someone else gives me happiness, that's why I love them. We think that we love them, but it's like it is the love for oneself. Drabbinase etho idva, whenever you lose any wealth, what type of an anxiety develops or produce in you? Same type of anxiety, sukha hani krito hisa. So the anxiety which is developed while your love for your oneself, your happiness is destroyed, is same as that of as the anxiety that is produced when you lose your wealth. Okay, so that's what he's saying. If someone loves you, if you love someone, that means that that person must be giving you happiness, that's why you love them. But when that happiness is destroyed, then you will have same anxiety, same pain, same suffering as you are losing your wealth. नावध्यायन्ति तरवो न चाराध्य प्रयत्नता कदा तै सुख संवासे सहवासो भवेत् मम. Now he's comparing how living in the society and getting in relationship is versus how living in the jungle uh, under the tree in the nature. Okay, so he says that na avadhyayanti taravo, the neither the do the trees treat you or treat us as unworthy. They don't say that, oh, you are rich, or oh, you are poor. They don't treat us like, but like human being in society, they treat us like, oh, or you are poorer than me, or you are richer than me. But the trees, if you go and live in the nature, the trees, they don't treat you like that. Na avadya dhayanti tarabo no charadya pran. And also you don't need to worship them to make them happy. In society, you have to praise other people very, there's effortfully to make them happy. But in the nature, you don't, neither they treat you unworthy, nor you need to worship them to make them happy. Kada tai sukha samvase. When will I live together with them in such type of pleasurable dwelling? When will when will I spend life with such type of, such type of dwelling where you don't need to worship other to please them, or and also they don't treat you as unworthy. Okay, so he's showing the comparison uh, between how it likes to it is how it is to live in the society, and how it is when you live in the jungle or some solitude place. Okay. Sunya deva kule stitva vichya guha suva kadana pecho yasyami pistato navalokayan. Okay, sunya deva kule stitva. Okay, living in some empty temple. Vichya means under the tree. Guhasuva means on in the cave. In the so he's talking about all the quiet places. Sunne deva kule stitva brichamule guhasuva. So imagine you are sitting in empty temple where there is no any crowd, under the tree, with fresh air coming, in a cave where there is no one is disturbing you. Kadan anapecho yasyami. When will I go in this type of place to live? Pristato navalokayan, without looking back. When will I go without expectation, without looking back in such places to live? Is the meaning of stanza 27. Amamesu pradesesu vistiresu स्वभावतः स्वच्छंदचार्या nilayo विहरिष्याम्यहं kada. Amamesu, when there is no attachment. Mama means mine. The amamesu means amamesu pradesesu vistirnesu subhavata. He's talking about such place which is, which in which you don't have attachment. Like if you build a house, you will say that this is my house. But if you go in the nature, you know, which is, spread in the vast region naturally, you won't have attachment in some type of place. There won't be people who is saying, who is creating the demarcation line, like this part is mine, that part is mine. Okay, this thing doesn't happen in nature. Only in the society this thing happens. Okay, there's a boundaries in the society, but in the nature, the region or the place which are spread in the very vast area, where you don't have people, don't have this demarcation line, like this part is mine and that part is yours. So, Swachhanda Charya Nilayo. When will I go in this type of place and wander freely without attachment? Biharisyame ham kada. When will I do that? When will I start living in this type of place, which are spreading in very vast region where there is no any attachment? When will I start living in this type of living and wandering in this type of area? So he is comparing the lifestyle of someone in the society and in the nature. So he's missing the lifestyle in living in nature. He's now fed up living in the society. मितपात्र मात्र विभव सौरा संभोग चीवर निर्भयो विहरिष्यामि कदा कायम गोपयन् काय भूमिं निजां गत्वा कंकालैरपरैः स्वकायं तुलयिष्यामि कदा सतनधर्मिणम् अहमेव हि कायो मे एवं पूतिर्भविष्यति शृगाला अपि एतद्गन्धात् नोपसर्पेयुरन्तिकम् असैकस्यापि कायस्य सहजा अस्ति खण्डका पृथक् पृथक् गमिष्यन्ति किमुता nepriyojana. So in stanza 29, he is saying, Mirta Patra means the pot which is made of clay. Matra means only. Vivavas means Vivava means wealth. You know. Chaura Sambhoga Chivara means the cloth which is not like even by thieves. Okay. So the first line of this stanza 29 is like mere a pot which is made of clay in the name of wealth. You have only a pot which is made of clay, okay, which is valueless, okay, and then the cloth which is not acceptable to even a thief. Nirvayo bihari sami, with this type of wealth and this type of cloth, which is not even like which is not used by or liked by thief. With this type of property, in the name of property, you have only pot made of clay. So with this type of property and with this type of cloth, when will I wander fearlessly? Okay. Kada kaya magopan. Nirvayo bihari sami. When will I, spend my life without fear? Kada, when. Kaya means body. Kayam agopayan means without hiding my body. In the society, what happens is that you have all sort of money, you hoard all sort of money. You have to when you live in society. Otherwise, you cannot survive in the society. And in order to be acceptable in the society, you need to have clothes. Also, you can't just wear torn apart clothes or dirty clothes. So in the society, when you are living in the society, you are living in fear that what other people will think about me if I'm poor, what other people will think about me if I don't wear decent clothes, if I don't have house, or if I don't have wealth or property, all those things. But Acharya Santideva is saying, by renunciating that society and by going to live in the jungle, and with the money or the wealth, in the name of wealth you have only clay pot and the cloth which is not even acceptable to thief. When will I go to live this life fearlessly without hiding my body? That's what he's saying. Kaya bhumim nijam gatva kankalai Kaya bhumi means nijam gatva. So he's talking about the charnel ground here. When we die, that's the place our body is taken and it is cremated or burned or um, whatever has to be done culturally. So he is talking about that ground, which is the own body of own ground of this body. Okay, society will dump your body in the charnel ground, cremation ground. Okay, so he is saying that when will I go to um, that ground of the body, own ground of the body? This body belongs to the charnel ground. When will I go there and compare my body, compare um, my body with other skeletons in the cremation ground? So कंकाय भूमिं निजां गत्वा कंकालैरपरैः सह शोकायं तुलस्यामि kada satana dharminam. The nature of the body is decaying. Okay, in the society you always hide your body. I mean, make your body beautiful, appear beautiful. But in the cremation ground, where this body actually belongs to, when will I go that ground and compare my body, its decaying nature of my body with other skeleton? Because in that is the place where you can find out decaying body. So he is saying, when will I go that ground and compare I will compare decaying nature of my own body with the skeleton of others. अहमेव हि कायो मे एवं पूतिर्भविष्यति शृगाला अपि एतद्गन्धात् नोपर सर्पेयुरन्तिकम्. So in this he is saying that after death, one day, this my own body, my own body will rot in such a way. Evam putir bhavishyati. It will rot in this way, in such a way that even Sringala api, means even fox won't creep close to it due to the the smell, the foul odors. So he's saying what is the nature of body. You know, um, after death, that's what happens to the body. Now when we are alive, we get attracted to this body, but the real nature of the body is decaying, and due to this fall nature, fall order which is coming from the body, the dead body, even the animals like fox won't creep close to this body. असैकस्यापि कायसे सहजा अस्ति खण्डका पृथक पृथक गमिष्यन्ति किमुतान्येऽपि योजना. So even a single body, this body, when we are born, these bone fragments of this single body, whole body, which are produced together. When we are born, it is produced together. But when we depart, they depart separately. They separate into small pieces when we die. This happens to even our own, this body. What to talk about other loved ones, so-called loved ones. Okay, so we will depart. All of us will depart separately. That's what he is saying in this stanza 32. So he is telling these all stanzas so that our attachment to our other's body diminishes, so that we stop running behind other people's body, so that we are able to see the body as it is, so that we start thinking about there is something bigger. We should not spend, or we should not lose our life running behind the other people's body, and we should use this time to practice teachings of the Buddha and end the suffering, eliminate the suffering. So that is the reason behind these stanzas. Okay, this stanzas Acharya Shantidevan has written this stanza or created these stanzas to make you depressed. Okay, so to make us depressed, he is reciting this stanza so that we are able to see the things as they are and stop running behind um, you know the temporary things like people stop getting attracted because of the body. Okay, which is made beautiful using different sort of fragrance and all those things, but the real nature of the body is that if you don't shower one whole day, if you don't floss your toilet whole day, then you will find out what is the real nature of the body. And by meditating on this type of foul nature of body, your attachment towards other people's body as well as your own body will diminish, and you will start seeing the things um, the way they are, and then try to prioritize your what is important in your life, because life itself is not permanent. So one day we all will die, so we need to prioritize what is important, what is necessary, what is beneficial in the long go. So in order to cut that attachments to our own body, he is reciting this stanzas. Okay, he doesn't mean to make us depressed by showing the real nature of the body. Okay, so in Buddhism, um, one way of doing the mindfulness practice of own body, or one way of seeing the real nature of the body, is to go to cremation ground and then see what is the future, or what is the real nature of your body, what is the future, your future after you die. So the skeleton lying on there is your future. So he's saying that go, and when will I go in that ground and compare my own body, compare the decaying nature of my own body with other the skeletons lying on the ground. And he's saying that my own body will become so smelly one day that even animals will not come close to it. And even the body, even the this whole body looks like a whole body, um, but when it goes, it it goes separately. The different fragments of the bone which are produced together will depart separately. What to talk about the human beings, other loved beings, loved ones. Okay, that's what he's saying in these stanzas. एक उत्पद्यते जन्तु म्रियते चैक एव हि एक चैक एव हि नान्यस्य तदव्यथा भाग किं प्रियै विघ्नकारकै. So he is saying that we all get born alone and die too alone, and whatever suffering we will experience, um, there's no share no one can share that suffering. Okay, so we only we are the one who will be bearing that suffering. Then what is the purpose of um, these loved ones who create the obstacles? Okay, who hinder the path, hinder you to walk in the path, or practice the teaching, I mean, given by the Buddha. Eka utpadete jantu mriyate saika eva hi nanyasya dada vetha bhaga kim priye vignakarakai. What use of these are loved ones? What is the purpose of these loved ones who create the obstacle? Okay, we all get born alone. We are born alone, die alone, and whatever suffering we have to bear, so no one can share that suffering. Then what is the purpose of this obstacle creating loved one? अध्वानं प्रतिपन्नस्य यथा वास परिग्रह तथा भवाध्यगस्यापि जन्म आवास परिग्रह. Just like if you are going in some, in journey, somewhere, then you take the accommodation temporary. Okay, you don't go and build, house permanently in those places where you are going for the journey only for some time only, where you're going to remain for some time only. Okay, in similarly, someone we are traveling in the world. Okay, tatha bhavadvagasyapi, we are traveling in the realm of existence. So we are taking this birth as a temporary accommodation, just like some traveler when they go for the traveling, someone who is going for traveling, who is going in the journey, they take accommodation for temporarily. Similarly, someone who is traveling in the realm of existence takes this life, this birth, as temporary accommodation. That is, he's saying, he's talking about the impermanence of life here, and he's saying that we are traveler. We stay in one place for one life, and then when we die, and then we leave everything behind, and then go go to another life, like a traveler. Okay, if we are born, we are not born here to live permanently. Okay, we take this life, or this accommodations, or these relationships, um, as a temporary accommodation. Chaturvi purusai yavat. So because we are taking it temporarily, one day we will die. Then we will be carried. Once we die, chaturvi purusai yavat sana nirdhayate tata asocyamano lokena tavad eva vanam brajet. Okay, so once we die, definitely people will mourn. I know they will mourn, but they will people will decide and take our body to or just or burn, or do the cremation or bury, or whatever is the culture. So before people decide that, you should leave everything and go to the jungle. That's what he's saying in his stanza 35. असंस्तवानुवा विरोधाभ्यामेक एव शरीरक असंस्तवाविरोधाभ्याम एक एव शरीरक पूर्वमेव मृतो लोके म्रियमाणो न शोचति. So for the person for whom the someone for whom praise and blame are equal, okay, they don't get take part in the dramas of life. Okay, if someone is praising, that is also okay. If someone is blaming, that is also okay. So for someone, for such type of person for whom praise and blame doesn't affect, okay, for such this type of people become really uh, no, society are not interested in this type of people. Okay, for whom praise and blame are equal, they neither happy in praise and nor they get angry in blame. For this type of people, are really not what you call, society, ordinary beings are not interested in such type of people. Okay, purva meva mito loke, such type of people are like dead. They are already like dead person in the world. Okay, me mado no sochesi, when this type of people die, no one will mourn, because these are not interesting type of people for to the those who are living in society, who are running behind money, who are running behind status, who are running behind wealth, who are running behind fame, gain, happiness. The type of people who are not affected by, who are not behind running behind those type of praise and those things, though who are not affected by blame also are not that of interest of the people who are running behind this thing. So this type of uninteresting people are already considered as dead in this considered as dead in the society or world. And if this type of people, uninteresting type of people die, then no one will mourn. That's what he's saying in stanza 36. न चान्ति कचरा केची सोचन्त कुर्वते बेथाम बुद्ध देनु स्मृति चासे विक्षिपन्ति न केचन. So what is the benefit of benefit when people don't feel sad when you die? Then those type of people will not um, destroy or will not create any any suffering in your mind while you are in process of dying. Okay, if there are so many people when you are dying, imagine when you are dying, when you are in process of dying, slowly your mind, you getting unconscious, you are in all your own fear. Then you're surrounded by other relatives who are looking at you from the top. Imagine you are lying in the deathbed and you are seeing all the relatives crying and wailing and loudly and hitting you, touching you unnecessarily, and you can't even say anything to them. You are so weak that you can't even move your body, and you see the people crying in front of you. So this type of mourning people create suffering in the mind of the person who is in process of dying. And this stage when you are in process of dying, is really important you do for a practitioner to do the mindfulness practice of triple Zen and other teachings. They do the mindfulness practice of Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. But for this type of people, for these people who are dying, who is dying and who is surrounded by so many mourning people, the mindfulness practice of triple gem of these people, he is not able to do the mindfulness practice. Okay, it keeps on distracting him by the group of people who are mourning you know um, in front of you. So Buddha Dhanusmriti Sase Vichipanti na Ketana. If rather if you leave the society before you die and go in some solitary place, then you will be able to do your mindfulness practice of triple Zen without disturbance, because at that time there won't be other close ones who will be mourning your death. That's what he's saying in stanza 37. तस्माद् एकाकिता रम्या निरायासा शिवोदया सर्वविक्षेपशमनी सेवितव्या मया सदा. So he's talking about the solitude place, where we should be seeking that type of solitude, because solitude is pleasing, effortless, and since there are no other people who will be distracting you, who will be pulling you towards doing non-virtuous deed, and who will be stopping or creating obstacle to do the mindfulness practice of triple Zen. So the solitude, in the solitude, there won't be this type of people who will be creating distraction. So due to which this type of solitude will lead to the good fortune, because you will be able to do the mindfulness practice of Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. That is why I should be always seeking this type of solitude, which is pleasing, effortless, lead to good fortune, and is capable of destroying all the distractions. So I should be always seeking this type of solitude. सर्वाण्ये चिन्ता निर्मुक्त स्वचित्तैकाग्र मानस समाधानाय चित्तस्य प्रयतिस्य दमाय च परित्यस्य दमाय च. Oops, what happened here? Okay, sarvanya chinta nirmukta. So freedom for all sort of worries. Swachittai chitta ekagra manasa. So mentally focus on own mind. Samadhanaya chitta se prayeti se damayacha. I will try to restrain my mind. Damayacha. I will try to restrain my mind in order to achieve meditative absorption. काम ह्यनर्थजनका इह लोके परत्र च इह बन्धबद्धोच्छेदैर् नरकादौ परत्र च. So in this stanza he is saying that desire, kama means desire, he anarthajanaka. So in fact desire is definitely produce misfortune in this world as well as other world. Okay, in this world by causing bondage, murder, cutting, as well as in the other worlds such as hills and so on. So kama here anarthajanaka. So if you have desire for something, especially the desire for another body, you well he is talking about here, mostly the desire beings, yeah, beings of desire being realms are mostly affected by um, sexual attraction. Okay, so if you are in you have that type of desire for, if you are sexually attracted to other people, especially if you are married, then you do all sort of non-virtuous deeds to fulfill that desire. That will produce misfortune or suffering in this world. We have seen that so many people who do sexual misconduct are how they are treated in the world. They lose, not only in this world they will be suffering, like they will be dislike this type of attitude, sexual doing the sexual misconduct. Not even Western society also, you might have seen the news, especially if you are in high reputed position, and if you do the sexual misconduct, you have to even resign from your highly paid jobs. We have seen so many example in the society, isn't it? So this desire, this desire for sexual, for another opposite sex, um, creates misfortune, in this world. People kill each other for that, for this such desires. They get sacked from their job. So in this world also, they have to bear the suffering. And not only this world, you get, if you have that habit, because you are doing that, repeatedly same thing again and again, your mind get conditioned, and in the future life also you will be facing similar type of misfortune, where you will be murdered or caught, or you will not live your life peacefully. That's what he's saying in stanza 14.
यदर्थं दूतदूतीनां कीर्ताञ्जलिरनेकधा न च पापकृति वा यदर्थं गणिता पुरा प्रक्षिप्तश्च भये प्यात्मा द्रविडं च वै कृतं यन्नेव च परिस्वज्य बभूवोत्तम निर्विति तान्येवास्तीनि नान्यानि स्वाधीनान्यममानि च प्रकामं सम्परिस्वज्य किं न गच्छसि निर्वितिम् उन्नाम्यमानं यत्नात् यन्नीयत ये मान मदोरिया पुरा दृष्टमदृष्ट वा मुखं जालिकयावृतम् तन्मुखं त्वत्परिक्लेश महसद्भिरिवाधुना गीर्धैर्व्यक्तीकृतं पश्ये किमिदानीं पलायसे परचक्षुनिपातेभ्यो प्यासीदद्यत् परिरक्षितं तदद्य भक्षितं यावत् किमीर्षालो न रक्षसि. Okay. Edartham dutadutinam kritanjali anerkada. So, for the sake of whom, to find whom or to obtain whom, you besieged, you prayed messenger of gods with different way, anekada, with various way. Nacha papa kirtirva edartham gadita pura. You nor did you keep account of pap, sin, or akirti means infamy. Nor did you keep account of sin or infamy in the past. Prachiptasya bhaye pyatma, and you threw, for the sake of whom you threw yourself in bhaye api atma, means in yourself in the fearful situation. Dravidam cha bhayi kritam, you wasted your wealth also. Yanneva cha pariswajya, for whom, by embracing whom, babhuvo tamanirviti, you feel like you obtained greatest satisfaction. Tanye vasti ninanyani, so these bones are same of that person to whom to obtain whom you prayed messenger of God in various way. You didn't keep account of how many sins or infamy you did to find for the sake of whom you threw yourself in various fearful situations, and you wasted your wealth also, and by embracing whom you felt great satisfaction. These bones, this body, no, which is lying in front of you, he's talking about, referring to the dead body of the loved one. Okay, so this body, or this bones which is lying in front of you, are not other than the same person, and they are still under your control, and they don't have the feeling of me. They are free and they are lifeless. Why don't you embrace them and obtain same satisfaction? Unna me manam yetnat yetniye mana madhoriya pura dristam adristam va mukham jali kaya britam. Okay. Here he is, from this line we can find out what is the culture in the time of Acharya Santideva, which is believed to be existing during 7th or 8th century. And those time, you women's used to cover their face with veil. Okay, and if you marry a woman, you in order to see that face which is hidden behind the veil. I don't know how to explain this in English. Okay, I'll try. So in order to see that face, the man would have to, very carefully, very difficultly, very, effortfully lift that veil. Okay, and the god would get shy. The women's used to be shy in those areas who are hidden, whose face are concealed or hidden behind the veil, would immediately pull the veil so that you never know, you were able to, you were successful in seeing that face which was hidden behind the veil. Okay, so that's what he's saying here. Okay, unnan me manam yetnat etniye mana madoriya, that which is being lifted with effort. Okay, the veil which was lifted by you with very great effort and being carried down by with shyness. Okay, the girl immediately pull that veil and then push I mean pull her head down with shyness. The face which was concealed behind the veil, whether you were able to see or not that time. Tanmukham tot parite kilesa mahasadvi rivaduna. Now, as if that you are unable to endure your pain, okay, of not being able to see that face, Uh, so Griday Bekti Kritam Pasyet. See, the Griday means the vultures, okay, are have uncovered that first you, that's face you, that's for that face for you. Have a look. Passe. Kim idanim palaisi. Now why you are running away? See the face of that dead body. Okay, it is being opened. The face is uncovered by the vultures. Okay, those time, the body, what dead body were given to the vultures. Okay, and the vultures would eat the meat of the dead body. Okay, so that's what he is referring here in this stanza 45. So vultures are ripping all the clothes away from the body and uncovering that face. See that face. You were not before, because the girl was shy, you might not be able to see clearly that face, the face which was hidden behind the veil. Now see, vulture had opened that face for you, as if that the vultures are unable to bear your pain of not being able to see that face. Have a look. It is open now. Why are you running away now? So once the dead body is there, no matter how much you love another person, you are scared to see that body or touch that body. Even, especially when the body starts decaying, no one would even want to go close to that body. Doesn't matter how loving you are, how much love you were in that with that body when they are alive. Okay, after that, once it start um, start decaying and the foul smell start coming from the body, no one will want to even touch it. Not even a mom would like to touch a decaying body of their own children. Forget about other type of love. Okay, Parachachu nipatevyo pyasidyat parirachitam. So you were so jealous that you protected, that face even from the sight of others. Tadachya tadadya bhachitam yavat. That face that which you protected so much from even the sight of other beings, that face is now getting eaten by vultures in this way. Why don't you, being jealous, why don't you rachasi means, why don't you protect that face? Kim is alona rachasi. Why don't, being in jealous, or jealous one, or being jealous, why don't you protect it? So your body has been eaten by vultures in this way in front of you. Once upon a time you used to protect that body, would not even want anyone else to see that body. Now it has been eaten by vultures in front of you. Why don't you protect it? मांसोच्छ्रयमिमं दृष्ट्वा गृध्रैरन्यैस्भक्षितम् आहारपूज्यते अन्येषां स्रक्चन्दन विभूषणै. Okay. Mansochhrayamimam drishtva. The body, that which is consumed by vultures and other carnivorous beings, by seeing it as a heap of meat, you know this meat is the food of other vultures and other carnivorous animals, and we worship this food of other animals with garlands, sandalwood, ornaments, other things. Okay, so he is telling same body which is considered as delicious food by carnivorous animals, and the food of those animals we worship as beautiful thing with garlands, sandalwood, ornaments. Okay, we decorate other people's food with garlands. That's what he's saying. निश्चलादपि ते त्रास कंकालादेव मिच्छितात् बेतालेनेव कदा केनापि चाल्यमानात् भयं न किम्. Okay, this body is lifeless. Okay, it can't even motionless. It can't even move. Seeing this type of body, Nissaladapi te trasa kankaladev. So this motionless skeleton, when you see this type of motionless skeleton, even though they cannot move or cannot do anything to you, you are scared, you are fearful to go close to it. Okay, that dead body doesn't have any capacity to do anything to you. You are in fearful, even then, if even it is motionless, you are fearful to even go close to it. Okay, betalene kenapi challe manat bhayam nakin. Then why don't you be scared of the ones the skeletons which are moving somehow by demon, that as if that they are moved by some demons. Okay, you have fear at the sight of even motionless skeleton. Why is not the fear from the one who appears as if somehow being moved by demon? So he's saying that you are scared of the dead body which is not even able to move. But why are you not able? Why are you not fearful of the bodies which are moving somehow, which appears as if it is moved by some demons? So he's saying that why are you not scared of human beings? More human beings are more fearful fearful than the dead body. That's what he's saying. Okay. Ekasmad asanadeशं लाला मेद्यम च जायते तत्र मेद्य मनिष्ठम ते लालापानम कथम प्रियम. Okay, well, he's saying that saliva and excrement, feces are produced from same food. Okay, but the filth or feces or dirt is not likable to you. You don't like it. But how can drinking saliva of someone else is pleasurable? Okay, so he's referring when you are in love with someone, you just kiss them. Okay, mouth to mouth kiss. Okay, and then in that process you even swallow the saliva of another person. Why don't you feel disgust drinking or drinking saliva of another person? You distaste or you dislike excrement of another person, filth of another person, dirt of another person, but you like drinking saliva. Lala panam katham pe. Why? How can drinking the saliva be pleasurable to you? Okay, so when we are in love, we even drink the saliva of another person during that emotion. Okay. Tula garbe mridus parse. Okay, here Acharya Shantideva is you know describing everything graphically. So you might not like this, the way I'm explaining you, but it's not me, it's that Acharya Shantideva, okay? So he is showing crudely the fact of life, okay? So he's not trying to, sugarcoat of anything. He's just throwing, he's just showing or he's describing the things and behaviors as it is, okay? Because of attachment, we are not able to see that. We are blinded by attachment, but when that attachment is removed from your ignorance of that attachment is removed from your mind, then when you see the situation or things or behaviors the way it is, then this is what appears to you. This is what should appear to you. So he says that how come drinking other saliva is pleasurable to you? That's disgusting, isn't it? Can you, if someone spit the saliva in the cup, your loved one spit the saliva in the cup, will you be able to drink that? No. So, but you, when you are in emotion of that sexual desire, you will drink everything. Okay. Tula, that's what Acharya Santideva very honestly and crudely and rudely and I don't know how to describe it. Okay, anyway, let's move forward. Stanza 50. तुला गर्भै मृदुर स्पर्शै रमन्तेन उपधानकै दुर्गन्धम न स्रवन्तीति कामिनो अमेद्य मोहिता. Now he's saying, oh fool, okay, oh lustful, okay, who is who has habit of enjoying the dot filth, or filth lover, okay, or lustful filth lover, okay, who is deceived by filth, who is blinded by filth, who is blinded by arrogance, okay. Why can't you enjoy with soft cotton filled pillow? These pillows, this soft cotton filled pillow, do not emit the foul smell like another being. So why can't you enjoy with the Tula garbai mridu sparsai ramante na upadhanakai? Because these these pillows do not spread or do not emit the foul smell like another being. But another being, all there is inside them is the filth, and they emit the filth also. But you are so much attached by by your lost, that you can't even see that, or you can't even smell that, you can't even feel that filth. Etra channe pi ayam raga ragas tada achanna nakim priyam. Achannam kim apriyam. Okay. Etra channa channe peyam ragas tada achannam kim apriyam. Okay. Even here, even though the body is covered, your body of your loved one, loved woman is covered in the veil, you have attachment in there. Okay. Then why do you like this body is uncovered now? Then why you dislike it? Even though the body is covered, you out there is attachment in this body in here. Then why don't you show same attachment in the uncovered body? न चेदा prayojanam tena, if there is no purpose of it, kasmat channam brimidyate, then if there is no purpose of this body, then why that which is covered is, brimidyate means squeeze, or I mean he's referring to the sexual, act. Why do you squeeze or feel or toss that body which is covered? यदि तेन ते नासुचौ राग कस्मात् आलिङ्गसे परम, यदि तेन ते नासुचौ न असुचौ राग, if your attachment is not in the impurity, kasmat alingase param, then why do you embrace param snayu baddasti panjaram? So others, cage of bone, asti panjara means cage of bone, snayu baddha means which is, binded by ligament, mansa kardama liptam samliptam, mansa kardama samliptam. Why do you embrace the other case of bone which is smeared with impurities, such as, muscle, flesh, and which is bound by ligament? Okay, your ligament, your flesh, all are bone, all are, filth. If you don't like the filth, why do you embrace another body which is nothing other than case of bone, which is smeared by with impurities such as flesh, bone. There are flesh, bone. I mean, bloods, all those things, all impurities. The body which is made of all different sort of impurities. Why do you embrace that? He's asking the question to the person who is attached to another person's body. They might say that I don't have attachment in this body, in this field. Then he's asking, why do you, embrace another body which is full of all sort of filth? स्वमेव बहव मेध्यम ते ते तेनैव धृतिमाचर अमेद्य वस्त्राम अपराम गुथ घस्मर विस्मर. Okay, swameva bahava amedyam. So there is plenty of, filth or impurity within yourself. Swameva bahava medyam te, you yourself have many different type of impurities. Te naiva dhritimachara, have pleasure with it. Okay, with your own filth. Gutha gasmara means coprophagy. Okay, who like filth, who enjoy eating filth. Okay, amedya basram aparam. Bastra means, leather bag. You might have seen in the movie where they fill water, especially while walking in desert area. So that's called bastra. So he is referring human body as bastra. Amedya bastram aparan. So aparan means another person's. Amedya bastram meaning the leather bag which carries, all sort of filth. Forget that leather bag which has all sort of filth. That's what he's saying in stanza 53. Amedya bastram aparan gutha gasmara bismara. Forget that, let go of that leather bag, which is full of filth. Okay. So he's saying that forget about other people's body, which is full of all sort of filth. Yeah, if you examine the body, is if you see inside, if you mentally dissect your body, there's nothing that is beautiful. Even you say your heart, I give my heart. Literally, if someone takes the heart from their body and hand to you, will you even want to touch it? Will you even want to see it? No. So there's nothing that is beautiful inside the body. Oh, Bhuta Gasmara, oh, Koprofagi, forget the leather bag or full of filth of others. Okay, leather bag of others, which is full of filth. Okay, let's correct it. Leather bag of others, which is full of filth. Okay, mansa priyo ham sayesti drastum sprastum chabansasi. Okay, if you say that I like her, that is why you want to see and touch his or her face. Okay, so because Acharya Santideva is male, so that's why he's referring to the female body. Okay, if you think that you like her and that is why you want to see and touch her face, flesh, achetanam swabhavena mansam tom katham ichhasi. How can you desire flesh which is by nature inanimate? Edi chatsi na tat chittam, not tat. If you don't want that, edi ichhasi na tat, chittam drastum sprastum na sakyate. Okay? The mind cannot be seen or touched. Etso sakyam na tat veti, that which can be touched or seen doesn't know about it. Kim tada linga se muda. Why do you embrace that body uselessly? Because that body is inanimate. You will even if you touch it or see it, then the body will not know about it. And if you say that if you don't want the body, and if you say that you want the mind, but the mind cannot be touched or cannot be seen. Okay. नामध्यमयमन्यस्य कायं वेत्सीत्यन इति वेत्सी इति न अन अद्भुतम न अमध्यमयम अन्यस्य. Okay, कायम वेत्सी इति अन adbhutam. Okay, so you don't know the other's body is full of filth. You don't know the filthy nature of other body. That is not surprising. Swa amedhyamayam mevam tvam. You yourself, your body yourself is full of filth. Tom na avaisiti bismaya. You don't understand that thing. Your own body is full of filth. You don't understand. That is surprising. Bigarnakam subi kacham muktva taruna pankajam amedya sounda chitta se karati guta panjare. Okay, you don't know other people's body is filthy. That is not surprising. But you should know your own body is full of filth. You don't know about that thing. That is very surprising. That's what he said in previous stanza. Now here he's comparing how the body of enlightened beings are in comparison with the body of ordinary beings. So he is saying that the body of the enlightened beings are like a tarun pankajam means, um, young lotus flower. Pankaja bane, pankaja means kamal, tarun means young, okay, youthful, like a youthful lotus, which is, Bighana means cloudless, Arka means Surya, I'm sorry, sun, and Ansu means rays, and Bikhacha means, bloom or blossomed. Okay, the body, the he's saying that he's comparing the body of enlightened being with such lotus, young youthful lotus that is bloomed, okay, by the rays of sun, which is unobstructed by any clouds, okay, is fully bloomed, lotus flower. So rather than aspiring to get that body, what sort of attachment, okay, amedya sonda chitta se, the mind, okay, which is, intoxicated with the filth, okay. So what sort of attachment if, of this type of mind which is intoxicated with filth, in the case of filth, he's saying the human body is, he's saying, metaphorically, the human body as a case of filth. So we ordinary beings are, intoxicated or by filth, okay. That is why we get attached to the this body which is full of filth. However, the body of enlightened beings is like a, freshly bloomed lotus flower. Rather than aspiring to, you know obtain that type of body, what sort of attachment of the mind which is intoxicated with filth, in the case of filth. That's what he is saying in stanza 57. Mirdadya medya liptatvat यदि न स्प्रष्टुम् इच्छसि एतन्निर्गतं कायात् tam sprastum katham ichhasi. So in this stanza he is saying that if you don't want to wish something because it is smeared with, the filth such as soil and others, then eta kayat, the body from which tat nirgatam, that filth is coming out, tam sprastum katham ichhasi, that body, how can you wish to touch that body, okay, from which the filth is coming out. Yadi te na suchau raga, if your attachment is not in the filth, kasmat alinga se param, why do you, embrace another being, amidra kshetra sambhutam, that body, amedya kshetra sambhutam tadbijam tena varditam, that seed is sambhutam, is produced together with the dot or with the filth, and grows tena varditam, grows from it, okay, it is produced with the filth and grows in the filth, grows from it. So he's talking about the body which is produced, together with the dot inside a woman's womb and grows inside it. Then how can you, how do you want to toss that body which grows in the filth, which is produced with the filth. This body is like also like the thing which you don't wish to, thoughts because it is smeared with the filth. Then how can you, how do you, or why do you embrace the body? This body is also smeared. It is also produced in the dirt and grows from the dirt. अमेत्य भवम अल्पत्वात् न वाञ्छसि अशुचिं कृमिं. um, because it is, it is dirty. That is why, even though it is minimally dirty, you do not want to toss. Creamy means, small insect worm that grows in the field. So you don't want to toss those type of animals which grow in the field because they are unclean. Although it is minimally unclean, although they are not hugely, grossly dirty, even then you don't want to toss them because um, they are unclean. Bhavam Bhavam Amedhyamayam Kayam, the body which is, full of many filth. Amedhya jam up, Amedhya jam up pichasi. Okay, that is full of body and that is produced from the filth. How can you wish uh, to touch such body? So he's trying to, uh, show the filthy nature of body, how it is produced inside the, unhealthy environment inside the mother's womb. You do not want to, he's saying that you do not want to see anything that is dirty because of the filth attached or smear in it, but you want to touch this body, which in fact is produced in the filth and grows in it. He's trying to show what is the environment, how filthy this body is. It is not only full of shit inside, it carries not only carries the full of filth inside it, but it is produced together with the dirt and grows from it. He's trying to show what is the condition of womb inside where the seed is implanted and it grows from there. Okay, so we should not forget he's reciting all these, lengthy stanzas. We have reached stanza 60. So all these stanzas is trying to show how filthy this body is. Not only our body, another body is, and we get attached to that body, and out of ignorance, we even drink the saliva of another person. Um, so he's trying to show the real nature of body, so that we can call the attachment toward that body. Okay, we cannot forget what is the reason behind he's reciting or he's telling these stanzas. Okay.
न केवलम् अमेध्यत्वम् आत्मीयं न जुगुप्ससि अमेध्य भाण्डारान् अपरान् गूथघस्मर वाञ्छसि कर्पूरादिषु हृदयेषु शाल्येन व्यञ्जनेषु वा मुखक्षिप्तविसृष्टेषु भूमिः अपि अशुचि मथा यदि प्रत्यक्षम् अपि एतत् अमेध्यं नाधिमुच्यसे श्मशाने पतितान् घोरान् कायन् पश्य अपरानपि चर्मण्युत्पाटिते यस्मात् भयम् उत्पद्यते महत् कथं ज्ञात्वापि तत्रैव पुनः उत्पद्यते रति. Okay, again he is continuing with the, I will say it's an insight meditation to see the body as it is, okay, without any veil. Okay, so in this stanza 61 he says na kevalam amedhyatvam atmiyam na jugupsati. Okay, na kevalam, not only are you jugupsasi means not disgusted, um, atmiyam amedyatam, by your own filth. Okay, again the word come here gutha gasmara, which means you know coprophagy. Okay, someone who like eating, filth, dirt, feces. Okay, gutha gasmara, amedya bhandaran aparan. The vessel which is full of filth, another vessel which is full of filth. You want that vessel. Not only you are disgusted by your own filth, O coprophagi, you desire another person. He's to the body. He's saying vessel, which is full of filth. Okay, our body is, we know, if you dissect mentally, you will know what different types of filth are there. So he is seeing the body of another being as well as own body as a vessel full of filth. So he's saying that not only you are disgusted by own filth, you desire another vessel which is also full of filth. So he's calling this type of person who are attached to other people body body of other people as coprophagy. Coprophagy means the animal who enjoy the filth. Similarly, we desire the body which is full of filth. That is why, in that sense, he is telling Gutava Kasmara means someone who likes eating filth. Okay. Karpuradisu hirdayesu sallena benjanesuva मुखक्षिप्त विशिष्टेषु भूमिरप्य शुचिमता. Okay, he's talking about a kind of rice, Salian rice. Okay, which is if cooked, I don't know, I haven't tasted it. It feels like it gives really pleasant aroma. Um, so he's saying that if you put this type of very very your favorite food in your mouth which has pleasant aroma, just like food made of Salian rice, even though it is your favorite food, you know with pleasant aroma, if you spit that food out of your mouth, and the place where that spit spit out food falls lands, even that land is considered as unclean. Then how can you accept the body who is you know full of filth? That's the meaning of this stanza. Okay, just he just keeps continuing. He's continuing to show how our body is, how filthy our body is, to cut our attachments to our own body as well as other bodies, so that we don't get distracted by the attachment towards especially sexual desire towards another body. Okay, यदि प्रत्यक्षम api etat amedhyam nadimuchase. Even though such filth are so obvious, even then if you can't leave this filth, na adimuchase, you can't leave it, uh, the filth or attachment to another body, then samasane patitan ghoran kayan pasya aparanapi. So if you can't let go of that attachment towards the filth, then go to the charnel ground or cremation ground and see, look the horrible bodies, of others who has fallen in the charnel ground. Okay, so he's doing, go and do meditation on the cremation ground and see horrible bodies, um, to experience how filthy our body is, or how filthy the body which we are attached to. चर्मण्डे उत्पातिते यस्मात् भयम् उत्पद्यते महत् कथं ज्ञात्वापि तत्रैव उत्पद्यते रति. Okay, if you peel the skin out of a body, then a great deal of fear arises. Okay, even the knowing that, this fact, that if you peel the body out of, peel the skin out of body, then it really, you don't like that body. Okay, then how can passion arises again in the same place, even after knowing this? Katham gyatva pi tatraiva punar utpadyate rati. You know that under that skin there is nothing that is beautiful. Okay, you know that, but even then you know that, how can, the attachment or passions arises in the same place? That's what he's asking in stanza 64. काय नेस्तोऽप्यसौ गन्ध चन्दनाद् एव नान्यत अन्यदीयेन गन्धेन कस्मात् अन्यत्र दज्यसे. Okay, so here he is saying that, the beautiful smell, pleasant smell coming out from the body, another person's body, is because of the fragrance. In those times, sandalwood paste were used to, seems like used to use as a, as a fragrance. They were applied in the body, um, and used as fragrance. So he's saying that the beautiful smell or fragrance that is coming from another body is not because of the body. It's from sandalwood. Kaya nasto peya sau ganda chandanat evam nanyata. So the pleasant smell coming from the body is because of, paint, because of, sandalwood cream, or paste applied on the body. That is why the body is smell. On the anne diyena gandena. So the smell is coming from a sandalwood. So it is coming, the smell is coming, beautiful pleasant smell is coming from somewhere else. Anye diyena gandena, that is coming from someone else. Kasmat anyatra rachase. How can you get attracted to somewhere else? Okay, you are getting attracted to the body because it is really, it's emitting beautiful pleasant smell. However, that smell is because of, sandalwood. So how can you get attracted to somewhere else when the aroma is coming from somewhere else? यदि स्वभाव दौर्गन्ध्यात् रागो नात्र शिवम ननु किम नर्थ रुचिर्लोकस् tam gandhenanuliptati. If, by nature, being smelly thing, um, passion is not possible. Passion, or getting attracted towards something which is, by nature emitting the smell, that is good. That's a good thing. You won't get attracted to that body because it is, leaving the bad smell. So because you are not attached, then you will not do so much non-virtuous deed to, find out, to get that body. So that is good. It saves you from non-virtuous deed. Kima nartha ruchir locus. Why the world who is interested in useless thing, tam, Gande nanu lipte. That body smears that body um, with fragrance. Okay, that's the meaning of 66. So he's saying that if we don't apply, um, beautiful creams, I know it's aromatic, which gives beautiful smells. If we don't apply, then our body is by nature, smelly. And which is good thing, because of that smell, we don't attract other people or we don't get attracted to other people. Then that is good, it will save us from doing non-virtuous deeds. The body will not, that beautiful, the so-called beautiful body will not attract us because of, being by nature smelly. Then the world, who is interested in useless thing, which is um, which is interested in non-virtuous things, smears the body with fragrance. Kayasyatra kimayatam sungandhi edi chandanam. What is coming from the body if the fragrance, if the good smell is from the sandalwood? Anyadiyena gandhena kasmat anyatra rajyate. Why is attracted towards somewhere else when the aroma is coming from somewhere else? That's what he's saying in stanza 67. यदि केश नखै दीर्घै दन्तै समल पाण्डुरै मल पंक धरो नग्न काय प्रकृति भीषण. If kesa nakhai dirghai means long hair, long nail, dante samala pandurai, the teeth with dotty teeth, dotty yellowish teeth, malapanka dharo nagna, the body, the naked body which carries the dot and soil. If because of this thing, if nature of body is prakriti vishana means the nature of the body is terrible, scary, okay, not beautiful. Sakim samskriyate etna. Then why this type of body is made beautiful effortfully? Sakim samskriyate etna atmaghataya satravat. As if we are making a weapon for suicide, to kill oneself. Atma no व्यामोहन उद्युक्तै unmatai rakulamahi. So this type of ignorant beings who are deluded, who are lunatic, who are always engaged in such type of stupidity. This mother earth is overwhelmed by such type of lunatic beings who are deluded by self-ignorance and who are engaged in such type of stupidity of making this body beautiful effortfully to attack other beings, as if they are making the weapon to kill oneself. That's what he's saying, because as I said in previous stanza, he said, it's good thing if you leave your body is dirty, yellow teeth, long nail, long hair. Why do you have to make it beautiful? If because of this thing, if attachment is not possible to arise, then that's good thing, because of that attachment you will create all type of non-virtues. So it's good, it will stop you, this type of ugly body will stop you creating non-virtuous deed or doing or committing non-virtuous deed. Then it's really good. Then why do you make it beautiful? So this type of effortful, so this type of people who are engaged in such type of stupidity, he's referring that as a lunatic being deluded by self-ignorance. Okay, and he is saying that with this type of people in this earth is overwhelmed. Earth is overwhelmed by such lunatic being. That's what he's saying in stanza 69. Kankalan katichit distva samasane kilate gada. If you go to, cremate cemetery, okay, when you see few skeleton in the cemetery, you feel disgusted. So you don't want to, see those, skeletons in the cemetery. Grama samasane ramase, but he's living the village, the society as a cemetery. So he's saying you enjoy that cemetery in the form of village, which has crowd of moving skeleton. He's referring the human beings, who are alive, who are moving here and there as a moving skeleton. And he's saying that you are not scared of the cemetery. You are scared of the cemetery, real cemetery, where if you see, few skeleton lying here and there, but you live among the crowd of, moving skeleton, and you are not scared. Evam cha medyam api cha madhyam api etad bina mulyam na labhyate. Okay, the body is disgusted, full of seed. Even then, that body is not obtained without any price. If you are poor, no one will want to come to you. Okay, tadartham arjanayaso narakadi sucha beta. So in order to obtain that body, you need to exert effort. You have to earn money. You have to make your body beautiful so that you can attract another person. Okay, and for that you need to bear the suffering in this life as well as suffering in the unfortunate realms such as hell. So because in order to make that another person happy, you have to earn money. While earning money, you might have to, deceive other beings. Earning money is also not easy. So you might have to deceive other being to get money. So, you might have to hurt another being. You might have to kill other beings. In this way, you will create lots of, non-virtuous results, and you have to suffer in the unfortunate beings. So the body itself is so filthy, which you don't understand because of your ignorance, and that filthy body is not available freely. Okay, you have to own that body. For that, you need to exert effort as well as bear the suffering in the unfortunate realms such as hell. शिशो नार्जन सामर्थ्यम केनासौ यौवने सुखी यात्यर्जनेन तारुण्यम वृद्ध कामै करोति किम. Okay, शिशो नार्जन सामर्थ्य, the baby, the child doesn't have capacity to earn. केनासौ यौवन सुखी, how can this baby when he turns to youth will happy when when he's all youth. Tarunyam Yati Arjanena Yatarunem, when his youth finishes earning the, all sort of things, earning wealth, earning reputation, earning, um, making own body beautiful, going to gym, all those things. His life goes like that. Okay, then he cannot enjoy uh, what you call desire. He cannot enjoy whatever things he is attracted to. And Vidya Kamai Karoti Kim, when the time pass by, the youth becomes the young boy will become old, and once he is old, what will that desire will do? So he is saying desire is not useful for any age. Like Sisu doesn't have capacity to earn money, and when you get the capacity to earn money, your whole life spends earning money. You spend your whole life earning money, and then when you get old, what will you do with that desire? Even though you have money, okay, so you will not be able to enjoy the desire. केचित् दिनान्तव्यापारै परिश्रान्ता कुकामिन गृहमागत्य sayane serate sma mita iva. So he is now saying what type of works people have to go in order to, what type of suffering people has to go in order to earn money. Okay, And why they have to earn money? So that they can earn another being. Okay, so that um, they can acquire the things they desire to. So such lustful people, some of the lustful people, they go to work, okay, and then whole day work there, and they get exhausted due to whole day of work. And when they come home, they don't enjoy their family. They just sleep, lie down, okay, and then sleep like they are dead, okay, because of tiredness. So they don't enjoy the family. They don't enjoy the partner for whom they are earning the money. दण्डयात्राभिरपरे प्रवासक्लेशदुःखिता वत्सरैरपि नेच्छन्ते पुत्रदारांस्तत् तदर्थिनः. Okay, and other beings, other type of beings who have to, leave their family, leave their wife, leave their, everything house, and go and live abroad due to military, expedition, and they suffer there the pain of living in abroad, getting away, I mean, staying away, living away from their family, okay, in the hope of getting wealth. They bear this type of suffering in the hope of, happiness. They have to bear all sort of suffering, and they cannot see. um, Nechante, they cannot see putra dharans tadarthina. Tadarthina means the desirous of wealth. That wealth they will not be able to see even their family. They in order to be happy, they get married, they start family, but they have to earn money to look after the family, and they take all sort of work, and they have to stay away from the family, and they can't even enjoy the family also. This is how we ordinary beings spend or waste our life. That's what he's depicting here through his stanzas. Yadartham iva vikrita atma kama vimohitai tanna praptam mudai nitam tu parakarmana. Okay, for the sake of which, for the sake of happiness, they sell oneself. Okay, they take all sort of work, but they don't find, but they do not achieve that. They cannot achieve that, and their life goes in vain, uselessly doing other people's work. Okay, for the happiness, for the money, they sell themselves. The beings who are deluded by lust, who are deluded by desire, sell themselves in the hope that they will acquire money, they will acquire the present things, they will acquire the reputation, they will acquire the, all sort of things that they think will make them happy. However, they are still not happy. They don't achieve the happiness with this type of, material things, and they spend their life, they waste their life uselessly doing other people's work. Vikrita swatma bhavanam sada presakarinam, those who sell themselves, um, and always take some type of, job where they will be always sent in the mission of, delivery, mission, some mission in foreign land. They won't be able to stay in their home, and they take their family along with them, and with, wives of some this type of people, who have sold themselves to their employers, give baby or deliver baby in such places, such difficult places such as forests, bush, and so on. Prasuyante strayo annesam atavi bitapadisu. Okay, so that's what he's saying in stanza 76. रणजीवितं सन्देहं विसन्ति किल जीवितुं मानार्थं दासतां यान्ति मूढा काम विडम्बिता. Some fools, okay, Kama vidambita, distorted by desire. Visanti, radam means battlefield. Jiva sandeham, there's doubt that they will stay alive or not in that battlefield. Jivitum, in order to live. Okay, in order to live, they enter the battlefield. You never know you'll be alive in the battlefield or not. Such are the fool, okay, distorted by desire. Okay. Manartham dasayanti. They think for the sake of reputation, they accept the slavery. So such are the fools distorted by desire. They think that they will get reputation, but in fact they are accepting the slavery. They think that they will stay alive and enter the battlefield, full of doubt. Inside their mind, they still have doubt whether they will still stay alive or not, but still they enter the battlefield. Chidhyante kamina kechit anne sula samarpita. So some other lustful people are seen caught by by spear. Okay, they think themselves as brave, and they accept they surrender in front of spears, thinking that they are brave. Descente Dayyamanasa, so some others people are seen being burned and killed. Hannemanasa Saktivi, Dayyamanasa Hannemanasa Saktivi. Some people are so stupid they think such type of activities, getting killed by spear or being burned or being killed forcefully is a bravery. You see when in the countries we always want to go for the fight war zone areas, we see this type of mentality. Arjana Rakshana Nasa Bisadai Artham Manartham Manantamavehi Begrataya Dhana Sakta Smatinam Navasaro Vadukha Vimukte. Okay, Arjana Rachana. So Arjana means earning, Rachana means protecting, Nasa Bisadai, whatever you have earned and while protecting that, and destruction of that wealth, whatever you have earned or protecting, if that is destroyed um, due to stress of that, earning, protecting, or destruction of whatever you have earned, um, will bring, disaster. Artham, anartham means disaster. Understanding this, Begrataya Dhanasakta Matinam, understand that due to the stress of earning, protecting, and destruction of the wealth, disaster is created for infinity. Okay, anantam, artha, anartham, anantam, avehi. By understanding this fact, due to that stress, begrataya dhana sakta matinam, the person whose mind is attached to the wealth, na avasara, there won't be opportunity for what? For bhava dukkha vimukte, to free oneself from suffering of existence, due to restlessness. Okay, begrataya, because of restlessness. Okay, the mind or the person who is always attached to wealth. Okay, his mind is always restless. Okay, he's always stressed earning, how to earn money, how to protect the money, and if the money or if the wealth is destructed, then um, it will create disaster for infinity because of being restlessness. And this such type of restless people will not have opportunity to free from suffering. Of course, their mind is always running behind wealth, so and they can do everything, anything to protect, to earn, to protect. And if if whatever they are earning is destroyed, then it will create the disaster in that mind that will stop them from walking in the path, and that will free them from the suffering. That's what he's saying in stanza 79. Evam adinavo bhuyan. Okay, in this way, adinava means pain, bhuya, all paths swadastu kaminam. In order for the little taste, small taste, big suffering happens to the person who are desirous, okay, who are attached to the wealth. Okay, sakatam bahato edvat pasur ghasa lavagraha, just like an animal who is carrying a cart to have a small amount of grass in the in the in the in up in the hope of getting food, which is small amount of grass. Animals carry really huge amount of cart. Similarly, for the small taste, little bit of taste, you know the desires being has to bear the huge suffering. Everything is impermanent. Your happiness, another being, your reputation, your body, your status in the society, is everything is impermanent. But in order to get that things which are impermanent, we create the cause of suffering, you know big sufferings which we have to experience in future. That's what he's implying in this stanza 80. तस्यास्वादलवस्यार्थे यः पशोरपि अदुर्लभ पशोरपि रप्यदुर्लभ हतादैव हते नेयं क्षणसम्पत् दुर्लभ. Okay, daivahata means unfortunate one. Destroy the this precious moment, which is very difficult to obtain. For the sake of what? For trivial taste, which is not even difficult to obtain even for animals. Even animals can easily obtain the type of pleasure we are seeking. For that type of trivial pleasure, trivial happiness, um, just such unfortunate beings, ill-fated ones, destroy the precious moment. Okay, this moment, this human life is considered very difficult to obtain, and above that, getting born in the area where and in the area where Buddha's teaching are still alive and practiced, and getting the mind which is attracted toward the Buddha's teaching is very difficult. And if you have obtained that mind and you are born in that place, then that life is called very precious. Precious life, or we call Chhana Sampat, precious moment, precious life, is very difficult to obtain. And for the sake of small trivial taste, attachment towards the body pleasure, sensual pleasure, attachment toward the reputation, attachment toward the happiness, attachment towards the profit, attachment toward the um, higher status in the society. These are the small things that will last as long as we are alive. After we die, our wealth is doesn't come with us. After we die, the reputation doesn't come with us. After we die, our loved one don't come with us. The only thing which comes with us is the practice mind. Okay, our habitual pattern, good virtuous pattern which we have developed through the practice, will come with the mind. But rather than practicing the some ill-fated one, daivahata one, they destroy uh, this precious moment for the sake of trivial things, small things which are not even difficult for animals to obtain. Avasyam gantur alpasya narakadi prapatina. Now it looks like he's frustrated with the human beings, nature, or I mean, ordinary beings' nature. So he's saying, avasya, definitely go to the suffering realm such as health. Kaya syarthe krito yoyam sarvakalam parisrama sadat. So hard work that you are doing, always you are doing for the sake of this, um, alpasya. Gatur alpasya narakadipa. Avasyam gantur alpasya. Okay. Kayasya alpasya kayasya. So it's momentary body. He's saying this body is momentary. For the sake of this momentary body, so whatever hard work you are doing, you know, you are always engaged in the hard work for the sake of this momentary body. Definitely go to the suffering realm, such as hell. Okay. Tata koti sate napi. So whatever effort you are exerting to obtain the pleasure for this momentary body, a fraction of 100 millionth of that hardship. Okay, tata koti sate napi srama bhagena buddhata. The enlightenment is possible by even a fraction of 100 million of that hardship. Charya dukha mahad dukkham sacha bodhina kaminam. So whatever hard work you are doing for this momentary body, momentary relationship. So with that hard work, no matter how hard work you do, you will not obtain the enlightenment. The lostful being will not obtain the enlightened being. Rather, if you use that hardship, one even a fraction of that hardship, 100 millionth, a fraction of 100 millionth of hardship of that hardship, if you apply that hardship in the practice, then enlightenment is definitely possible. Okay, that's what he's saying. So if you do the non-virtuous deeds, suppose, okay, in order to obtain um, the pleasurable thing or pleasurable, reputation or praise or money, if you do the non-virtuous deed, then that will create the habit. Okay, due to which you create a pattern. Okay, your mind will be inclined due to doing repeatedly same action again and again, repeatedly doing same non-virtuous deed again and again. You condition your mind is inclined, you develop a habit in that mind. Okay, because of that mind, you keep on doing same activities, same non-virtuous deed again and again, again and again. And in this way, you will, no matter how much hardship you go through, the enlightenment is not possible. But if you stop and use even a fraction of hundreds of millions of that hardship, which you will potentially bear, if you use that that effort to practice the teaching, then enlightenment is possible with that even a fraction of hardship. But if you keep on repeating same pattern, then no matter how much, how many painful activities you do, that will not enlighten you if you don't change the pattern, if you don't change your way of thinking, ordinary thinking mind. If you don't change that, no matter how many hardship you do, you will not get enlightened. न शस्त्रं न विषं नाग्निर्पपातो न बैरिण कामानुपमायाति yanti narakadi betasmriti. If you remember the suffering which you will have to bear in the hell because of the non-virtuous deed you are doing for in order to get what you are wishing or desiring, then that pain, there is no comparison of that pain with the sastram, with the weapon, with the pain you sustain from weapon or poison or fire or falling from the gorge or attack from enemy. That pain is not comparable with this type of pain you will obtain in during this lifetime. You are obtaining, you might have seen the pain being attacked or poisoned or fire born in the fire or fall from the jaws, attack from the enemy. You might have experienced this pain, but the pain you will be bearing in the hell realm, there's no comparison. Okay, you can't even fathom um, how much pain you have to endure um, in the hell because of running, because of creating negative pattern or creating negative karma, or habituating a mind in negative way. एवं उद्विज्य कामेभ्यो विवेके जनयेत् रतिं कलहायासशून्येषु शान्तासु वनभूमिषु. In this way, you know, becoming, doing after doing contemplation, becoming, fearful of, desire, attachment, um, one should um, produce or generate um, passions in the kalahayas, means sunnesu. Kalahayas sunnesu means um, the place where there is which is there is no any noise or quarrel or fatigue. Kalaha means quarrel, fighting, arguing. Ayas means fatigue. Sunyasu means the place which is Sunyasu Santasu Bonabhumisu. He's talking about, he's describing about such jungle forest, peaceful place, um, which is Santasu means peaceful, which is free of all sort of quarrel and fatigues. In the society, what happens? We gather and we talk about so many things, and we forget that we are creating the non-virtues, especially if you are talking then non-virtues of speech. And then you might gather to do all sort of functions, for example, in festive seasons in the India or Nepal, in Hindu culture, certain Hindu culture, not everyone, they sacrifice animals also. So you might, if you live in this type of society, you will become like that. You will stop thinking that killing another person or another animal, um, in the name of sacrifice, in the name of um, offering it to the god and goddess. You create so much non-virtuous deed of your body, you know, and then if you are not careful, you might get attracted with another person, you know. If that is another person, wife or husband, then you create the non-virtues of your body, and you might be be jealous of, you know, someone else higher status, property, or money, you know, in that way. And then you might make the planning or wish, oh, I wish I have that money, I have that status, and try to make the plans to how to, you know, get those money or status from them for yourself. And if you don't get what you want, you might, you know, anger might arise in your mind, and you might wish, you know, bad things about other people. In this way you might create the non-virtuous deed of, you know, mind. You might forget about the causes and conditions. You might forget about dependent origination. So these all things happens if you work, if you live in a crowd, if you are always surrounded by a crowd. So Acharya Santideva is saying, by becoming fearful of, you know, what are the result of your attachment, um, you should be fearful of that in this way, like he has been, you know, contemplating and talking about in previous stanzas up to now. In this way, having being fearful of the attachment and its result, one should, you know, generate viveke, means prudently or wisely, in such places such as, you know, forests, which is free of quarrel and fatigue, which is free of all these type of dramas which will happen in the society. That's what he's saying. Okay, now in stanza 86, dhanne means someone who is lucky, okay, um, who is blessed one. How they spend their life, that's what he's describing in this stanza. Okay, Thanne sasanka kara chandana sitalesu. Okay, sasanka means moon. Sasanka kara means, you know, moonlight, rays of the moon. Sitalesu means chandana sitalesu means, you know, chandan paste, you know, sandalwood paste. If you apply in your body, you feel really very very cool, you know, especially if you are in summer, hot areas. You apply that sandal, you make the powder um, of the sandalwood wood, and then you mix with water, and if you apply in that in your face, you feel really a kind of coolness. So he's describing about us, what do you call, a palace. Okay, he start he's describing about a palace. Harme means a mahal. Mahal in Hindi or Nepali we say mahal. It's a big palace. Yeah, palace. It's a palace. In English you call palace. Okay, he's describing about sorts of palace which has the floor very smooth, and when you put your feet on that palace, you feel really a kind of, you know, very coolness of sandalwood on that stone surface of that palace. Okay, and Rammesu means very very pleasant palace, and Bipulesu, Harme Bipulesu means Sila Talesu, very big palace. It's like Bipul means it's a huge palace, you know. Um, Sila Talesu means the floor of that palace. Okay, so he's describing about a palace which has very very smooth floor, and which is very big, which is very beautiful to see. Um, okay, in such type of palace, okay, nisabda somya banamaruta bijyamani. Nisabda means, you know, there is no sound there. Okay, silent, and somya means elegant. Banamaruta means, you know, Bana means jungle, Maruta means uh, breeze, you know. Imagine in the summer night of the summer, you are in jungle and you are in walking in the forest, and you are being fanned by, peaceful silent breeze, okay, and there is moonlight also, okay, and you are walking in this environment, in this beautiful environment, and the floor where you are walking is also very smooth and shiny, and when you touch you feel that's a really pleasant sensation when you touch your feet on the when you step on the surface of that floor. So who are really blessed one, okay, dhanne, they spend their life like that, okay, being fanned by gentle silent breeze of the forest, in the space, in the very smooth, in the palace which has very smooth cool surface, okay, and there's also moonlight there. So so whoever are lucky ones, they spend their life walking around in this beautiful environment, and also not only walking around, they contemplate that this type of environment is very useful to contemplate about welfare of others. Okay, Mahayana Buddhism is always involved not only your welfare, others welfare. So that for that you have to do some contemplation. And in the crowd, when you are in society where all sort of competition is happening there, all sort of jealousy is happening there, all sort of arrogance is happening there, all you can think is how to only you are thinking about your own welfare and welfare of your loved one who support you. You never think about welfare of someone who is your enemy. So rather than you know staying in that type of society, the lucky ones spend their life in jungle, being fanned by breeze, under the moonlight, walking around. The sankramyate means they walk around, they wander, they do the walking meditation there. That's what he's saying here. Parahitaye vichintayeta. And they also not only doing the meditation, walking meditation, they also contemplating about the welfare of others. So whoever lifestyle is like this, he's saying that those are the blessed one, lucky one. If you should have lots of huge amount of virtues in order to live in such type of quiet, um, quiet place, quiet and peaceful place where there's no competition, where there's no drama happening, okay, which is very peaceful. Okay, that's what he's saying. 86, stanza 86. If you read this stanza in Sanskrit language, I don't know how good I am in explaining this stanza. This stanza is really, really beautiful. You feel like you drop everything and just go in those peaceful place. Okay, so Acharya Santideva is describing about, he's giving you comparative picture of how is the society and how is the life in the peaceful places such as jungles for a practitioner. Okay, if you are a practitioner, if you are fed up of the suffering of this life, and if you are thinking what is suffering, if you are contemplating about what is suffering and how do I get rid of this suffering, then you should always aspire to live in this type of peaceful, uncrowded places where you can um, contemplate about all those things, about your life, about suffering. What are the causes of suffering? What are the paths? What are the teachings that will lead me, and as well as other people also, out of suffering? Okay, so these type of peaceful places are very important for a practitioner. Practitioners should always stay out of the crowd, because within the crowd there is always talk about you know eight worldly things, how to acquire them. So when you are a new practitioner, you might get entangled with those type of people. So it's better to stay away from them. That is the gist of these stanzas. Okay. बृहत् बिहृत्य यत्र क्वचित् इष्टकालं शून्यालये वृक्षतले गुहासु परिग्रहारक्षणखेदमुक्त चरत्यपेक्षा विरतो यथेष्टम्. Yes, he's saying same thing. So you can in this type of um, peaceful environment in jungle, out of society, out of crowd, you can roam as much as you want, you know and wherever you want in the empty places, sunyalaye, empty places. Brichatale means under the tree. Guhasu means in the cave. Whatever time, how much of time, and you don't need to worry about how to protect my possessions. That's all the worries you leave behind to the society, and then you are just whatever time, whenever you want to work, how long you want to work, where you want to work. There is no any obstruction there, and no one is expecting anything from you. Okay, there is no any rule there. All the rules are in the society. You have to walk according to the people's, according to the time, according to the rule. But in the jungle, the blessed one, they wander in the jungle as much as they want in the empty places under the tree. They can sit under the tree as much as they want. They don't need to worry about saving their property. They don't need to worry about all those dramas happening in the society. That's what he's saying in stanza 87. स्वच्छन्द चार्य निलय प्रतिबद्धो न कस्यचित् यत्सन्तोष सुखम भुङ्क्ते तद इन्द्रस्यापि दुर्लभम. So this type of lifestyle, like you can move wherever you want, and whenever night occurs, you can sleep wherever you want. Okay, you don't need to come back, rush back to house to sleep. You can sleep wherever you want while walking. You can wander wherever you want. You're not committed to anyone. Like, you don't need to worry about my wife is waiting for me, my son is waiting for me. Okay, so, and whatever you find in the way, fruits or whatever food is found in jungle, edible food, of course, not poisonous one, you can eat with satisfaction. You don't need to worry about ordering pizza and making momos and those things. So whatever you want, you eat it with peacefully, with satisfaction. This type of lifestyle is, even king of god Indra cannot happen to him. It's rare even for the king of Indra. Indrasyapi durvalam. That's what he's saying here. So this type of people who don't have any commitment to anyone are the blessed one. Even he's saying even God, king of God, Indra, is bonded by the rules and regulation and society, and this type of lifestyle is not even available to the king of God. That's what he's saying in stanza 88. एवं आदि विराकारै विवेक गुणभावनात् उपशान्त वितर्क सन् बोधिचित्तं तु भावयत्. So having contemplated um, about um, qualities, Gudha Bhavanat, um, Viveka, Viveka Gudha Bhavana, prudently having contemplated about such type of qualities, such type of freedoms, um, having contemplated about such type of freedom in this way from every directions, upasanta vicharka san, and bodhicittam tu bhayat. So you should contemplate about the bodhicitta or awakened mind by stop doing overthinking. Um, So you need to, so here in this stanza, he's saying, okay, there is suffering, there is cause of suffering. Okay, four number truth. Okay, let's go back to four number truth. Okay, so in the four number truth, Buddha has talked about cause, result, and cause. Okay, first result is suffering. What is the cause of suffering? He's talking. He have talked about in the second number truth. Okay, and then in third number truth, he's talked about result. Nirvana is the result. And what is the cause of nirvana? He's talked about in four number truth. Okay, so in this stanza 89, he's saying, in this way, contemplating about the qualities, you know, he's saying that contemplate about how the nirvana looks like. By contemplating how is my current, ordinary life is, worldly life is, and how the nirvana looks like. So having contemplated about the qualities of nirvana prudently, one should, meditate on that bodhicitta, which is nirvana, which is awakened mind, which is the peaceful mind, which is the nirvana. One should meditate on that nirvana, or one should meditate on bodhicitta by subduing all other type of overthinking. Upasanta vitarka. Vitarka means, all the, noises happening in the brain. You should stop that noises and meditate on bodhicitta. That's what he's saying in stanza 89. Okay, now from now onward, up to here, he always he talked a great deal about, how the lifestyle of ordinary being. Okay, how they are entangled in sensual pleasures, how they are entangled in um, fame, how they are entangled in name. Okay, and they don't realize that this entanglement create the suffering. They might think that this will bring me happiness, but in the long run, these all entanglements will make you suffer. However, if you contemplate on the bodhicitta, so result of the bodhicitta is the nirvana. Result of contemplation of bodhicitta is the nirvana. So, having completed talking about how the ordinary beings' lifestyle is, now he will be talking about bodhicitta, how to generate bodhicitta, what is the benefit of bodhicitta, all those things he will be talking here. Okay. परात्म समता माधव भाव एवं आदरात् समदुःख दुःख सुख सर्वे पालनीय मया आत्मवत्. Okay, so in this stanza now he's saying that because no one wants suffering, and everyone wants happiness. In this context, everyone is same. Sama dukkha sukha sarve. Everyone is same. That is why I should protect happiness and suffering. Protect everyone from happiness and suffering, like my own. So thinking such, we so it is important. It is prudent to meditate the equanimity or equality. Paratma samata means equanimity or of oneself as well as other self in this way. Now he is going to talk about what is the ways there. So one way is that you should start thinking that no one wants suffering, and everyone's want happiness. That is why in this context everyone is same. That's why I should protect the suffering and happiness of all, everyone, not only mine, but everyone. The way I protect my happiness and myself, I protect myself from happiness and suffering. Okay, that's what he's saying in stanza 90. हस्तादि वेदेन बहु प्रकार कायो यथैक परिपालनीय तथा जगद भिन्न भिन्नम अभिन्न दुःख सुखात्मकम सर्वमिदं तथैव. हस्तादि भेदेन बहु प्रकार कायो यथैक परिपालनीय. Just like, the body has different parts, okay, hand, legs, and all those other parts. However, the body is protected as a one. Okay, you can't say, oh, I will protect my hand, not leg, but as a whole the body is protected. Okay, in the same way, jagat vinnam avinna dukkha sukhatmakam. Okay, even though there are different peoples in the world, jagat vinnam, okay, avinna dukkha sukhatmakam, but the experience of suffering and happiness is same. In the context of suffering, everyone is same. That is why, as we protect body as a whole, we don't say that I'll protect hand and I will not protect that. In the same way, everyone should be protected. I can't say that I will protect the happiness and I protect the my only me and my loved one from the happiness. I mean, I will protect only me and my loved one, but not other people. No, you can't say that. You have to protect everyone. That's what he's saying in stanza 91. Edyapyannesu dehesu maddukham na pravadate tathapi taddukham eva mamatma sneha dussaham. Okay, even though edyapi annesu dehesu maddukham na pravadate, even though my suffering, maddukham na pravadate, my suffering doesn't disturb other people's body. However, tathapi, that suffering, tad dukham eva, that suffering, that same suffering becomes dussaham, it's unbearable to me, mama, atma sneha. Okay, because I have so much self attachment to myself, um, my suffering becomes very big. Even though another person might think that this suffering is very small, but for me, because of attachment, self attachment, the suffering this suffering of mine is big. So you can't say that, you know the another person cannot say that, oh, this is a small suffering. No, because of the attachment, the same small suffering which cannot which might not disturb other people, which other people might not, take notice of that suffering, but because of the self attachment, the same small suffering for others becomes big for me. That's what he's saying in stanza 92. तथा यद्यप्य संवेद्यम् अन्यद् दुःखं मयात्मना तथापि तस्य दुःखम् आत्मस्नेहेन दुस्सहम्. So similarly, even though other people's um, suffering is not experienced by me as my own, nevertheless, tasya tad dukham, for that person, that suffering, आत्मस्नेहेन दुस्सहम, आफ्नो sorry, because of own an attachment to own self, and that same suffering um, can become unbearable. So basically in stanzas 92 and 93 he's saying that My suffering might look small for you, but because of my self attachment, that suffering is very big for me. When I'm experiencing that, the suffering is very big for me. Similarly, your suffering might not be if affecting me, but because of your suffering might look very minimal to me, but because of attachment to yourself, that suffering is very very unbearable for you. That is why maya ne dukham hantavyam. That is why I should you know remove um, suffering of other also. Dukhatvadatma dukhavat. Because the suffering is suffering. It doesn't matter who is suffering. That is why I should remove the suffering of others too. Anugrahya maya nepi sattvat sattvatvadatma sattvat. And other also are anugrahya means kindness. Okay, with kindness. Other people are also treated with kindness, should be treated with kindness by me, because because they are beings. Because they are beings, I should treat them also um, with kindness as beings. And I should remove the suffering, because suffering is suffering. It doesn't matter your suffering or my suffering. Everyone is suffering, and for everyone own suffering appears very big, even though it doesn't affect other people. I should remove the suffering of everyone, like I remove my own suffering. So he's saying that you cannot say that my suffering is big. That's why I will remove my only my suffering, not others. We should remove everyone's suffering, because suffering is suffering, and we should show kindness to everyone, because everyone is beings. Okay, that's what he's saying in 94. यदा मम परेषां च तुल्यम् एवं सुखप्रियं तदात्मको विशेषो येनात्रैव सुखोद्यम. So in this stanza is saying, if like me, um, other people also like the like the happiness. यदा मम परेषां च सुखम एवं सुखम परेषां तुल्यम एव सुखम प्रियम. Like me, if happiness is desirable for everyone, tadatmana ko viseso, then what is that is special in this me, that I exert the effort only here to remove the suffering of this only, this me only, in the quote there, me. What is that is special in this me that I exert effort in removing suffering of this, in the bracket me? If everyone like the happiness, then why should not I exert the effort for the happiness of everyone? I'm already exerting the effort of happiness of mine. Then why can't I exert the effort of everyone? That is the gist of this stanza. Yada mama paresam cha bhayam dukham na priyam. Just like same thing he's saying in this stanza, he's talking about the suffering. Um, just like me, other people also don't like the suffering. Tadatmana ko bise. So what is the special in this me? That I biseso et tam rachami netaram. That I protect this me, but not others. What is this? That is so special in me, that I protect only this me from suffering, but not others. Other also don't like the suffering. No one likes the suffering, everyone likes the happiness. So what is that special thing is in this me, that I'm just working, exerting effort um, in only this me. So here he is talking about, remember, the practice of equanimity, parasamatha, parasam, paratma samatha. Okay, that's what he is talking about. Okay, where were we? Okay, 96 we finished. Let's go to stanza 97. Taddukhena me bade tesau edina rachyate. Because of his suffering doesn't, you know, disturb me. Thinking says if we don't protect that person, nagamikaya dukkhan me, the coming body, the body which I will get in future, also not bada bada me bada. Okay, nagamikaya dukkhan me bada, that body which I will be getting in the future life is not disturbing me right now. Tatkena rachit, then why should we protect that body now? We exert the effort, we do all sort of virtuous deed so that we protect the future body from the suffering, isn't it? If you think that other people's suffering is not affecting me right now, this body, then future bodies, no suffering in the future body also not affecting me now, then why should I protect that body? Ahameva tadapiti mitheyam parikalpana. Okay, so if you think that I will be in that body too, the future body will um, be also me, and this is me, and the future will, the same me will go in that future body also, then that is the wrong view according to Buddhism. In the non-Buddhist culture, what they think is, especially those who believe in soul, they think that soul doesn't change, only it changes the body as we change the cloth, but inside the cloth there is some same soul there inside. If you change the cloth, the body is not changed, only you are changing the cloth, isn't it? In the same way, the believers who think that there is permanently existing soul think that the soul doesn't change, only body changes. So if you think that you will be present in the future also, then that is a wrong view. अन्य एव मृतो यस्मात् अन्य एव प्रजायते. You die from here, you will die, someone else will die, and when you get born in that another body, it won't be you, but still you exert effort to protect that future, whoever will be there, to protect that future's being or life, to stop getting pain or suffering. You do lots of virtuous deed here, then why don't you apply same attitude to protect other people also who are here right now from the suffering? That's what he's saying in stanza 98. Idi esaiva ed dukham rachyam tasaiva tanmatam. If you believe that, if your thinking is like that, whoever is suffering, they should protect themselves from their suffering. If it is this is the way of your thinking, then pada dukham na hastasya, kasmat tattena rachyate, then suffering of the leg is not hand suffering, then why do you use your hand to protect the leg? Okay, so he has already in previous other stanzas, he was saying that, like the body has different parts like hands and legs and all those things. Similarly, the society have different beings, but because no one wants suffering and everyone wants happiness, um, we all are same in that context. So um, in this stanza he's saying that if you say that we all are individual and whoever is suffering, they should exert effort to protect themselves from suffering, why should I bother about other people suffering? Then in your body also there is different part, if your leg is hurting, then that is not the pain of your hand. Then why the hand is used to protect the leg? Similarly, we cannot say that sufferings are personal, and whoever is suffering, they should remove their suffering. We can't think like that. In the society, if one person is suffering, the whole suffering, sorry, society will suffer, because we are related with each other with our karma. If one is in the society, in the house also, if one of your children, either member of your family is suffering, then whole family will suffer, isn't it? That's what he is saying in stanza 99. अयुक्तमपि चेतेद चेदेत तत् चेद एतद् अहङ्कारात् प्रवर्तते तदयुक्तं निर्वर्त्यं तत् स्वम् अन्यश्च yathabalam. So even though it is unsuitable, you know, that why should I protect other people? Why should um, why should I, you know how do I explain this? Okay, ayuktamapi cha cheda etat. If this type of way of thinking that I should suffer, I should protect only my suffering, not others. This is very unsuitable, okay, way of thinking in the society. Why should I worry about other people? This way of thinking is very unsuitable, okay, not good. But it happens because of ignorance of I, okay. Ahankarat means ignorance of I. This way of thinking is starts, okay. Tad ayuktam nirvarte, that unsuitable way of thinking, not good way of thinking, should be stopped. Ethabalam, as strongly as possible, whether it is others or self. Nirvate, nirvate tat swam anescha ethabalam. So this way of thinking that I should work on removing only my suffering, why should I worry about other suffering? This way of thinking is very not suitable, not good. But this arises because of ignorance of I. That is why these unsuitable things would be um, illogical thing. Okay, let's write illogical here rather than unsuitable. Even though it is illogical, it starts with ignorance of I. Okay, when you have attachment with yourself, then everything start appearing as logical. But this way of thinking is illogical. So that illogical way of thinking should be stopped as strongly as possible, whether it is yours or others. Okay, let's change this one too. What's happening here? Irrational or illogical. That's what he's saying. Okay. Okay, that is the stanza 10. Sorry, 100, not 10. सन्तानसमुदायश्च पङ्क्तिसेनादिवत्सः यस्य दुःखं स नास्त्यस्मात् कस्य तत् स्वं भविष्यति. Okay, so here santana samudayascha, he's talking about if you say, you know, for example, samudayascha means Santana samudayascha. The santan means he's talking about the mental continuum, okay? Anything that is continuously changing. Um, it's called santana. Samudayascha, which is arising, um, together. Like we call five aggregates, okay, that is arising together. He's referring to about the mental continuum and the aggregates, okay. We think that those continuum is I. Okay, but he's saying that there's a row. We say army. Okay, what does army means? There's a row of peoples, certain dressed of people lined together. We call it army. Okay, that's the only labeling we are giving. There's no army inside that army. Okay, it's just a name we are given. Similarly, he's saying that the mental continuum is, we say I to that mental continuum, um, but like there is no army in the army, saying Pankti Sena with Misa, it's the wrong view to see, think that there's army in that row of army. Similarly, it's a wrong view to think that there is I in the mental continuum. Esse dukham, that who is suffering, so nasty. Okay, that doesn't exist. Okay, we say that I am suffering, but there is no I. There is no I. Asmat kasya tata swam bhavishyati, and that doesn't exist. That which doesn't exist, then who is there? Who is suffering? Who's suffering? Who is the owner of that suffering here? Because there is no I there. You are just confusing your mental continuum and other aggregates which are arising together. You labeling that aggregates and the mental continents continuums as I, and there is no I there, and you say that this is my suffering. If that my doesn't exist there, and whose suffering is there? So there is no honor of the suffering. Okay. Aswamikani dukkani sarvandeva visesata. So there is no honor of this suffering. Dukkhatvadeva bharyani. Sarvande sarvani sarvani eva abhisesata. Okay. Um, so there is no honor of the suffering. Okay. But that suffering should be stopped non-specifically. You can't say that my suffering and their suffering. So um, the suffering should be removed altogether. Niyamas tatra kim kritam. Then why should we create these rules that this is my suffering and that is your suffering? So my suffering should be removed. I don't worry about your suffering. Why do you make such rules? Because there is no any possessor or owner of the suffering here. All there is the mental continuum and other things which are arising together. Just like there is no army in the row of army, similarly, in this mental continuum, there is no I there. Okay, so why should we create this rule that this is my suffering and I should remove this suffering? So, so we should remove all the suffering due to being non-specific. Okay, there's no any specific person who is suffering there. Suffering is suffering. So we cannot say that this is my suffering or that suffering, because being suffering is suffering, it should be removed. That's what is the gist of this stanza. Okay, I'm not happy with this translation I have done in stanza 101. Santana samudayasa. Okay, the mental continuum and samudayasa, other things which are generating together with the mental continuum. That is the meaning there. So, but I have written here collections, and I'm not happy with this word collections. Let's try to find out what can I put there instead of mental continuum. Santana, that's right. Continuum he's talking about, and other. This right here, and others that are producing together, okay? That are arising together are false. Means he's saying that whatever mental continuum and the other things that are arising together, you believe that it is I, but that view is wrong view. That's what he's saying. Okay, so I think I'm clear now here. So there is no any possessor of that suffering. So we cannot divide that suffering as your suffering and my suffering, because whoever dies now, same person will not get born. The one who is getting born is a mental continuum, and it will never be same. So if you work hard to protect that, future you think you'll be in future, even though it's a wrong view, you are working hard now here to protect that you in the future. Similarly, work to protect other beings also, which are not you in this life. That's what he's saying. Okay, I think I'm clear now. दुःखं कस्मात् निवार्यं चेत् सर्वेषाम् विवातः. Okay, someone will ask that there is no possessor of the suffering. Okay, there is no owner of the suffering, and you will not exist in future also. Then why should we why should this suffering should be removed without exception? Okay, why should we work hard to remove this suffering? Because there is no owner of the suffering. If you think that Bharyam Chet Sarvam Api Evam, if you think that if the suffering need to be removed, then remove everyone's suffering. If you don't want, then not chedatmapi sarvavat. Then otherwise don't remove own suffering too. Okay? You can't say that I will not exist in future, but work hard to remove your suffering. If you think that no one exists, you don't exist and no other people also exist, then don't do anything to remove your own suffering too. You think that no one exists and but work hard to remove your own suffering, but not others. If you want to remove your suffering, then remove other people's suffering also, everyone's suffering also. But if you don't want to, if you think that no one exists, then don't remove your own suffering also. So he's saying in stanza, there are some over smart people who will think that over smart people who hasn't practiced the compassion, who have practiced only wisdom, who are derailed, you know, might think that, okay, no one, I don't exist. Why should we remove the suffering then? But they work hard to remove their own suffering. If you really think that no one exists permanently, that is the view, that is the correct view of Buddhism, in the Buddhism. If you really think that, then why you worried about your own suffering? Then why you try to remove only your suffering? That is the hypocrite way of thinking. So if you want to remove the suffering of everyone. Otherwise, don't report your own also. Don't be hypocrite. Okay, have little bit of compassion. Even though there is no honor of suffering, but people suffer because of the self-grasping. So we have to remove everyone's suffering. That's what he's saying. In stanza 103. कृपयात् बहु दुःखं चेत् कस्मात् उत्पद्यते बलात् जगद्दुःखं निरूप्येतं कृपा दुःखं कथं बहु. Okay, some smart people might think that, okay, if I become compassionate for other people and try to remove, suffering of everyone, then, this will create more suffering for me. Why should I generate this, kindness effortfully? Someone might, ask this question, and in the reply, he is saying, Jagat Dukkham Nirupedam. Okay, Nirupedam. Okay, let's dissect this word. Nirupya idam. Okay, Nirupya. There is a two word there. Nirupya idam. Having seen the suffering of this world. Okay, Jagat Dukkham, suffering of this world. How can this suffering, this kripa dukham, suffering of compassion, suffering of kindness, becomes great to you, compared to the suffering happening in this world. This suffering which creates this suffering which is produced due to generation of compassion. How can this minimal small suffering becomes big for you, having seen the suffering of this world? Contemplate the suffering of hell being realms. Contemplate the suffering of hell, hungry ghost realm. Contemplate the suffering of animal realms. Contemplate the suffering of human realms. Contemplate the suffering of demigod realms. Contemplate the suffering of god realms. Compared to those all sufferings, these are the suffering of desire being realm. Contemplate the suffering of form realm. Contemplate the suffering of formless realm. Having contemplated the suffering of all these three realms, how come this is small suffering which you have to experience while generating the compassion and kindness for another beings becomes big for you? That's what he's saying in stanza 104. Bahunam ekadukkhena edi dukham vigacchati upadyam eva tad dukham sadayena paratmano. So in this stanza, he is saying that if um, suffering from one person, if suffering of one person, get rid of or eliminates the suffering of many beings, then utpadyam eva tad dukham, that suffering should be produced. Sadayena means with compassion, paratmano for oneself as well as others. Okay, so in the previous stanza, um, you know he talked about, some might think that why should we generate the compassion for other people, because it produces the suffering. Generating some compassion for each and every being is also not that easy process. So why should we, take effort or effortfully generate the suffering? So that was the question arose in the previous stanza number 104. So there he was saying that having seen all sort of suffering in the world, how can this small suffering which you have to endure um, while producing or while generating the compassion for other people, how can this small suffering um, feels big, great suffering for you, having seen all those type of suffering in the world? So after saying that, he says that if due to one suffering, one person's suffering, one suffering, suffering of many beings gets eliminated, um, then that type of suffering should be produced with compassion for oneself as well as others. That's what he's saying. Now in the stanza 6, he's talking about a bodhisattva, um, whose name is Supuspa Chandra. Okay, अथ सुपुष्पचन्द्रेण जानतापि निपापदम् आत्मदुःखं न निहतं bahunam dukhinam beyat. Okay, here he's talking about a story which we can read in the Samadhi Raj Sutra, where it is said that there existed a bodhisattva whose name was Supuspachandra. Okay, And this was at the time of, it's not the time of current Buddha, Siddhartha Gautam Buddha, but it was during the time of other Buddha, whose name was Ratna Padma Chandra Visuddha Vyu Gataraj. Okay, it's a really long name. Ratna Padma Chandra Visuddha Vyut Gataraj. Okay, Padma Chandra Visuddha Vyut Gataraj. So the name of the Buddha was Ratna Padma Chandra Visuddha Vyut Gataraj. So he started the teaching of Buddha. Okay, we all, no matter which Buddha come in here, they all teach the give the teaching of impermanence, suffering, non-self, um, emptiness. Okay, emptiness of inherent existence. Okay, no matter which Buddha comes, so they start the what wheel of dharma chakra parvartan, we say, and that teaching lasts for certain times, and then that teaching keep go on diminishing or deteriorating, and then disappears from the world, and then another Buddha comes and then restart the dharma chakra. Okay, so this the story about Supuspa Chandra is at the time of um, Ratna Padma Chandra Visuddha Vyut Gataraj Buddha. Okay, Tathagata. So at the time of that Buddha, the Buddha Ratna Padma Chandra Visuddha Vyut Raj Tathagata established the teaching, and he went parinirvana. Okay, and after some time, the teaching started, deteriorating. Okay, so in order to teach the beings, um, the bodhisattva, whose name is Puspachandra, came in this world. Okay, um, and then there was a king at that time whose name was Suradatta, and his kingdom's name was Ratnavati. Okay, so that king didn't like the activity of this bodhisattva Supuspacharna Chandra, and there were other bodhisattvas also, not only him. So the king, um, sent all the bodhisattvas who were giving the teachings of Buddha, um, didn't like this activity, and then this he sent all those bodhisattvas out of the kingdom to nearby jungle or forest. But bodhisattvas are here to give teachings, so they don't care about any punishments. No, even the king, announced the punishment that if this bodhisattva come back to the kingdom, then he will cut their body into pieces and spread on the side of the throw on the side of the road. So having heard that type of punishment, too, could not that type of punishment, the fear of that type of punishment could not stop this bodhisattva, whose name was Supuspa Chandra. At the expense of suffering of many beings, he didn't he didn't care about his own suffering, because many people were suffering. So this stanza says that even though he knew about the trouble he will get from the king, he could not eliminate own suffering at the expense of suffering of many beings. So he came back to the kingdom and started giving the teaching, and then the king found out about this, and then he cut this bodhisattva into pieces and threw on the side of the road. So that story he's talking here. He's talking about that story, which you can find in Samadhi Raja Sutra. So Acharya Shantideva said, if one person suffers, suffering of one person eliminates the suffering of many beings, then that suffering should be produced. Just like the bodhisattva whose name was Supuspachandra, he bear his own suffering and could not, stop, eliminate own suffering at the expense of the um, suffering of many beings. Atma dukham na nihatam, bahunam dukhitnam beyat. By making, many people suffer, he could not remove his at the expense of other suffering. He could not remove his own suffering. That's what he was saying. Acharya Santideva is saying in stanza 106. Evam bhavit santana para dukha samapriya avichim avagahante hansam padma banam yatha. So in this way, who meditate, who contemplate, who meditate about suffering of self and equanimity, who meditate on equanimity, who meditate on the suffering of self and equality of suffering, equanimity of suffering of oneself and others, who meditate like this, for them, um, you know own other suffering is also as dear as own suffering, para dukha samam priya. So they go to, avagahante, they plunge into the avici. It's a hell, it's the most suffering realms, there's no more suffering than the suffering that happens in the avici hell. So in such type of hell also, this type of bodhisattvas who have meditated, um, other people's suffering as same as own, or they have who have done the practice of paratma samatha, for them other suffering is also their own, like they experience other people's suffering as own suffering. That's why they dive into, the hills, extreme hills such as Avicii hills, as if, swans, dives into lotus forest. They don't hesitate even to go to Avicii uh, hill, because they have practiced the paratma samatha so much that other suffering, for them there is no difference between own suffering and other suffering. Okay, for them the suffering of others also same as own. Muच्यमानेषु सत्त्वेषु ये ते प्रामोद्यसागरा तैरेव ननु पर्याप्तं मोक्षेणा रसिकेन किम. Okay, here he is saying that, the ocean of, happiness, pramod ocean of happiness, ocean of, delight, that exists in the beings getting liberated by you. Muchemanesu sattvesu yete pramodya means, the ocean of delight, ocean of pleasure, ocean of, happiness that arises when you see people are getting liberated out of suffering. That happiness alone is taireva nanu prayaptam, that happiness is sufficient for you. Mocheda rasikena kim. So that tasteless liberation, what do you get from that tasteless liberation? He is saying the own liberation is tasteless. Okay, if you see someone getting away from the suffering, that happiness, the happiness that is produced when you see people getting liberated by you, that happiness is enough for you. What will you get from the tasteless liberation? Now he is um, not thinking about, own liberation is becoming tasteless for such type of beings, who have realized, you know, um, who has reached the peak of this practice of paratma samata, equanimity of self and others. For them, the liberation, own liberation, is tasteless, useless. They are not interested in this because that doesn't give them happiness. He's saying that the happiness which you get uh, by helping other people liberate, that happiness is enough for you, for this type of beings, for this type of bodhisattva, such as Supuspa Chandra. He could not care about his own, persecution. He cared more about suffering of people. That's why he came back to the kingdom and started helping people get out of suffering. And ultimately, he was, killed by king, which he knew about it, but he didn't care about it. Okay, that's what this stanza is implying. These stanzas are implying. Okay, so let's go to next stanza, 109. Ata parartha kirtvapi na mado na cha vismaya. In this way, the, because you get this happiness when you see other people getting liberated from the suffering, um, you feel that, that because of that happiness, no, even though you work for other people, parartham kirtvapi, in order or for the sake of you, even though you work for the sake of other people, namado na cha vismaya, there will not be any arrogance, or there won't be any surprise. Nabipaka phala kanchaya cha pararthe kanta tristaya. Nor there will be wish for any return, result, because you are only longing for the welfare of others. Okay, you just go and do your work. You just go and liberate people. You don't get excited about that. Neither the arrogance comes, nor surprise. You become surprised. Oh, I did this thing. Neither, no, nor you expect anything in result. You are just longing for the only for the welfare of others. There is no longing for the result. There is no longing for the anything. So there won't be any arrogance or any surprise in this type of people who have realized the equanimity of self and others. That's what he's saying here. Tasmat ethanta so varnadatmanam gopayamyam. Okay, let's just dissect this long word. Ethanta so varnadatmanam. Tasmat, um, that is why. Tasmat means that is why. Ethantasa. Okay, ethantas. Here, if you dissect that, etha antas. Okay, etha antas mean as far as possible. Avarna means blaming. Avarnat means from blaming. Atmanam gopayamyaham. Okay, tasmat ethantaso varnadatmanam. As I protect myself from blaming, as far as possible. Okay, gopayamyaham means to protect or to defend. So just like you defend yourself as much as possible to get and not protect from getting blaming. Similarly, ratcha chittam idaya chittam. Similarly, the kind mind, protecting mind, kind man, you should keep the protective and kind mind. Karo mevam paresopi. You need to you shall keep the protective and keep kind mind towards others too. Just like you protect yourself from all type of blaming, similarly you should protect other people. You should have same attitude towards other peoples also. You should have kind, compassionate mind and protective mind towards other people also. अभ्यासाद् अन्ये दियेषु शुक्रशोणित बिन्दुषु भवत्यहमिति ज्ञानम् असत्यपि हि वस्तुनि अभ्यासात् अन्येषु शुक्रशोणित bindusu. So here he is saying that because of practice abhyasat, because of practice, sukrasodita bindusu means he's referring to as white and red elements, sperm and and the ovum, which in Buddhism we call there is white element, and especially if you belong to Vajrayana, you will know this what I'm saying. Sukra Sodita Bindu means white element and red element. When white element and red element from mom and white element from dad and the mind comes in contact, then the mind gets the body, and the body starts growing inside the womb of the mother. Okay, and with the practice, whole life you're saying I, my body, my this, my here, my hand, my thing. So with this practice, if you can develop I in someone else, white and red drops or white and red elements, uh, even though it is not true in reality. um, Tatha kayo अन्य diyopi, similarly, body of other people, तथा कायो अन्य दियोपि किमात्मेति न गृह्यते. How can, similarly, how can body of other peoples um, not taken as my own? Okay, your whole life you practiced, your body comes from the white and red element from dad and mom, and your whole life, because you keep on practicing like my body, I, although it is not real, you experience I in this body. If someone says how fat you are, you get angry. Okay, if someone says how beautiful you are, you get happy. But in fact, this body is not you. You got it from someone else. No, it's a because it coming from some dad's mom, sperm and ovum. But still, because of practice, you develop this sense of this feeling of I in this body. Similarly, with practice, how can another person's body, other people's body, be not create, not taken as or experienced as own body? Paratvam tu sokaya se stita meva naduskaram. Similarly, otherness of this body, if you keep on saying this body is not me, if you keep on practice that, it won't be difficult to see this body as others. So he's saying with practice, it is possible to take others' body as mine and my body as others. Okay, now he's slowly starting to, he's finishing the talk about a practice, talking about the practice which is called equanimity of self and others, and similar slowly he is directing, leading the talk towards starting to talk about exchanging self and others. For now, this body is mine and that body is others. Okay, our experience is like that. But in fact, if you analyze closely, this body comes from dad and mom. Okay, it's not mine. This body is not mine. Because mine, there was because the mine and sperm and ovum, or white element and red element, came in contact together, the body started growing, and the mind confused it as as my own because of the practice. If this can happen, then why can't the body of other be experienced as mine, and my own body be experienced as others? Now he's starting to talk about exchanging oneself with others. Okay, this is another practice which is very effective practice to generate the bodhicitta. Okay. ज्ञात्वा सदोषम् आत्मानं परानपि गुणोदधिम् आत्मभावपरित्यागं परादानं च भावयेत्. Okay, so gyatva sadosa atmanam means knowing that oneself having full of faults, knowing that one you are full of faults, and paran api gurudadin means others having ocean full of virtues. Atma bhava परित्यागम Paradhanam cha bhavayat. Um, one should practice on giving up the feeling of self and accept other as oneself. Okay. Kayasya kayasya avayevatvena yathabhishta karadaye. Because hands, kar means hands, adaya means etc. Hands and etc. means hands, legs, and other body part are desirable avista because of being part of the body. Kayasya ava eva means part. Okay, because hands and other part of the body are part of the body. Other organs are part of the body. That is why um, these parts are desirable. Jagato vayevattena because dehina tatha kasmanna. Okay, so dehina means the beings are also part of the world. Okay, part of the society. Uh, why can't be why can't those all beings be desirable? Because you like the hands, legs, head, and all those part of the body because they are the part of the body that they are the part of your body. That is why you like the hands and legs and and other part of the body. Similarly, living beings, this society, this world is made up of living beings, and living beings, each and every individual are part of society. Then why can't they be desirable? Okay, we cannot survive alone individually. We are all interconnected. All the animals, including not only human beings, all the animals, living beings in the society, we are all dependent on each other. So in that sense, we are the part of this world. Then why can't we like, or why can't the living beings be desirable? यथात्म बुद्धि व्यासात व्यासात शोकाय अस्मिन् निरात्मके परेष्वपि तथात्मत्वं किम अभ्यासन सात न जायते. यथात्म बुद्धि अभ्यासात शोकाय अस्मिन् निरात्मके. He's talking about own body which is not self. Okay, niratmake which is not self. Okay, is is experienced as self because of practice. Then pare sopi tathatmatvam, in the same way kim abhyasat na jayate. Similarly with practice, um, how can how can you not develop feeling of self in others body? Okay, so with practice he's saying it is possible to see other people's body as your own body, and to um, justify his this statement. He's saying that when you were born, your mind came in contact with your sperm and ovum of your moms and dad, and then your body started developing from there. And with continuous practice, you started saying, this body is me, my, and mine. Similarly, um, because because of being part of the body, you started liking hands, legs, um, hairs, and different parts of body. Similarly, the mind is, I mean, the beings, the society beings are the part of the society. Why can't you start, uh, start desire, start the practice? With practice, it is possible um, to see or feel or experience other people's body also on. Okay, evam parartham kirtvapi namado na bismaya. So if you practice in this way, if you practice seeing other people's body as your own body, um, because of being part of the society, in this way, by working, even after working for the sake of other people, because you already practice seeing them as yourself, there won't be any mother, not a bismaya. There won't be any neither any practice or sorry pride or any surprise. Atmanam bhoja itoiva, as if you are feeding yourself. Phalasa na jayate. Even though you do works for other people, you feel like you're feeding yourself, and then you will not start expecting anything in the result. Okay, all of in the return, all of our suffering mostly is the expectation. Okay, because you think that I exist here and the rest of the world exists there. Rest of the world is separate or detached from me. That's how we all individual beings experience. And whoever make us, this me happy becomes my friend. um, and we and whoever doesn't make this me happy becomes our friend or stranger. Okay, so, and those friends also, as long as they are there making you happy, then you will, you know they will be yours. Okay, you will like them, because as long as they make you happy. But the moment they stop making you happy, they will turn into, you know stranger or enemy. So this all is happening because you are expecting in return. But if you start seeing each and every beings as yourself, then no matter what you do for other people, it doesn't matter, it has to be your friend, you will do the things for your enemy also. You will start doing the things for the strangers also, because for you, through the practice, you start seeing everybody as you. There is no I versus rest of the world. Okay, with the practice there is only I there. So in this way, you can do the things for other people and you will not expect anything in the return, because you will feel that I'm feeding my own body. I'm feeding myself, not I'm serving myself, not other people. There is no any you there. Okay, everything is me. So this type of feeling will start um, arising in you, and then it will caught that feelings of I, arrogance. And when you reach this state, then even though you do other things for other, there won't be any pride or surprise. Okay, because you feel like you are not feeding any stranger, you are feeding yourself. So when you reach the peak of paratma samatha practice, that's how you start feeling about yourself and others. Okay, that's what he's saying in stanza 116. तस्मात् यथार्थी शोकादे आत्मानं गोप्तुमिच्छसि रक्षा चित्तं दया चित्तं जगत्य व्यस्येताम तथा. Jagati abhesye tam tatha. Okay, so here he's saying that that is why tasmat etha arthi sokade atmanam goptum ichhasi. So goptum means protect. Ichhati means you want to. Similar. That is why the way you want to protect yourself, atmanam goptum ichhasi, from arti sok. Arti means suffering. Sokade means sok. Miseries, all those things. The way you want to protect yourself from arti and sok, sokade. Similarly, in the same way, you need to establish, or you need to have, or you need to generate racha chittam daya chittam, the mind, the protective and compassionate mind, jagati, for the in the world, or for the world. You need to practice in that way to generate protective and compassionate mind for the world. अद्य तिष्ठत्थो नाथ स्वनामप्यवलोकितः पर्षच्छारद्यभयम् अपि अपनेतुं जनस्यहि. Okay, here he is talking about what was the bhav of um, Arya Avalokiteswara, because when Arya Avalokiteswara was practicing as as a bodhisattva, he took the vow that he blessed his name, that whoever is scared of facing groups. We have the fear when we have to talk in front of great assembly. We have the fear inside. So whoever has this type of fear, if they take the name of Avalokiteswara, he will apane metum janasya hi bhayam api apanetum. So he said that I will remove that fear of facing the crowd. Okay, so Arya Avalokiteswar is considered epitome of compassion of Buddha. So when he was practicing, he was practicing that compassion, and in during that practice he blessed his name, saying that whoever takes my name while facing the crowd or assembly, then I will take that fear out of that person. So that's how he developed that his compassion. He reached in the peak of compassion, his practice of compassion. So that's what he's talking about in stanza 818. So similarly, we should generate the compassionate mind for the world. Just like we want to protect ourselves from all different types of suffering, we should develop same type of wish, same type of compassionate and protective mind for the world also, like Arya Avalokiteswara developed it. Because of his practice, now if you are fearful of talking in front of assembly or audience, if you take the name of Arya Avalokiteswara, he blessed his name. Okay, he bowed himself. He blessed his name like that. So if whoever takes his name, um, the fear of facing the assembly will be removed. दुष्करान् न निर्वर्तेत यस्मात् अभ्यासशक्तितः यसैव श्रवणात् त्रासस् तेनैव न विनारति. Okay, duskaran na nirvartet. Here he is saying that because something is difficult, you should not stop oneself because something is difficult. Why? Because esmat abhyasa saktita, with the power of practice, esaiva sravanat trasa, the thing which um, once used to give fear, even hearing. Okay, um, that same thing, without doing that same thing, you will not have peace in your mind. So you need to do that same thing which once used to give fear in you. This all happens because of practice. That is by because this practice is very difficult. That is thinking such, you should not stop. We have heard the story of Buddhas, even Sakyamuni Buddha. It is said that when he was in previous life, when he was doing his bodhicharya practice, um, he caught his body part and fed to the tigress, because she was about to eat her own children. Um, so to prevent her from doing that non-virtuous deed, he caught his own body part and gave to tigress. So tigress. So when we hear this type of story, it gives, it makes us, it gives goosebump. Okay, we get scared of such practices, such deeds of bodhisattvas. However, Acharya Santideva is saying that you should not, stop thinking that this is very difficult, because with practice, anything becomes possible. So the thing which once give you fear, you won't find peace without doing same activity, and that happens with the peace. Sorry, practice. That's what he's saying in stanza 19, 119. Atmanam cha paran saiva yah sigram tratu michati. Whoever wants to um, you know protect oneself as well as others very quickly, sa charet param guhyam. So that person should conduct um, um, according to the most sacred paratma parivartanam. Okay, parivartanam. So he now is talking about the practice which is called exchanging self and others. Okay, up to now he was talking about paratma samata, and after that practice he is talking about another practice for the generation of bodhicitta, which is called exchanging self and others. Okay, let's see how we practice this thing. This is really interesting practice, and anything is possible. That's what he says. Okay, anything is. You might think that, oh, how come it is possible to think other people's body as own? But with practice, if you can think the body you got from your parents as yours, then it is possible to see other people's body as yours also, and see your body also as others' body. Okay, that is how we do the exchanging of self and others. Yasmin atmani ati snehat alpadapi bhayad bhayam na duise ka tam atmanam satruvat yo bhayavaha. So yasmin atmani means in this self. Okay, um, ati snehat means because of too much love. Okay, because of too much attachment in this self, alpad api, even from a small minor fear, alpad api bhayat, from the small fear, even minor fear, bhayam. Okay, so one will feel fear, great fear from even a small fear because of attachment to this self. That's what this line implies, means. Now, this duiset kas ka. So, who would not get angry? Tham atmanam, with that self. Satruvat yo, which is bhayavaha, which is fearsome as an enemy. So, okay, because you are too much attached to yourself. That is why even a small fear produces, great fear. So this that is why this self or attachment to the self is, or self is like an enemy. It's fearsome like an enemy. That is why who would not get angry with such self. So he's now teaching how to how to renounce this self. Okay, in previous stanzas he was teaching about how to renounce the external things. Now in these stanzas, from these stanzas, especially from the practice of paratma samata, and up to here, or after up to end of this chapter, he will be teaching ways to renounce the self, because this self or attachment to this self is the cause of great deal of suffering. So who would not get angry with this self which is fearsome as an enemy. That's what he's saying. Yo mandya chut pipasadi pratikara चिकित्सया पश्चिम पछि मत्स्य मृगान हन्ति परिपन्थम च तिष्ठति. So whoever, he who hides by the side of the roads, um, to to rob or rob and kill birds. Pachi must say, pachi means bird, must say means fish, mirgan means deer. So any animals, any type of animals, in order to kill them, who sit who hides or sit by the side, so that they will kill if they see any bird or fish or deer. um, so they will kill them in with that desire, in order to remove own diseases, on own hunger or own thirst. Whoever wish to kill other animals, yo lava satkriya hetu, and whoever, in order to get profit and honor, pitara wapi marayet, who kills own parents, ratnatraye swama the death. Okay, the things which are offered to the triple gems, they whoever takes these things, whoever kills the parents in order for the profit and honors, whoever takes the things belonging to the triple gems, yena, due to this action, they will become abichi in the no bhave. They will become the fuel in the abichi hell, due to this type of heinous crime or heinous act. Okay. Um, so these two stanzas, 122 and 123, is saying what are the heinous act which are the cause of you suffering in the hell. So he says that if you, for in order to remove your own disease or own weakness, mande means weakness, um, Chutpipasa means hunger and thirst. In order to chikirsaya means desire. Pratikara means in order to remove hunger, thirst, disease. If whoever panchi matsya mrigan hanti, whoever kills the bird, fish, deer, or paripantham chatistati, in order to hunt them, they hide by the side of the road. And whoever, in order to get profit and honor, kill their own parents and take the things offered to the three ratnas, you know uh, due to this type of non-virtuous deeds, um, they will become the fuel in the Abhichi hell. That means they will suffer in the Abhichi hell. Ka Pandita tam atmanam ichet rachet prapujayet. So who the wise person, which white person, which prudent person will ichet rachet prapujayet, will want, protect and worship tam atmanam, this type of soul, such soul. Na pasyet shatruvas sa enam, who would not see this soul as an enemy. Ka sainam pratimanayet, who will respect it. Because all the suffering in the world is because of this soul or this I. Okay, so who would not see this I or this soul as an enemy? Who will want to protect it? Who will want to worship it? Who will not despise it? Because this Atma is so dangerous, like an enemy. It can throw you to the Abhichi hell. It has capacity to throw you to the Abhichi hell. Our external enemy don't have that capacity. They will give little bit of pain in our body that might last as long as you live. But this soul inside you has capacity to throw you to the Abhichi hell. So in such in such situation, who would love this soul or this self? Who won't see it as enemy? That's what he's saying in stanza 124. यदि दास्यामि किं भोच्छे इति आत्मार्थे पिशाचता यदि भोच्छे किं ददामीति परार्थे देवराजता. Okay, so he's talking about two qualities here. One is the pisachata, means devilishness. I don't know if it's the right word or not. Devil, the way the devil thinks. And the another word is godliness. Okay, if if your way of thinking is like, if I eat this, whatever you have, if I use it for myself, if I consume that, then what will other people eat? What will other people will consume? Then this way of edi boche kim dadamiti, this way of thinking, if I take this one, and what will I give it to other people? What will other people will take? This type of thinking for other people, pararthe devarajata. So this way of thinking for other peoples is the godliness. Okay, only God think like that. But edi dasyami kim boche, if I give this, then what will I eat? So this way of thinking for oneself is the devilishness. Okay, pisachata. That's what he's saying. Atmartham pidayitvan pidayitva anyam narak anyam. Atmartham pidayitva anyam narakadisu pachyate. Atmanam pidayitva tu parartham sarva sampata. Okay, so here he's saying that if you give torture to other or trouble other for your oneself, for your own happiness, then that will lead to you get cooked in the hell. That means that you will suffer in the hell. Okay, so the cause of suffering in the hell is troubling other people for own sake. Atmanam pidayitva tu parartham sarva sampada. So if you trouble yourself, you give if you give some trouble to yourself in order to help other people for the sake of other people, then you will acquire all the fortune. Okay. So he's saying that what is the cause of suffering and what is the cause of um, fortune. He's saying that if you trouble other people for own sake, you will have suffering in the hell, and if you trouble yourself in order to help other, then you will acquire all the fortunes. So he's talking about what is virtue and what is non-virtue. So whatever you do will become virtue if you do it for other people, and whatever you do for yourself by giving trouble to other people, then that will become non-virtue. So the action doesn't have um, action itself will become virtuous or non-virtuous depending upon your intention. If you are intending to other people, harm other people in order to make yourself, that action will be non-virtuous. And if you are, you know, um, taking all this trouble in order to help other people, then that will become virtuous, and you will not suffer. That won't be cause of suffering, but that will be that action, that same action, which is directed for the benefit of other people, will create happiness for you. That's what he's saying in stanza 126. Durgati नीचता मूर्ख्यम ययैवात्मनो नत उन्नत इच्छया tam eva अन्यत्र samkramya sugati satkriti mati. Okay, so just now I explained, whatever um, with the wish of making own benefit, whatever you do, whatever is done with the wish for making for own benefit, whatever you do, that will lead to durgati, means misfortune, nichata, demerit, and morkhem means stupidity. And that same thing, whatever you do to make yourself happy, if you do same thing, if you direct that same thing towards other people, annetra tam eva annetra sankramya, if you direct that same thing towards other people, same activities towards other people, will produce satkriti mati. Satkriti mati, so that is the fortune. Satkriti, sugati means fortune, sugati, satkriti means virtue, and mati means intelligence. Okay, so action doesn't have same action can be um, virtuous or non-virtuous, or same action can bring fortune or non-fortune, or same action is called as stupidity or intelligence depending on the intention. Okay, your intention is important. That's what he's saying. If you are intended to bring happiness to other people, then it will create the fortune, virtue, and it will be called as intelligence. But if you do same action in order to make yourself happy by hurting other people, then same action will result in misfortune, demerit, and stupidity. आत्मार्थं परमाज्ञप्य दासत्वाद्यनुभूयते परार्थं त्वेन न माज्ञप्य स्वामित्वाद्य अनुभूयते आदि अनुभूयते. Okay, so atmartham paramagyapya, in order, if you give orders to other people in order for your own benefit, dasatva di, you will experience, anubhuyate means you will experience slavery and other type of suffering. Parartham twena ma gyapya, but if you give order to this soul for benefit of others, Swamitwadya anubhuyate. You will experience lordship and you will experience lots of happiness in the future. Okay, we have experienced this same thing, isn't it? So if you tell other people to do your works, then you lack that skill, you know, and then eventually you will become dependent, too much dependent on other people. That means um, you will be slave of other people. Similarly, if you do everything yourself, then you develop that skill. Okay, you can survive in any type of situation. So that means um, you are like a um, not a servant. You are like a lord. So lordship will be experienced. If you are skillful, then you don't depend on other people. You are master of your own self. You are not slave of other people. That's what he's saying. So ये केचित् दुखिता लोके सर्वे te sukha swasukhetaya. So whatever suffering is in the world, ये केचित् dukhita loke. So whatever suffering is in the world, sarve te sukha swasukhetaya. All those sufferings are because of wish of own happiness. If you see any beings in the world who is suffering, then you if you go on investigating, then you'll find out um, his or her own wish to be happy, selfish wish of happiness is making them suffering in the world. Ekechit sukhita loke. Whoever are, if you see happy person in the world, mostly you will find that they wish happiness for others. Sarve te ne sukhesaya. So those all happiness in you is arising because of the wish of your wish to for other people to be happy. So whatever suffering, if you think that you are suffering, then do little bit of investigation, you'll find out because you are wishing for your only your happiness. That's why you are suffering. If you want to be happy, then give the happiness to the other peoples, to the world, to other peoples. If you wish to be happy, yeah. Here also he's saying what is the cause of happiness and what is the cause of suffering. Okay, cause of suffering. If you wish to hurt other people, that is the cause of suffering. If you kill animal, if you kill your parents, if you take the things from other people, actually he is talking about, we all know about the 10 virtuous deeds and 10 non-virtuous deeds. So he's talking about what are the non-virtuous deed, what are the non-virtuous deed. Okay, so if you do, you know if you kill, then you will suffer. That's what he's saying. Okay, if you wish goodness for other people, if you are, for mentally, if you are um, harboring malice in your brain, then that is the non-virtue of mind, isn't it? So if you have this type of malice in your mind, then you will suffer. But if you wish happiness instead to other people, then you will be happy. So he is saying, um, what are the non-virtues of body, non-virtues of speech and mind. Okay, he's talking about those things here. We know that non-virtue of body is killing, no? Stealing, sexual misconduct, and similarly, non-virtue of speech is like telling lie, quarreling, making other people, dividing other people, making other people fight with each other, backbiting. Those are non-virtues we do from the speech. And then coveting, you wishing other to take stuff from other people, wishing bad luck for other people. All the wishes, negative wishes, and are the non-virtues of the mind. So if you do non-virtuous deed from the body, speech, and mind, you will suffer. and if you um, do activities, same activity can be virtuous or non-virtuous. If your intention is depending upon your intention is for self-satisfaction, self-happiness, or the happiness of other people. Okay, that's what he has been telling in these stanzas. Bahuna wa kim uktena. So he said, what is use of talking anymore? Okay, so he's saying that what the use of giving any more examples? Disse tam, see that difference. Tam antaram, idam antaram. See this difference. Swartharthinascha balasya. So see this difference in between the ordinary beings who works only for their own benefit. Munechanyartha karina. So in the Buddha who works for the benefit of others. So always Buddha and Bodhisattvas work for the benefit of others. That's why they become Buddha. They are because that is why they are Bodhisattvas. But we ordinary being, you know, fight with each other in the hope that this fight will make ourselves happy, but instead we suffer more. So he's saying that see this difference amongst or between the ordinary being and the Buddha. Buddha work for the benefit of others. That is why they are happy. They are out of suffering. But the ordinary being always work for their own self-interest. That's why they are never out of suffering. Okay. एकेचित् दुःखिता लोके सर्वे ते स्वसुखेच्छया एकेचित् सुखिता लोके सर्वे ते अन्य सुखेच्छया बहुना वा किम् उक्तेन दृश्यताम् इदं अन्तरम् स्वार्थार्थिनश्च बालस्य मुनेश्चान्य नार्थकारिण. This very beautiful stanzas, these two. न नाम साध्यं बुद्धत्वं संसारेऽपि कुतः सुखम् स्वसुखस्यान्य दुःखेन परिवर्तम kurvata. Okay, so if you don't exchange your happiness with other people's suffering, it is not possible. Forget about enlightenment. Okay, enlightenment is not possible with this type of thinking. But even happiness in this world, in this very world, is also not possible if you do not exchange own happiness with others suffering. Astam tavat paroloko दृष्टोऽप्यर्थो न सिद्ध्यति भृत्यस्य कुर्वत कर्म स्वामिनो ददतो भृतिम्. Astam tavat paroloko. Meanwhile, forget about the future life. You have a seen future life. Let's talk about this very life. If you know if servant doesn't work for master, and if master doesn't look after servants, and they don't give the salary of servant, um happiness is not possible in this very world. Forget about the that future world. Okay, so he's saying we are dependent on each other for the happiness. Servant is dependent on master. Master is dependent on servant. So it's no point on thinking about your own benefit. We need to think about the overall benefit of everyone in order to be happy in this world. That's what he's saying in these stanzas. त्यक्त्वा न्योन्यसुखोत्पादं दृष्ट्वा दृष्टसुखोत्सवम् अन्योन्यदुःखनात् घोरं दुःखं गृह्णन्ति मोहिता. So, having left or discarded the act of creating mutual happiness. Anyonya means mutual. Mutual happiness that has potential to bring, Sukhotsavam, festive of celebration in the seen as well as unseen world. That means in this very life and in the future life, which we haven't seen yet. So the fools, Mohita, the fools, Grihanti means takes, Ghoram Dukham means more severe suffering, um, for the future by the act of, Anyonya Dukhanat, by the act from the, from the suffering, um, by giving the suffering to each other. Um, the fools take more suffering. Um, that's what he's saying. He's saying that, mutually, if we help each other, we have, potential to create the happiness. Um, but we, because of ignorance, we drop this opportunity of happiness. But by giving, more suffering mutually, we take more suffering, more severe suffering for the future. That's how we ignorant beings are. So he's saying, he's giving example of how, um, we have potential to create suffering by mutually helping each other. For example, if the servant do his work honestly, and the master look after the servants, um, servants servants honestly, then master and servants have potential to, bring happiness for each other by working mutually. um, but the fools beings, ignorance beings like us, we take more severe suffering by giving suffering to each other, by producing suffering mutually in this world. Drishta and adrishta means seen and unseen world. Okay. उपद्रवा ये च भवन्ति लोके यावन्ति दुखानि भयानि चैव. Whatever, upadrava means violence, bhavanti loke, whatever violence exists in the world, yavanti dukhani bhayani chaiva, whatever suffering, dukhani, and bhayani means whatever fears exist in the world, um, sarvani tanyatma parigrahena, those all sufferings, all those fears, all those, upadra, are um, because of atma parigrahena, because of clinging to oneself. Tat kim mamanena parigrahena. So what is benefit um, by taking that atma, that self? So here also he is encouraging people to renounce this self. Okay, he was talking about renouncing the world. Now he's talking about renouncing the self. Because unless and until you renounce the world, no matter how many times you renounce this world, external world, um, the suffering will come again and again to you, because you haven't renounced the very cause, the root cause of your suffering, which is this, the view of I, satkaya drishti, we say that there is something inside me which really exists, permanently, independently. This wrong view until you renounce this wrong view, you will be suffering. Okay, that is why he's saying renounce this this view of I really exist. Okay, that's what he's saying in the stanza 134. Atmanam अपरित्यज्य दुःखम त्यक्तुम न शक्यते. So that's what he's saying. Unless you renounce this self or abandon this self, it is not possible to eliminate the suffering. यथा अग्निम अपरित्यज्य दाहम त्यक्तुम न शक्यते. Just like without abandoning fire, if you carry the fire in your hand, definitely your hand will get burned. Okay, so unless and until you throw that fire, it is not possible to get rid of burning sensation. Similarly, unless you abandon that self or renounce that self, it is not possible to eliminate the suffering, because the root cause of suffering is not the external world. The root cause of suffering is the internal world. Okay, that is this view, this wrong view of I really exist. Okay, tasmat swadukha santyartham. That is why, in order to eliminate own suffering, paradukha samayecha, and eliminate other suffering too, Dadami annevya atmanam. I will give myself to other people. Paran grihami, it's atmavat, and I will take other people as myself. Okay, so he's saying that I will do the exchanging self and others, the practice of self and others. Anne sambandham asmiti nisyam kuru he mana. Now he's starting to do the self talk. He's talking to his own mind. He's saying that, oh mind, Anne sambandham, I am, connected with other people. I am committed to other people. Iti nisyam kuru he mana. Be certain in this regard, that I am connected with other people. I am committed with other people. Sarva sattvartham utsrijya nanyet nanyet chintayem toyadhuna. Okay, na anyat chintyam toyadhuna. It is not appropriate. Um, you should not be thinking of anything else apart from benefiting others. Okay, now onward, I'm committed to other people. I'm connected to other people. Oh mind, be certain in this area, or in this fact, or in this way, that I, or you should be, he's talking to his own mind, you should not think anything else apart from benefiting others. You should not think for your own self only now. You should not have selfish thought now. Nayuktam swartha dishtayadi. It is not possible to see tadiyais tadiyais chachuradivi. So I have given my whole body for others. Now my eyes, my hands are not mine now. It belongs to others. So it is not appropriate to see um, self-interest with other people's others. I and others means other body parts, not use the eye, ear, and hands and legs of other people's for own benefit. See, own benefit, see, etc. Own benefit, let's write here, own. It is not appropriate to see and do other activities. Um, and do other activities for own benefit with others eye and other organs, okay, to make more clear. With others eyes and other organs, not activities, other organs. It is not it is not appropriate to see and do other activities for own benefit with others eye and other organs. Um, that's what he's saying in the first line of this stanza 138. Na yuktam senditum swartham annediyai karadivi. It is not appropriate to work for self-purpose with others' hand and so on. Okay, so I have donated all my body to other people. So now my eye is not my eye. These eye are not mine. These hands are not mine. Okay, these legs are not mine. These ears are not mine. So I should not be using other people's eye, ear, hand, legs for own purpose. So it be otherwise it will be like stealing. Okay. तेन सत्त्व परो भूत्वा काये अस्मिन् यद्यदिच्छसे तत्तदेव अपरिहित्य हित्यास्मात् परेभ्यो हितमाचर. So that is why, having become like another being, okay, whatever is seen in this body, so those things having confiscating, grabbing from it, confiscating all those things from this body should be used for the benefit of others. All those bodies from all those from it means this body conduct for the benefit of others. Okay. हिनादि स्वात्मतां कृत्वा परत्वमपि चात्मनि भावये ईर्ष्यां च मानं च निर्विकल्पेन चेतसा. Nirvikalpena chetasa. Okay, so now he's teaching. He's going to teach about three different type of emotions: um, jealousy, pride, and competitive behaviors, which is seen within us if we see someone who is more capable than us, or more affluent than us, more wealthy than us, or on seeing someone which has equal status like us, and on seeing someone who is lower or inferior than us. Okay, so he will be talking how you should be thinking when this type of emotions arise. Okay. एष सत्क्रियते नाहं लाभि न अहम् अयं यथा स्तूयते येऽहं निन्दयो दुःखितो हमयं सुखी अहं करोमि कर्माणि तिष्ठत्येषस्तु सुस्थित अयं किल महाल्लोके नीचोऽहं कलनिर्गुण किल निर्गुण किं निर्गुणेन कर्तव्यं सर्वस्यात्मा गुणान्वितः सन्ति ते ये स्वहं नीच सन्ति ते ये स्वहं परः शीलदृष्टिविपत्त्यादि क्लेशशक्त्या न मद्वशात् चिकित्सयोऽहं यथाशक्ति पीडाप्य अङ्गीकृता मया. Okay, so here this stanzas shows how when someone inferior sees someone who is superior than himself or herself thinks. Okay, this is the way of thinking of someone who has inferiority conflicts. Okay, so he has said that divide yourself. In the previous stanza, he was telling that. Let's go back to the previous stanza. Hinadi swatmatam kirtva. So by making oneself as inferior, superior, as well as someone who has equal status, paratva mapi, by making oneself as well others. So divide yourself as oneself and others. So make yourself two, divide yourself in two parts, and think one part is you and another part is other, and then meditate on by, and then create oneself inferior than your others and superior than others, and then create oneself as having equal status as others. So he's saying that mentally divide yourself in two, and when there is two, there is always either someone is inferior or another one is superior, and otherwise in third condition is that both of you know both are with of uh, same status. Okay, so divide yourself like this, and sometimes make yourself superior, sometimes make yourself as inferior than other, and sometimes make yourself as having same status than others. Okay, and then meditate on different type of emotions arising, such as if you see someone superior than you, jealousy arises. If someone is inferior than you, pride arises. And if someone with same status is seen, then a kind of competition will arise in your mind. So he's saying that meditate on this type of emotions by dividing yourself into two and thinking that one self is superior and another self is inferior. And the third condition is in which both of selves um, have the same status. Okay. Hinadi swatmatam kritva paratvam satmani bhavayasyam cha manam cha nirvikalpena chetasa. That's what he's saying in stanza 140. And after that, he's saying, Esa satkriyate naham labi na aham ayam etha. So you have divided yourself into one is yourself and another is other self. Okay, now yourself who is inferior than other self, um, the way of thinking is like this. Okay, esa sat kriyate cha na aham. So everyone honor this higher self. Okay, not me. Labi na aham ayam ita, and I am not, um, prosperous like this higher self. This lower self is, I am the lower self. Now you are thinking that I'm the lower self, and I'm becoming jealous of the higher self, and then saying that everyone honor this person. This is the prosper. This is he is, or he or she is prosperous. Everyone praise this other self who has higher status, um, but not me. Stuyete e ayam ayam aham nindayo. Okay, so this higher self is always praised by everyone, but I always get blamed. Dukhita aham, I am sukhi. I am, unhappy, but this higher self is happy. So that's the way of, when you feel jealous or when you feel inferior than other people. That's how we think, isn't it? So that's the way of thinking he's explaining here. So here you doing the meditation, okay? You dividing yourself into higher self and lower self. Aham karomi karmani tishtate sa tu suistita. I do all types of work, but he, that higher self, he or she stays comfortably. Aham ki ayam kila mahan loke. He is allegedly, you know, um, thought as greatest in the world. Nicho ham kila nirguna, and I'm considered as inferior, which do not have any virtues. Kim nirgunena kartavyam. So what if I don't have any virtue? What should I do if I don't have any virtue? Kim nirgunena kartavyam. So what will happen if I don't have virtue? Sarvasyatma gudanvita. What does this non-virtue do? It is said that everyone's soul is endowed with virtue. Santi te eswaham nicha. There are those beings also amongst whom I am inferior, but santi te eswaham bara. But there are also beings amongst whom I'm superior. So he's saying that inferiority and superiority is only relative terms. Okay, there are beings in front of whom I might look like I am inferior. However, there are the beings amongst whom I can be superior. Okay, sila drishti vipatyadi. So whatever failure in moral conducts, views, which is making me superior, you know, are klesa sakta saktana mad basat. Okay, this type of sil drishti vipatyadi, all type of failure in moral conduct and views, and so on, are due to force of afflictions. Because I'm inferior, that is because of afflictions. Namad basat, they are not under my control. The things which I did in the past, that is making me inferior, but they are not under my control now. Chikitsayo ham ethasakti. However, I know I am curable. Um, in order to cure myself, pidapyangi kritamaya. Ethasakti pidapyangi kritamaya. For that, in order to be cured, or I am I'm ready to accept any type of suffering as much as possible. That's what your inferior self is saying, okay, on seeing your superior self. Atha aham achikitsayo ase kasmat mam avamanyase. If I'm not curable by your superiority, why do you disrespect me? No, that's what we do, isn't it? If we are higher, higher in status than when we see someone who is inferior than us, lower in status than us. Out of arrogance, we disrespect, isn't it? So it is my lower self is now talking that you are superior. If you are not able to help me, then why do you disrespect me? Kim mamaita etat gudai. What benefit is mine from this higher self's quality? Kritya, krityam. Okay, kim mama etat gudai kritam. Atma tu gudavanayam. So everyone thinks that because the superior self has, is endowed with various, lots of virtue. If that virtue is, is not usable by me, then what is benefit from his or her superiority? What is benefit for me from their virtues? If you are not able to, if your virtues are not able to cure me from all type of sufferings, I'm inferior now. People think that I don't have virtue. um, I have to do all sort of works. But if you are not able to, if your quality, if your virtue is not able to help me, then what is the use of your virtue? So that's how he's telling um, your inferior self to think when jealousy arises on seeing another beings who is superior than you. Here he is doing the practice. Okay, he is dividing himself into superior and inferior beings. So the inferior beings, um, inferior part is contemplating in this way. Durgati Byala Bhaktraste Naivasya Karunajane. Okay, this superior being doesn't have compassion for the beings who are staying in the mouth of um, cruel animal of misfortune. Durgati Byala, cruel animal. Byala, Bhaktra means mouth, stay means staying. So he is seeing this Durgati or misfortune as such a cruel animal. Um, so people are sitting on the in the mouth of this cruel animal of misfortune. If these higher beings, virtuous, the so-called virtuous being, don't have compassion for such type of beings who are about to eaten by this cruel animal of misfortune. Uh, he doesn't have, he or she, the higher self doesn't have compassion for this thing. But aparan guda manena panditan bijiki sate. In other than helping other with his own virtues, all his or his qualities, he is just interested in winning other people's with arrogance of qualities. It's good thing he has good qualities, good virtues. He should be using that good virtues, good qualities to help other beings, but rather he just wants to win other people through his arrogance. He's not interested in helping other beings who are, about to, fall into non-virtuous, suffering walls. But this quality, this he is not using. He or she is this higher self who has very good qualities is not helping those who are inferior. Samam Samam Atmanam Alokya. Now he's Etet Swadhikya Birdaye. Okay, this arrogant higher self, when it sees someone who is of equal status as oneself, Etet Swadhikya Birdaye Kalahe Napi Samsadhyam Lava Satkaram Atmana. Okay, this arrogant self who has good qualities, you know, um, who is superior, who is considered superior, on seeing someone, you know, with some equal qualities, try to, win them or increase his own dominance, um, in order to increase own, superiority. He tried to obtain, profit and honors for oneself, even by quarreling, rather than using appreciating the good qualities in other people. He becomes competitive. Okay, this he is talking about um, arrogant self, your own self. You are seeing your arrogant self in front of you, and you are, you know, um, seeing all the behaviors or dramas, this higher self, arrogant self, plays in order to establish its dominance. Okay, in front of inferior, it try to, it becomes arrogant and don't try to, rather than try using its quality to save other beings. um, he just want to win other people through his arrogance of his quality, by showing his good qualities. um, and on seeing someone who has equal status, you know, become more competitive and to win over them, to increase own dominance. um, this higher self or arrogant selves um, try to obtain more money or more wealth or more honor for oneself, even by quarreling. Okay, अपि सत्र मे सत् सर्वत्र मे लोके भवेयु प्रकटा गुणा अपि नाम गुडायेस्य न श्रोष्यत्यपि केचन. Okay, so now this self, he's talking, he's using his, and he's seeing his own arrogant self as an enemy. Okay, and he's saying this line that api sarvatra me loke bhaveyu prakata guna. Whatever good qualities I have, may they get revealed all over the world. Okay, api nama guna, yes ye se na srosyetepi api kesana. And whatever small qualities, you know um, this self, this higher arrogant self has, may no one even hear about it. Now he's slowly switching the role. Okay, before he was jealous and was seeing this bad qualities of this arrogant self. Now it's slowly himself becoming arrogance, and showing that this arrogant self qualities, may no one hear about it, and whatever good qualities I have, may it will be revealed all over the world. So he's slowly switching the role. Okay, from his this stanza 148. Sadheran me dosa, whatever faults I have, may they, even though my faults are not hidden. Okay, sadheran. Okay, this not hidden. No, it should be hidden. Okay, this line is sadheran api. It it feels like it's negative, but no. I think whenever you use, there is half na and then api, so it becomes double na. Okay, let's delete this na. Not here. Okay, even though my faults stay hidden, okay, are hidden, stay hidden. Even though my faults stay hidden or remain hidden, sadhen sadheran api me dosa, even though my faults remain hidden, syanme puja se no bhavet. may I get venerated, but not him. This arrogant person should not be venerated. Sulabda Adya Me Lava, everything is very easily available for me today. Okay, let's make some changes here. Um, things are easily available to me today. Sulabda Adya Me Lava, things are easily available to me today. Lava, okay, Pujito Aham, I am Natu. I get worship, but not him. Pasyamo muditas तावत् चिरादेनं खलीकृतं हास्यं जनस्य सर्वस्य निन्द्यमानम् itastata. So he's still talking about the arrogant self being insulted, you know, um, becoming the subject of laughter of everyone and getting disgrace from everywhere. So he's attacking his own arrogant self. Okay, so he's saying that pasyam mudita stawat. Let's see with delight this arrogant self being insulted. Khalikritam. Um, Chiradena after so long time. Hasyam janasya sarvasya, becoming subject of laughter of everyone. Sarvasya nindya manam itastata, and being disgraced from everywhere after a long time. Initially, he started from the jealousy, and then now um, he is attacking the higher self. Okay, initially he was jealous of the quality of higher self, but after finding out, because he is not helping anyone with his good quality, rather he's competing with other people. Now you are starting to attack your own selfish, so-called superior self. Okay. अस्यापि हि बराकस्य स्पर्धा किल मया सह किमस्य श्रुतम् एव एतावत् pragyaroopam kulam dhanam. So now this self who has confidence that I'm capable of being healed. That is why I'm uh, willing to take all sort of difficulties to get healed, is starting to now attack its own higher self, arrogant self, which is creating all sort of suffering for him. So he is saying that in this stanza 151, asyapihi barakasya, this poor arrogant self, so sparda kila maya saha, how is it possible for such poor arrogant self have competition with me? Kim asya srutam etavat, what has he heard? How much wisdom, how srutam pragyarupam tavat pragyarupam kulam dhanam, what personality, what status, how much wealth does he have? So such arrogant self, poor arrogant self is it possible to have competition with me? What has he heard? How much wisdom, how much what personality, what status, what wealth does he have? Okay, so he's fighting with his own arrogant self. Okay, self. एवम् आत्मगुणान् श्रुत्वा कीर्त्यमानान् इतस्ततः सञ्जातपुलको हृष्ट paribhoche sukhotsavam. So having here, by hearing about own good qualities and accomplishment from everywhere, you know, um, um, with when you are excited, goosebump arises in the in the body when you are really excited. So he said with the excitement, with you know after hearing all those good qualities and accomplishment from everywhere, with the goosebump in my body due to excitement, I will enjoy the occasion of joy. Okay, so here, um, you know all of a sudden, which was initially lower self, he switched into the higher self. And in all those stanzas, he were attacking this higher arrogant self. Okay, now here he's saying that if you have good qualities, he's seeing the all good qualities, he's imagining all good qualities in his own self, and imagining that everyone is praising his own qualities and accomplishment, and he is saying that I will enjoy this occasion of joy by hearing all those praise, appraisal or praise from everywhere, um, with excitement, so excited that even goosebump is arising in your body. That's what he's saying here. यद्यप्य से भवेत लाभो. Now again he's attacking the arrogant self. Okay, still after insulting this arrogant self like this, even if still if he has bhavet lavo, if he has some benefit happens to him, grahyo asmabhir asau balat. So we need to grab it from it forcefully. Dattva samay yapana matra, after giving bare minimal for the survival. Asmat asmat karma karoti ched, if he agrees to do our work. Okay, now he is making that arrogant self his own servant. He's taking everything out of this arrogant servant, and if he agrees to listen to me, then we will give it bare minimal for the survival. So he is fighting with his own arrogant self. Okay, who is only interested in showing good qualities, and um, not interested in helping other people. Okay, so he's fighting with mentally fighting with his own arrogant self. Okay, sukhasa tyavaniyoyam yojyo asmat bethaya sada. Okay, this arrogant self deserves to be separated from happiness, because it has got so much good qualities because of past good karma, but it hasn't got any wisdom. That is why he has or it has become arrogant. That's why it deserves to be separated from all those happiness, and he should be always connected um, by my suffering. Okay, the my suffering means here the inferior self is talking. Okay, so inferior self is fighting with the superior self. Okay, so inferior self has suffering, so inferior self is saying this arrogant self is deserves to be separated from happiness and should always be connected by my suffering. um, Anena why he will say in this in this lower line, second line, Anena satasa sarve sansara bethita bayam. Okay, we all are suffering in this world because of this arrogant self in various way. Okay, so because of this arrogant self we are suffering. That is why we need to take everything away from him forcefully, and give him bare minimal if it listens to us, and if it listens to us, and if he agrees to do our work. So um, so in this stanza, as Acharya Santideva, um, remember he said that divide yourself into inferior self and superior self. Now here, inferior self is fighting, waging the war with the superior self, because this superior self, arrogant self, has created all suffering, all sort of sufferings in the world in various way. That's why we need to. He deserves to be separated from the happiness and connected, get connected by my suffering. अप्रमेया गता कल्पा स्वार्थम जिज्ञासतस्तव अप्रमेया गता कल्पा स्वार्थम जिज्ञासतस्तव sata jigyasata means looking for, searching for. It says that your innumerable aeons of your life or yours has gone, gata, gone. Aprameya kalpa, innumerable years of yours has gone on being curious, looking for your own happiness, own swartham. Okay, swartham means your own benefit, only for your benefit. Okay, let's write here benefit. श्रमेण महतानेन दुःखमेव त्वयार्जितम्. So even though you were always looking for, your happiness, you spend your innumerable eons of your life in search of happiness, own happiness. Still, even after that, those great efforts, um, only suffering has been earned by you. Dukkhameva toyarjitam. Only suffering has been earned by you, even though you were curious about, in search of, has been you have your, you spent your innumerable, incountable, uncountable eons in search of your happiness, being curious about your own happiness, only for your benefit. Okay, let's say innumerable eons of yours has gone on in searching only for happiness, or on being curious only for your happiness, looking for your own happiness. Let's write here. Looking for own own benefit only. Even after great efforts, you did a great deal of effort in search of your happiness or your benefit, but rather than getting happiness, only suffering has been earned by you. Madvigyaptya tathatrapi, with my, pleading, with my request, as I request, tathatrapi, in the same that I know, similarly, as I request, please, atrapi, pravarta swa vicharata, pravat, pravarta swa abhicharata, with as I with my request, or as requested by me, as requested by me, please start practice in this area too, without overthinking, thinking, or without doubt. So he's saying that please start the practice of, exchanging self with others, or or the practice of equanimity of oneself and others without doubt, as I request. Mat petya tatha atrapi. In this area, in atrapi means this practice. In this practice too, without doubt, um, please start it. Dachasya etat gudan. You will see effect of this. Um, Pasat. You will see effect of this later. Bhutam hi vasanam mune, because the words of says, mune means Buddha or says, the words of says or words of Buddha are always true, become true. Okay, whatever they have said, it turned out to be true. So start as requested by me. Please start the practice in this area too. Without doubt, you will see its effect or its result or good qualities later, because the words of says are always turn out to be true. Okay, always turn out to be true. Okay, so whatever Buddha say, whatever Buddha, he is calling Buddha as says in this stanza. Whatever the Buddha has said, it has turned out to be true. So start the practice of accessing self, and as I requested, that's what he's saying. Okay, let's go forward. Oh my god, how many slides left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slide. And last slide has only two stanza, and remaining slide have four each stanzas. Okay. Abhavishyet idam karma kritam purvam edi toya Bauddha sampada sukham muktva na bhavisyet idam dasa. So he's saying that you are suffering now. Had you not done, this conduct, this misconduct. Okay, let's say it's referring to the misconduct here. Um, had this misconduct was not done by you in the past, had you done the good virtuous deeds in the past, um, having abandoned happiness of prosperity of Buddha, Buddha Sampat Sukham, happiness of prosperity of the Buddha. I could not find the meaning. I'm just translating it. Buddha Sampat Sukham. So that's how I'm translating it. Happiness. Sukham means happiness. Buddha Sampat means sampati, wealth of Buddha, prosperity of Buddha. Okay. I'm just trying to give as far as possible the exact meaning of the this stanza, rather than telling something else. So Bodham Sampat Sukham Muktva. So having departed from happiness or prosperity of the Buddha, na bhavisyet idam dasa. This condition would not have arisen in you. Okay, because you didn't do the good conduct in the past, you acted selfishly in the past. That is why um, you are separated from the happiness of um, prosperity of the Buddha. um, so had you not done that in the past, you would not have separated. By separating yourself from the happiness of prosperity of Buddha, this condition, this suffering condition would not have arisen. Na bhavisyet idam dasa. That's what it means. This condition would not have arisen. Tasmat yatha anye diyesu sukra sodita bindusu. Now again he is saying that word. Okay, that is why just like you develop thinking of self in the white and red drop of others. Okay, that is sperm and ovum of your moms and dads. You develop this thinking of self or I. In the same way, Chakartha Tom Ahankaram. So Chakartham Tom Ahankaram means you started thinking that this body, which is made from, which is built from or made from white and red drops of others. Tatha अन्ये sopi bhavaya, in the same way, generate same feeling for others too. That is, he's saying that start the practice of exchanging oneself with others. अन्यदीये सरो भूत्वा काय अस्मिन् एद् एद् इच्छते इच्छसे तत्तत् एव अर्थम परेभ्यो हितमाचर. That's why, having become like others companion, whatever is seen in this body by you, by taking all those things from this body forcefully, use for the benefit of others. Use your hand for the benefit of others. Use your eyes for the benefit of others. Use your ears for the benefit of others, because remember he was saying in earlier that this eye belongs to others, this ear belongs to others. So you should not use this ear and eye for the benefit of yourself. So his exact same meaning this stanza also implies, that use this body, whatever is seen in this body, um, taking those things from it, um, use the benefit for others. Okay, don't use for yourself. Use your hand. If you're moving your hand, move it for the benefit of others. Okay, that's what he's saying. If you are using your eye, use that eye for the benefit of others. Parevyo hitamachara. Ayam susta paro dusto नीचैरन्यो ayam uchakai para karoti ayam neti kurusvesyam tom atmani. So you start becoming jealous of yourself. Okay, this self is superior and happy, because this self is superior, that is why it is happy. Because other people are inferior, that's why they are miserable. And because they are lower, inferior, they have to work, but this superior self doesn't have to work. So you start becoming jealous of yourself. That's what we do to other people, isn't it? When you see if you are standing here and you seeing external world, if you see someone superior, that same emotion arises, isn't it? It's out of jealousy. You think that, oh, this man is not working, but still everyone likes him. I'm the one who is working, but no one appreciates that. I'm miserable, even though I do these things, but this one is, without doing anything, he's getting all the benefit, isn't it? Now he's saying, use same way of thinking towards yourself. Turn yourself as if you are seeing yourself in the mirror, and show same type of jealousy to yourself. Okay. So here is fighting with himself, his self, so that he can become someone else. Okay, that's how they do the practice of exchanging oneself with others. Now you are not you have become other, and you should start seeing yourself uh, from the perspective of others. Okay, so it's a little bit difficult to understand, but once you understand, it's not that difficult. It requires the practice. Okay, it might seem difficult, but once you habituate, um, like you started thinking this body, which is coming from dad and mom, is you. Similarly, with practice, it is possible. Okay. Sukhasya tyava yatmanam para dukhe niyojaya. Remove this self, okay, this arrogant self, become jealous of this self, and take it out of the happiness. Okay, remove it from the happiness, and Dukha, para dukhe niyojaya. So you use it, employ it, employ it in the task of removing suffering of others. Okay, use this arrogant self um, to help others. Kadayam kim karoti ti salamasya nirupaya. He is saying that in the second line of stanza 161, he is saying that be mindful of what's happening, how your mind is thinking. Okay, so always watch your mind, at what time it is doing what. Be mindful of your own mind. That's what he's saying in here. Because this mind, if you don't watch, it will play all sort of tricks. On seeing inferior, it will become arrogant. On seeing, you know superior, it will become jealous. um, and on seeing someone with equal status, it will become competitive. And in order to win, it can do all sort of non-virtuous deed and pull you towards the suffering realms. That's why always employ the self for the benefit of others, in order to serve others, and always watch it, what is happening, what time it is doing what. Always watch it, examine its trick, what type of trick it is playing, examine it. Okay, that's what he's saying. He's talking about the mindfulness of mind here. So I'll be always watch your thought process. That's what he's saying here. Annenapi kritam dosam patayasya mastake. Now he's being really, really harsh now here. He's starting to become really harsh. Okay. Drop the misdeed of, if someone else does the mistake, this arrogant self is very quick to blame it. Okay. Find the faults in other. So if you see someone doing the misdeed, okay, those are misdeed, those, then use, you know blame this self, this arrogant selves, for that misdeed also. Okay, drop that misdeed done by others to on his head. Alpam api asya dosam, even though it has very small fault, minor faults. Prakasaya mahazane. So you reveal that fault to many beings. Never let this arrogant self to win. Even it hasn't done any mistake. All those mistakes done by other, blame it this self. And if it has even a small minor mistake, just reveal it to many many beings. अन्याधिक एसो वादै अन्याधिक एसो वादै यसो से मलिने कुरो. By talking about other people's good qualities and fame in front of it, this self itself tarnish its fame. Okay, by talking more about other people's good qualities. Nikrista dasa vatsainam, like a low grade servant. Sattokarayesu vahaya, use this this selfish self for others work. Okay, use it for the benefit of other people, to do other people's work, like a low grade servant. Okay, whenever arrogance come, he's saying fight with it. Okay, because this is the real enemy, which will pull you towards the suffering realm. Okay, that is why whenever you see the arrogant self, use it as an enemy. So whatever you do to the enemy, do same thing to this self. That's what he's saying. Okay. Nagantuka gudansena stutyo dosamayo hayam. This no virtues, no you this nagantuka gudansena, guda ansena. Agantuka is a which is not permanent, which is coming from outside, or incident. So in, incidental, no small virtues, gudansena, because of occasional small virtues, it is not praiseworthy. Okay, we might think that because of this quality it is worthy of praise, but no. Acharya Shantideva is saying no, because of this occasional small virtues which are arising by accident, it doesn't make this selfish self praiseworthy. Because why? Dosa mayo hayam. This is full of fault. It's hiding its faults. It's just exaggerating its good qualities. So don't be deceived by these occasional small virtues. In fact, it is full of fault. यथा कश्चिन्न जानीयात् गुणम् अस्य तथा कुरु. Do whatever it takes so that no one knows about its good quality. No one gets the opportunity to know about good quality of this selfish self. Okay, arrogant self. So no one should know the good quality of this arrogant self, because these good qualities which are appearing are just small virtues occasionally coming now and then, but in fact it is full of fault inside. If you go deep inside, it is full of faults. So these occasional small virtues doesn't make this selfish arrogant self praiseworthy. Okay, so he is just keep on hitting himself, his arrogant self. Okay, so that you break this, this self grasping, this wrong view of I really exist, I am the best. That view, that wrong view, is the cause of suffering. So he's trying to give him pawns from everywhere. you know the arrogant self, to break it. Okay, let's move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slides left. Okay, and I'm exhausted now. संक्षेपात् एद एद आत्मार्थे परेस्वकृतं परेस्व अप परेस्व अपकृतं परेषु अपकृतं त्वया तत् तत् आत्मनि स्वार्थे व्यसनं विनिपातय. संक्षेपात्, in short. Okay, एद एद आत्मार्थे, whatever harm, apakritam means harm, whatever harm was done in other, paresu, for oneself, atmarte, for oneself, by you, tat tat, let those, besanam, those besanam, means those afflictions or immorality fall upon oneself for the sake of others. Okay, whatever you do to others in order to make yourself happy, do the same thing to oneself. Whatever harmful deed was done by you in others for oneself, do same deeds, misdeeds. Okay, let those harm, let's write harm here, or misdeed, let those harm fall upon yourself for the sake of others. नैव उत्साहोऽस्य दातव्यो येनायं मुखरो भवेत्. No, you should not give the opportunity for this arrogant self to become excited, due to which it will become talkative. It will, start overstepping you. स्थाप्य नववधू वृतौ हृतो भितो थ समृता. So you should establish this self, this arrogant self, um, like a newlywed, wife who is like hesitant. You know how newlywed are, with female is like very hesitant to talk in front of other people, fearful, subdued. So he is saying that establish your arrogant self like a newlywed, hesitant, fearful, and subdued. Evam kuruswa tistaivam na kartavyam idam toya. So you should do this. You should stay like this. You should not do this. Okay, this should not be done by you. Okay, in this way, evam esa basa karyo nirgrahya tada atikrami. So if you should, in this way, you should keep this arrogant self under your control, and if it doesn't listen to you, then restrain it if it violates that order. Okay, अथैव अथैवम् उच्यमानेऽपि चित्तं नेदं करिष्यसि त्वमेव निग्रहीष्यामि सर्वदोषास्त्वदाश्रिता. Okay, athaivam uchyamanepi, even though I have instructed you like this, not don't do this, don't do that, even though I have instructed you what to do and what to not do, chittam nedam karishyasi, if you don't act as I instructed, tvam eva nigrihishyami, I will restrain you. Why? Because sarva dosa, all the faults, twad asrita, are dependent on you. If I don't restrain you, then you will become, you will overpower me, you will overstep me, and all the faults will come depending on you. Okay, so here also he's saying the root cause of all suffering is this arrogant self. Okay, who has because of the past virtuous deed, it has developed all sort of good qualities, but because it hasn't realized the wisdom in the past, arrogance has also come with those qualities, good qualities, and rather than helping other people with the good qualities, it has become more arrogant, and it always want to win other people. um, for that, it doesn't hesitate to do any sort of non-virtuous deed, due to it it keep on dragging me to the suffering realms. That is why I need to restrain it, because all the faults are dependent on it. क्व यस्यसि मया दृष्ट सर्वदर्पान् निहन्मिते. So darpa means arrogance. Okay, he has been talking about arrogance. So darpa means arrogance. Sarva darpa means all arrogance. Nihanmi means I will destroy. Te means yours. Okay. Kwa yasyasi maya drishta. Where will you go now? I have seen you. You are arrogant self. I will destroy all your arrogance. Anyo asau purvaka kala. That previous time was different when I was ignorant. Okay, anya anyo sau purvaka kala toya etrasmi nasita, where I was ruined by you because I was not wise that time. Now I understand. I have wisdom now. Where will you go? I have seen all the problem. Root problem of all the suffering is you. So where will you hide now? I will destroy all your arrogance. So he's fighting with his own self. Okay. I love all the stanzas of Bodhisattva Avatar. The more you recite, the more the gist soaks inside you. Okay, like you eat the food and it digest in and then digest inside your stomach. Similarly, the more you recite, it will digest in your mind. Okay, all the stanzas. अद्यापि अस्ति मम स्वार्थ. If you think that I still have vested interests, ityasam teza sampratam, that hope, immediately leave that hope. Tvam bikrito maya annesu, I have sold you to other people. Bahu khedam achintayan, without thinking much, without any regret, I have sold you to for the benefit of other people. So don't think that I still have vested interest. So if you have that hope that I will do according to your wish, drop that hope. Okay, I'm not going to listen to you because I have sold you. Now you are servant of other people. I will not listen to you. That's what he's saying in stanza 170. Okay, I think we have 16 stanza left. Tvam sattvesu na dasyami edi nama pramadata. If I don't give due to carelessness to others at the service of other for the service of other beings. Tvam mam naraka palesu pradasyasi na samsaya. I don't have any doubt that you will give me to the gardens of hell. So if I don't give you for the service of other beings, if I don't sell you for the service of other beings, if I don't use you for the service of other being, then there is no doubt you will give me to the gardens of hell. You will pull me towards the hell realm. That's what he's saying. एवं च अनेकधा दत्वा त्वया अहं व्यथित व्यथितश्चिरं निहन्मि स्वार्थचेतं त्वां तानि वैराण्य अनुस्मरन्. In this way, having given to the garden of hell in various in several times, you troubled me. I was troubled by you for a long time. Nihas Swami Swartha Chetam. Chet भनेको sorry, Chet meaning of Chet means sevak, servant. Swartha Chetam means servant of self-interest. Um, Nihan me Swartha Chetam Twam. I will destroy you, you servant of self-interest. I will destroy you by remembering all those animosities. Vairandya Anusmaran. By remembering all those animosities, I will destroy you, servant of self-interest. Okay, let's rewrite this word. I think it's not by you for long time. After having given in this way several times to the gardens of hell, I have been troubled by you for a long time. Okay, I will destroy you, the slave of self-interest. Okay, remembering all those animosities. Okay, I will destroy you. He's calling that arrogant self as a slave of self-interest. Okay, um, remembering those animosities. Yes, all those animosities. So because of arrogance, we keep on doing so many non-virtuous deed, because we didn't have wisdom. That's why because of this self-interest, we kept on falling to the lower realms, even though we were once born in the higher realm. But because our ignorance was not removed, we fell from those higher state also, and had to bear all sort of suffering again and again. um, that is why, by remembering all those animosities, I will destroy you, the slave of self-interest. That's what he's saying in stanza 172. Let's move forward. We're getting there. We're getting there. न कर्तव्यम् आत्मनि प्रीति यदि आत्मप्रीतिर अस्ति ते. If you have love for yourself, you should not have love in the self. You should not love the self. Okay. Adhyatma rachitavyo. If you want to self yourself, then rachitavyo na yujyate. I am rachitavyo na. That then protecting this is not logical. It's not yujyate or appropriate or logical. Okay, it is not appropriate. Okay, yujyate. Appropriate is the right word. So he's saying if you love yourself, you should not love yourself, love the self. Okay, if you need to protect yourself, then protecting this self is not appropriate. That's what he's saying. Difficult, little bit difficult to understand this line, isn't it? So here, I am means arrogant self. He's referring to the arrogant self. Okay. So if you want to protect yourself, if you love yourself, you should not love the arrogant self. If you want to protect yourself, don't protect the arrogant self. That's what he's saying. Arrogant self means the self which has good quality, because of good quality, become the arrogant. You know, good quality is not bad, but because that self doesn't have wisdom, um, those same good quality will become the cause of suffering. Okay, so one should not save this arrogant self. Be wise and understand that these good qualities are also um, impermanent, non-self, and um, dependently originating. Okay, so we'll learn about this wisdom in more detail in coming ninth chapter, the practice of wisdom. Okay, here we are doing the practice of meditation, perfection of practice of meditation, meditative absorption. यथा यथास्य कायस्य क्रियते परिपालनं सुकुमारतरो भूत्वा पतत्येव तथा तथा. The more pampering of this body is done, okay, having become more delicate, it withers down more and more. Okay, so he's saying don't pamper too much body. Okay, the more you pamper the body, the more weaker it will become, and it will wither down more and more. It can't survive in the harsh condition. Asaivam patitasyapi sarvapiyam vasundhara. This body, which is um, um, this self, this asaivam patitasyapi, this self, which is so delicate, so degraded. Okay, um, not delicate, degraded. Let's say degraded. Patitasyapi, who has fallen down, which is prone to fallen down, or which is falling down. Okay, um, the entire world is not enough to fulfill wish of this degraded self. Okay, sarvapiyam vasundhara nalam puraitum. That's nalam. um, no alam. Alam means sufficient. No means negative, so not sufficient. Puraitum bancham. Okay, is not capable, not enough to fulfill the wishes of this degraded self. तत्को अस्य इच्छाम करिष्यति. Then who would wish um, this degraded self. Self is so hungry. Okay, it it even whole entire world is not enough to quench its thirst, satisfies its anger. Then who would wish such degraded self? It's talking about again the arrogant self, the hungry self. No matter how much it has, it never satisfy. Okay. So who would wish to have this hungry self, whose wish cannot be fulfilled by entire um, earth, or entire world, or entire earth. Yeah, Pasundara means earth or world. You can say world also. Asakyam ichhata klesa asa bhangasta jayate. Asakyam ichhata. If you wish that is not possible to fulfill. Klesa asa bhangasta jayate. Asakyam ichhata klesa asa bhangasta jayate. When that wish gets shattered, you know, um, the afflictions arises. निराशो यस्तु सर्वत्र तस्य सम्पत् अजीर्णिका. So who is wishless everywhere, who doesn't keep any wish. In fact, their wealth of happiness never get ruined. Ajirnika means undigestible, unruinable. Okay, their wealth of happiness never get ruined. Um, who never wished anyway. Who is wishless everywhere. Okay, but if you have wishes, um, and if those um, wishes are not possible to fulfilled, then because your wishes are shattered, affliction arises. So you need to be wishless. And if you have I, soul, um, you will always wish something. So he's saying that renounce this I, which means renouncing this wish. Your wealth of happiness will never get ruined, never finishes. But if you wish something, and if that wish is shattered, then afflictions will arise, and we know that what happens when if afflictions arises. Okay. तस्मान्न प्रसरोदेय कायस्य इच्छा विर्दय विच्छाभिवृदय. So one should not give encouragement. Encouragement should not be given for the wish of body to increase. Abhibirdaya. Bhadrakam nama tad vastu. In fact, the thing is good. That thing is good. In fact, that thing is good. Edi is Edi Istatwan. Sorry, not Edit. Edis Et Istatwan, which is na grihate, which is not taken um, because of being desirable. Okay, if something is desirable, if you don't take that, then that is good thing. Okay, that will not create the afflictions, because if something is desirable, and if you take that thing out of attachment, and when that things get destroyed or changes, then your wish is destroyed, and which will create suffering. So the encouragement should not be given for the wish of body to increase. Bhadrakam nama tad vastu it's istatvan nagrihate. which is not taken mm, or accepted because of being desirable. If you think something is desirable, don't take it. That is good. The moment you take it, because everything is impermanent, and after some time you lose interest on that, or another person might lose interest on you, that will create the suffering. So wish of bodies should not be allowed to increase. That's what he's saying here. Bhasma nishtha vasano yam nischesta annena nischesta annena chalyate asuchi pratima ghora kasmat atra mamagraha. Okay, he's talking about the nature of his own body or body of anyone. Um, Bhasma nishta avasano. It is prone to reduce to ashes. Bhasma nishta avasano means mortal. Um, nischesta doesn't even try. Annena chalyate, which is moved by something else, someone else. If there is no mind, this body cannot even walk or move. That's the nature of the body, which is mortal. Ghora, asuchi pratima ghora means horrible statue of impurity. You know that what we have inside our body. So he's saying this body as a horrible statue of impurity. Kasmat atra mamagriya. Why is my attachment in here? There's so much defect in this body. Why is my attachment in this body? Kim mama anena entrena jivina wa mirtena wa. What is the use of, or what is the benefit? What benefit is there for me from this machine, whether it is alive or dead? From this machine, alive or dead. Let's rearrange this word, this sentence. What benefit is there for me from this machine? Alive or dead. Lostadeko biseso asya. Okay, this is a lump of clay. Okay, he's saying lump of clay to this body. What specialty is there in this lump of clay, and so on, lump of clay and other impurities? Ha, alas, ahankaram nasyasi. The arrogance, this feeling of I really exist, I am, doesn't get destroyed. That's what he's saying. Ha ahankara nasyasi. This arrogance, this feeling of arrogance, I really exist, I am. This is called ahankar, not get destroyed. Sarira pachapatena birtha dukham uparjayate. Because of taking the side of this body, this kasta tulya, the body which is like a wood. Birtha dukham uparjate, unnecessarily I on the suffering by taking favor, by taking side of the body, by favoring body, because I wish the body when I died last life, I wish for a body, my mind wish for a body. That's why unnecessarily the suffering associated with this body are on by me unnecessarily. Kim ase kastatulya dvesena anunayena. Wow. What benefit from anger or attachment of this wood-like body? Okay, I won't have any benefit if I become angry or attached from this wood-like body. Okay, 4 and 5, 6. Okay, 6 more stanzas. मया वा पालितस्यैवं गृध्रादै भक्षितस्य वा न च स्नेहो न च द्वेष tatra sneham karomi kim. Now he's saying, he's talking about his own body, whether it is cured by me or getting eaten by vultures. Gidra dai vachitaseva. Okay. Nacha sneho, nacha dvesa. Neither it has affection for me because I'm carrying it, nor it has anger toward vulture because they are eating it. Tatra sneham karomi kim. Why should I have affection in such place, this body? Even though I, look after it, it doesn't have affection for me. And even though vultures are eating it after death, this body doesn't have any anger towards vultures. Then why am I attached to this body? Why I always wish this body? Why do I have affection in such place? Roso yesya khalikara toso yesya cha pujaya. So I get, angry when someone ill treats this body. If someone, abuse this body, I get angry. And if someone, worships this body, toso yasya cha puja. If someone worships this body, someone, praise this body, then I get, very happy. Sa eva chet na janati. This body itself doesn't know about this ill treatment and veneration. Srama kasya kritena me. For what? For the sake of whom? This hard work of, anger and assessment and resulting, karmas have been done by me or created by me. If someone insults this body, I get angry. If someone praises this body, I become happy. And in this anger and attachment, during this anger and attachment, moment of anger and attachment, I do lots of non-virtuous deeds and create the cause of suffering. And this body itself doesn't know about this thing. Then, for the sake of whom this hard work has been done by me. Imam ye kaya michanti tepi me sri dakila. Those who desires this body, who like this body, they too are allegedly my friends. Okay, whoever like this body, whoever worships this body, I like them. I treat them as my friend. Sarve swakaya michanti. Then everyone likes their own body. Then why can't tepi kasman name prem? Why can't they be, can't why can't they be my beloved? Okay, why can't I love everyone? Because everyone likes their own body. If someone likes my body, they are considered as my friend. Then why don't I consider everyone my friend? Because everyone likes their own body. Tasman maya anapechena kayas tekto jagat hite. That is why, because of, after contemplating all these, disadvantages of body, I have renounced this body without expectation for the benefit of the world. Atoyam bahudoso api dharyate karma bhandavat. Even though it has this full of, this is full of false, this body is full of false, I will take it now. Once initially he renounced it, now he's taking it back. Why he's taking it back? To use it as an instrument to achieve the goal, because without, this body you can't do anything. You need a body if you want to benefit the world, because this body is the world, what, the world will see, and the world will not see the mind. So in order to interact with the world and benefit them, you need this body. So you are taking this body not out of, attachment. You're taking this body even though it is full of faults, taking it as an instrument, as a means to achieve the goal. What is your goal? In order to help all the beings out of suffering. Okay, that is your goal. And in order to realize that goal, you need a body so that you can interact with human beings. So you take this body, not out of attachment, but as a means or as an instrument to achieve the goal. Okay, last two. Okay. Tenalam alokacharite. That is why enough for me. I'm full now, with the worldly behavior. I'm fed up with this now. Okay. Enough is enough with this or worldly behavior. Tenalam lokacharite panditan anuyamiham. I will follow the wise ones. I will follow the gurus. I will follow the people who are practicing. Pramada Katha Smitva, by remembering or recalling the stories of mindfulness. Sthyana Middam Nivarayan, by stopping the letharginess and sleepiness. That is that you want use this body for the for a small interesting and make it tired lethargy, and because of tiredness lethargy and sleepiness will happen arise. So by stopping running behind unnecessary thing, by stopping making this body tired lethargy and sleepiness, by recalling the stories of mindfulness, I will walk in the path of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas and the Gurus and the Arahats, because I'm done with the worldly behaviors. Okay, I'm done with this suffering, all type of sufferings. Now I want to I want to be free of all sort of sufferings. So I will follow the wise ones. The last one, 186 stanza. Tasmat avaranam hantu samadhanam karomiham. That is why, in order to remove the mental obscuration, according to Mahayana, there are two types of obscurations. One is the related to afflictions, and another one is related to the cognition. Okay, so in order to remove these two types of mental obscurations, samadhanam karomiham, I will practice concentrating my mind, vimargam vimarga chittam akarsya, by pulling my mind from wrong path, swalamban nirantaram, by putting it in its focal object. Okay, for the in order to um, get that meditative absorption state or focus the mind or concentrate the mind, you need a focal object. um, Especially if you are involved with uh, any sanghas, then the guru, the authentic guru, it's really good idea to involve with the sangha which is not broken, unbroken, which is unbrokenness. So gurus of this unbroken authenticness will give you, when you reach that stage of practice, they will give you a focal object, and you try to practice the concentration, try to achieve this meditative absorption state by focusing your mind. For that, Acharya Santideva is saying, I will pull out my mind out of wrong path, out of wrong worldly activities. I will stop running behind worldly things and start practicing concentrating my mind on the focal object. Why I want to do that? In order to remove the obscurations, which is afflictive obscuration and cognitive obscurations, which are, it's like cloud. Afflictions are like cloud, like cataract in your eye, which is stopping you from seeing the things, experiencing the things, the way really they are. So in order to remove that obscuration, in order to remove that cataract of your mental obscuration, I will practice concentrating my mind on my focal object, by pulling it out from wrong path. Means by stopping it from running towards the worldly things, toward the name, fame, money, all these things, towards sensual pleasures. By stopping it from running towards this thing, I will practice focusing on the mind. So in this way, we have come to the end of the 8th chapter. Okay, the video has become really long. I think it's 6 hour plus or 7, if I'm not wrong. I will suggest everyone, just you don't need to watch all video altogether. Just watch in part, and make sure you finish whole video. Okay, this is really good chapter, which will motivate you to stay away from the worldly things, and motivate you practice the concentration. Okay, and then the next chapter is the 9th chapter, which is about the perfection of wisdom. So which is the longest one. 200 something stanzas are there, and um, if you complete this bodhicharya avatara, then you will know about the um, views of my what are the views of Mahayana. Okay, so it's this book is really important. The basic understanding of Mahayana you will understand if you read through all those first chapter to there are 10 chapters. So if you read all those chapters, then you will have a basic understanding of Mahayana Buddhism, and little bit of Vajrayana also, because Acharya Shantideva himself is the Vajrayana practitioner, and whatever these stanzas are coming out of the mind of your Vajrayani guru. So if you familiarize yourself with this way of thinking, then you will understand how a Vajrayani will or Mahayani will experience the world, the way of how they think, their thought process, um, how they experience the world. You will understand if you continuously familiarize yourself again and again by going through all these stanzas again and again. Okay, so let's dedicate our merit that may all the beings be free of suffering and get the opportunity to connect themselves um, to the authentic lineage masters and practice, and not only themselves free themselves, but free each and every beings of this world out of suffering. Okay, sadhu sadhu sadhu.